because it's always the culprit of not getting the data that it needs. And it looks like it might be working today. I don't even know. There it goes. Okay. I think I figured out the YouTube issue, so we should be able to get it live much easier going forward. But yeah. Let's jump right in. We're doing a little bit of like inventory work, trying to get the things just working properly today. I do want to get a mining pouch. Actually, we're going to get... we'll just get one for now. I think those are 16 slot pouches, so that should be enough for the gems right now anyway. So we're going to do that. See if we can get some sow at the West Bank here. Hopefully. Hey, what's going on, Vor? How are you, bud? Good morning to you. All right, where's my pouch? Mining pouch. We're going to stick that right there. I want to see if these go directly into the mining pouch. So we're going to take that. We're going to put it right here. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then we'll have the 2 mining pouches. I want to see if this goes... Nice. It does go in there, directly in there. Oh, no, it doesn't go directly in there. Okay, well, we'll put these down here then. One at a time. Imperfect black pearl and an imperfect black pearl. Why did that not stack? Why are you gems not stacking? Look at this. There's so many gems in this game. It is crazy. Imperfect fire emerald. Wait, what? Imperfect fire emerald, imperfect fire, imperfect emerald. That goes there. Okay. It's Monday. Wait, does it not say Monday? What did I do? Oh, you're just saying it's Monday. Actually, we're 47. I didn't update the, I didn't update my thing here. Let me do that. Save all. Save all. Here we go. What's going on, Slam Bits? How you doing? Schnapps. Welcome, welcome. Glad to have you all here. Let's go. This goes over here. Blue diamond goes there. Perfect. All right, we're getting there. We're getting things done. Seriously, Jelly, Monday morning and it's game time. Are you retired? No, this is actually my job. Among other things, like I can't just do this. It does not pay the bills. So I've got to do other things as well, but this is currently what I'm doing for work. But we're gonna be streaming like every day like this, especially getting up to early access, and then throughout early access. This is gonna be it, man. You're gonna see me on here daily. Hoku coming in with the gifted subs. Thank you so much, Hoku. I appreciate it, bud. How you doing this morning? I was actually just talking to Hoku. He's the guild leader of Rampage, which is the guild that I'm in currently. Let's see. What else do I need to do? I've got cotton. I'm saving up on my cotton right now because I want to be able to make bolt of cotton. Why are these not stacking? I don't know why these things are not stacking. So we're going to do that. We're going to do arcane powder. Look at all this arcane powder, baby. We got arcane powder for days. Days and days and days. I bet you somebody's going to want to have this fine black robe. Uh-oh. Did Do you know a decent spot? You get a two-hander with 20 plus damage around level 30. Around level 30? There is one, but I don't know what the spot is. I can tell you where to get one around level 40, and that's this bad boy right here. But 30 damage is hard to come by. There is one that's 30, like 31 damage, 50 something delay. That's really, really nice, but I don't know where it's from, and I don't know what level. But it also is like ogre troll only. It's a cool weapon, but it's it's ogre troll only. But yeah, this is probably one of the better ones right here. The Festival's Face Smasher. This is a pretty good one, and it comes from the Were-Jackal Island that I was at the other day when I was streaming. So if you've done the Were-Jackal Island or checked that out, highly recommend it. What we are going to do now... I need Sal. See if anybody will give me Sal if I ask very nicely. Any Sal available? In Shallow Shoals? Yeah, in Shallow Shoals. Sandstorm at the bank? Yeah. I hope that they change this. This is one of those things that I don't like about the game. Like, I don't mind there being a sandstorm, you know, in town, and it should be limited, like much lower intensity in town. And then when you go inside of buildings, like going inside of a building doesn't stop a sandstorm. Inside of a cave doesn't stop a sandstorm, but it should, right? So it's kind of like a bit high for me. My duo, it would be a bit high, but you know, hopefully you get to it eventually. But yeah, two-handed weapons kind of tough to come by. Let's see if we can auction this bad boy off. How does the fighter feel at high levels? Fighter feels okay at high levels. Yeah, I think it's in a good spot. I would like to see, like, I don't know. Recently they changed it. They have more defensive capabilities, a little bit more. So, you know, I'm starting to see some things that I like with it. Nick added in like this disarm ability right here, which was really, it's a nice ability to have. It was really overpowered at one point, but they brought that power down, which is about where it should be now, I think. But yeah, like it's good. It's good. EQ as a melee. Like, did you guys see that? Like this kind of stuff. Like, can we keep this out of the game? I'm only gonna call attention to it just real quickly. This right here. Like, can we keep this out of the game? Please. Like, I don't care what your political views are, and I don't think anybody in the game cares what your political views are. You know, it's not necessary. Somebody said wait. What? I come with Maine. I don't know what they're... I don't know what's going on. Somebody said wait, and I'm like, what? Battle plate. That's pretty good, yeah. I mean, that'd be better than what I'm currently wearing. Not by much, but it's better. Look at this. So I've got this. You know, it's an extra 1 dex and an extra 5 AC. Not too bad, not too bad. Do players... Yes, players can change those signs. Yeah. Players can change those signs. Kinflow. Let's see. Should I trade for that breastplate that this guy's linking? You know, extra 5 AC and 1 dex. Good morning, Nova. Have you listened to the Jeff Kaplan interview? I didn't. I haven't listened to it. I heard a lot about it, though. I've heard a lot about it. Spiked iron plate collar. I think mine's better, isn't it? Yeah, mine's a little bit better than that. Like, this is literally like the best robe in the game at the moment. Let's see. Oh my goodness gracious. I don't like all this linking stuff. This is why I don't like trading. Trading just drives me nuts. It drives me bonkers, guys. Let me see. What do I need to do here? I was going to make smithing, so sharpening stones. We did weighty, so now I need to do the next tier up from weighty. Wait. Weighty. So weighty takes what? Weighty stones? I think I need to do whatever's next after weighty. So let's see. Go here, come down. Weighty stones are 92 silver. I think we need to do jagged or rigid. Yeah, rigid stones. Let's do those. Let's see how this takes us or where this takes us. Let's do it. What are the gems for? Wait a minute. Nice. Which gems are you talking about? Well, come on, give me skill ups. Did they patch this? I wonder if they patched this. They should patch this. This is like, it's too good. I mean, you should be able to level up on these things, but at the same time, it's like if you can just level up on these. Oh, there it goes. They just got to level up. So they did not patch this yet. If you want to raise blacksmithing right now in Anyway, what I'm trying to say, yeah, this is the way to level blacksmithing. It's super easy to do. Sorry, somebody wants to buy that robe, and I'm like, I just don't want to. I don't want to go back and forth with offer, counter offer, offer, counter offer. I just don't. I don't like doing all that stuff. Like, clearly, I don't need that much money. Like, I've got 50 gold right now, and you know, I don't really need the money. All right, one more skill point, and this should pop up on my. There it is. Boom. All right. So now we can do rigid stones. So we just need to get 181. You could just name the price. I could name a price. I just don't like to do it. I don't like to go back and forth about stuff like that. You know, if somebody makes me an offer that I really like, I you know, I might take it. But I generally don't sell stuff for that reason. I'm not an auctioneer. I'm more curious what people will pay for it and then kind of go from there. How much is the robe worth? Who knows? Who knows? Yeah, you hate haggling too? Yeah, I don't like it's not an enjoyable gameplay for me. I'm the one who want to buy it? Yeah, I realize. Yeah, same exact name, so I didn't think that you had a different name in game versus on Twitch. But yeah, I got it. I mean, if you have you know, an offer that you want to give, and you know, I'll look at it, I'll consider it. But that's kind of where I'm at with it. Like, I don't necessarily care if I sell it or not. So yeah, 3 silver. There you go. That's a good offer. I'll take it. No. Now there's only like a couple of those on the server. A couple of those robes. A lot of people don't even know about it yet. It is not easy to get to. Not an easy mob to fight. So, yeah. All right, we need more rigid stones here. Rigid. Let's go with another one, another stack. Can you show your two-handed weapon? Yeah, I can show it to you again. It's right here. Have they set a specific date for open beta next month? There's going to be, not next month, there's going to be an open beta at the end of this month. Last weekend of this month. We're at 190 blacksmithing. Blacksmithing is so stinking easy to raise, man. It is so stinking easy. So last night was at my Spellblade vendor, then got ported to the zone line by Westgate. So that was fun. Did you fall through the world? That'll happen sometimes. That happens. Are the GMs messing with me, or was I desynced? You probably fell through the world or something, yeah, desynced you. I doubt the GMs are messing with you, but it's possible. It's possible. They generally try not to do that, right? They generally try not to mess with people. Are these... Those are weighty stones. So we're going to be able to put rigid stones on our stuff. If we can get rid of these weighty stones, because we're making rigid stones today. That's the next tier, baby. I like it. Is there a way to get a beta key today? We're in the middle of a blizzard, and a great time to play. Get one today? Like, guaranteed? No, there's no guaranteed way. If one of the devs streams, they might do a giveaway. But that's a big if and a big might. All right, we're going to take this all the way. What's the next thing after Rigid Stone? Is there one after Rigid? I don't think there is. I love camping the West Bank. I got some good noob loot so far. People seem to be dropping whatever. They do drop stuff, yeah. Yeah, you can find that for sure. All right, we're going to take... I think we're going to take this as high as we can go today with the blacksmithing. Burrow coming in with the sub. 78 months. My goodness. My goodness. Any chance to sell your two-hander? Not right now, because it's the only way that I level up my bludgeoning. Every level I have to increase my bludgeoning. What is it at right now? Yeah, yeah. See, it's down by 5 right now, so I use it to level up my bludgeoning every time I level up. Weighty, not weighty. Rigid. Let's do 5. 5 should be enough to get me to, hopefully. Hopefully that'll get it to green. We'll see. Yeah, I'm trying to get another... I want to get a one-handed blunt weapon that I could swap out. There's one that I want in particular that I'm going to try to go camp at some point soon. But it's slightly higher level than what I'm at right now. Rigid sharpening stones. It starts to slow down quite a bit at this level, man. There it goes. Light blue. We're almost there. We're almost there. What's this going to go to? 225? Or is it going to go up to 230 before it turns green? 224. 225. Must go to 230. Maybe, it could go to like 227, I guess. Oh, nope. Man, we're going to get all the way to 230. I'll take it. I'll have you know, I was kind enough to watch the full ad before subbing. Aww. I appreciate you watching the ad. There it goes. 230. All right, so 230 is where you get to rigid. We're just going to sell the rest of these, I guess. Sell those back. Sell those back. Look at all these sharpening stones. I guess we'll just delete these. I don't need to have... I don't need to have like 800 sharpening stones. These last for an hour each. We'll do two sets of sharpening stones. That's going to be enough. Let's put the walking stick back up here, or the measuring stick. Okay. Let's go back this way. Surely they nerf how easy it is to level blacksmith before EA. Surely they will nerf that. Yes. Surely they will nerf that. Please, devs. You have to nerf that. It is way too easy. I mean, I can get up to 230 just by spending a few gold.
Yeah.
You know, like, come on. Come on.
Yeah.
It's almost that easy. Let's see if this guy... Killarity. Nope, he's not. Who's the... There's gotta be Sal somewhere around here. Somebody's gotta have Speed of the Wild. Somebody. Hey, it's Rampage person. Let's give him 5 silver. I don't know what level this guy is. There you go. 5 silver tip. Wait, did he just give it back? Who is that? Level 12 druid. Let's go here. Bone chips 3. Boink. Yoink. I'll take them. Wait, did I even need to level up my alchemy anymore? What's my alchemy? 48. So yeah, we need to level it up a little bit more. Oh, was LeBron James in your game? LeBron James? No, he's not in my game. In this game? He'd be too tall. We only have shorties in this game. A skeleton? Oh, there was a skeleton in the game? Oh, I didn't see him. I missed him. I missed it. Let's see. Limestone, 2 silver a stack. I need bone chips. Need some bone chips. Chippity chippity of the bones. It's actually not hard to level any of the trade skills, in fact, in this game right now. There's some kind of shortcuts. That's another reason I haven't made a video on leveling up some of these things, because I expect them to be nerfed. I really do expect a lot of this to be nerfed. Like, I know I talk about nerfs a lot, and people get on to me for it, and they're like, yeah, oh my gosh, stop nerfing the game. You're making it too hard, blah, blah, blah. I get that. There's more bone chips. Boink. I mean, I get it, but come on, guys. Like, do you want to finish the game in a couple days? I don't. There's no bone chips in here. There's bat fur. We can't break down bat fur, though, can we? I need, like, pelts. People are not selling all their pelts. I don't know if you can sell pelts to this guy, though. Let's see. What else can we do here? Mortar and pestle. Let's do that real quick, like. Bone ash for yoink. I like that bone chips actually have a use, though. A lot of people buying bone chips. We need to do 4 of those. 4 of those and 4 of those. Let's do it. Let's go see if we can get to 50. Well, while we're over there, let's see what we can make with our current... with our current stuff here. So this. What kind of potions we can make. Because I think we could make a few potions. I should probably use blacksmithing and just make like a little pot thing, whatever. Okay, what can we make? We can make this Serum of Dexterity. These are all green, though. What can we make at higher level? Well, we can make 2 flux. So let's see. Make 1, 2. Oh, my goodness. Got to 49. All right, what else can we make here? Shroud Potion, Dexterity. We can make the Wisdom if we had those. Serum of Agility, Charisma. Ooh, Strength. We can do the Strength Potion with Iron Root, Nomad's Grace. Let's do that. So we're going to get the Annealed Vial. Not by you. Not you. Let's just buy, like... 3. One, 2, 3. And we're out of Iron Root. All right, we can get more Iron Root. That's easy enough. Easy peasy. Click on the Throne and Liberty stream while pooping. What? You clicked on a Throne and Liberty stream. What's the stats on the robe? Right there. Pretty dang good, if I say so myself. This is going to be like one of those robes that every spellcaster is going to probably want or be able to get. It's not crazy hard to get, but it's not easy to get. It's not trivial. Looks like 5 to 10 gold. Probably, yeah. Probably. Probably. I have 1. How much are you paying for? What the heck is this guy want me to? He has 1 bone chip. I don't understand. All right, we're just gonna put this robe right back in the bank. Ooh, we got the iron hide girdle as well right now. I got some decent tank stuff. Look at that. Moonveil Bracer, Ironhide Girdle. Just extra of those. I should just go give those to tanks in town. I got 4 of those Moonveil Bracers. Oh, Hoku, you need the girdle? Can you use the girdle? Oh yeah, you're a Beastmaster, aren't you? You can have it, Hoku. Where are you at? I got you. I got you, Hoku. I didn't realize you needed it. Grab it later? Yeah. That's fine. Grab it whenever, man. I'll I'll put it on my inventory. So just come grab it wherever I'm at. I'll hold it for you. Let's see. What do we do on these? 1 gold? What do you think? Moonveil Bracer, 1 gold? Oops. I didn't put the G part in there. I don't know. I'll do 1 gold for it. I don't care. I've got 4 of them. I don't need them. Mostly I want to get them out of my inventory. Yeah, the girdle, though, is kind of rare. It's the rare drop. So I'm just going to give that to Hoku. He's asking for it. He's given me lots of stuff in the past, so we'll share. What else do I need to do here? Hoku, do you need this too? Oh, you can't use the back. You can't use the back piece, I don't think. Or no, you're whatchamacallit. Let's see if we can auction that. We'll just do I don't know on that. Back piece, like not a lot of people are gonna want this though, because they're gonna want the haste item, but it's not really that great. Mask and belt for empty slots is what you need, Hoku? Okay. Those are hard to come by for you. Those can be hard to come by for sure. I'll keep an eye out. You're leather though, right? Leather. I'll keep an eye out. I don't think we have a whole lot of leather just sitting around. All right, nobody's biting on these items, so we're just gonna put them in the bank for now. And then we're gonna put that in the bank. Why is this not stacking? We gotta organize here, man. Organize. All right, that's that. Everything's looking good. All right, let's get out of here. Oh, I didn't put the arcane powder in. I had extra arcane powder. Let's put that in the bank. Two bracers? Sure. People probably hear me on my stream like, he's liquidating. Offer him something smaller. Auction stream, get a bunch of rare items. Yeah. I mean, I could definitely do that. West Bank? Okay, we'll go to West Bank. Yeah, I could definitely do that. Once we get higher level, like on early access and stuff, I might actually do that. Just get like a ton of items and have like an auction stream. That would be fun, actually. That'd be a lot of fun. I might do that. I might actually do that. Probably not during the beta, but probably during early access. You know? Like sit in town. Be like, you know, maybe I can hire an auctioneer. That'd be fun. What is needed to enchant metal bars and how do you get them? To enchant metal bars, you have to get dust. You have to get magical dust. So it starts out with like enchanted dust, then magic dust, and then like arcane dust or something. I don't remember. And then I think it goes up to like a different type of dust. But you have to get the magical dust. I haven't started working on enchanting yet, but I have a friend of mine who has very high enchanting already. So I just kind of use his. Stuff you're selling again? I was listening, but couldn't watch the stream. Thank you, sir. Only there's a chance, but you can also make them an enchanting table. Yeah. Enchanters can spell it, yeah, or can cast the spell. So they can make it without wasting dust, basically. I think we found a buyer for these things. Let's see. Getting stuff out of my inventory. Yeah. Ah. Thanks for the info. Do you just get dust from disenchanting magical items? That's one way to do it, yes. Oh, wait. Which guy is this? Let me see. Oh, for the two... Okay, hang on. He wants... I'm so confused. Oh, that was that guy. Okay. Get so much stuff going on here. I don't know. All right, we sold the stuff. Everything's gone for now, except for the robe, which robe is worth a lot. It's worth a good bit. But you know, I don't know what I'm gonna do with that robe yet. How do you? So this is the dust right here that I'm talking about, by the way. So this is the arcane dust. All this right here. This is like tier 3. But yeah, you get dust from like any item that says like this right here, magic on it. That's got a magic tag. I can't say any item, but items with magic tags can be broken down. They're supposed to all be that way. But they are not. And then you can also get items from harvesting. So if you harvest herbs, or if you harvest rocks, you'll get like magic frond or crystallized rocks and things like that. Those can also be broken down for magic stuff. Let's see. Warrior pelts, large bat fur. There's no pelts. People are using up all the pelts, which I guess is a good thing. Pelts, 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 large bat. I think pelts give too much. They give too many scraps, I feel like. They give a lot. How important is binding in this game? Is it like EQ? Binding is pretty important. Otherwise, you're going to be on the other side of the world when you die somewhere. And you don't want to be on the other side of the world. Trust me. That happened to me last night. I was XPing a little bit last night with a group, and I am bound in Vale of Zintar, and I died in Shallow Shoals. That was quite the run back. Let's see, where are we going? Let me jump on Discord here. Hang on a second. Hopefully nothing important pops up when I open up Discord. What the heck is happening? Open Discord. Why is Discord not opening? Discord. Discord. The heck is going on here? There we go. There we go. Easter's on. Just don't die? Yeah, easier said than done. Hello. Yeah, the guards will be. We can do those for a little bit. Yeah. I'll come over there. Yeah. Yeah, I'm down with that. Yeah. I don't know what the intention is. I think... I mean, right now, it's clearly easier to do yellow. Or it's better to do yellow. But I think they're going to try to make it more difficult to stop us from doing that. Well, I mean, if they make it too hard, it won't be worth it. But yeah, Nick was saying that they do want to increase the difficulty and increase the TTK. So, yeah. Yeah, it'll solve a lot of that. So, like, that's kind of where we're at right now. We have to wait to see what they do with it. But he did say that they are looking at the difficulty, and the TTK is a little bit too fast. Yeah. It's the last I heard. Yeah. Yeah, it's not hard to do. Gam was doing it yesterday. He said he did a couple of them. He said it's a pain in the butt for him to do, but he tried it to see if he could, and it's doable. It's definitely doable. Stall for rent. These are going to be pretty cool stalls right here. Like, these won't be too bad. The West Bank stalls are going to be the best, though. Like, I hope they incentivize having stalls in different sides of town. There we go. So we're just going to hang out over here for now, I think, and kill some guards while we wait for people to get on. You know, our tried and true way of doing things. I've got 40 wood for right now. I didn't get around to getting more yet this morning. I've been doing a bunch of other stuff, cleaning out my inventory and stuff. Let's see. Let's use these. Plus this. Put the girdle here. Boom. Hey, what's going on, Devin? How are you, bud? Welcome back. Welcome back. Glad to have you here. Fletching kit. Ooh, I need to make arrows. I'm going to have less now because I need to make arrows. So we're going to make... Before I forget, we're going to make arrows. That'll last me for a couple days. All right. That'll last me a bit. Now, you ready? Yeah, it's all good. You hit 40 last night? Having a blast? Hope you're having fun? Oh, I'm always having fun with this game. Even when I'm complaining, you know, or bothered by something, I'm still having fun. Today. Man, the Reddit is just going crazy. All right. By the way, last night, for those that were like, Criddle never groups with anybody. Somebody brought it up yesterday that like I don't group with a lot of people in pugs and stuff. There's reasons that I do it. I kind of gave those reasons yesterday. But I did get into a pug last night for a little bit. Very, very short amount. Like, well, actually a couple hours. I was hanging out with some people. Ended up dying in the process. But, you know, I wanted to try the pug life out a little bit as well. So I do that. But I try, you know, my thing is friends first, right? I try to group with my friends as much as I can. You don't have to justify not pugging. People want to say, yeah. Well, I mean, I wasn't justifying it. I just kind of explained to people why I don't. You know, it's not really a justification. It's just this is why I don't do it. It's more of a fair thing, right? Just like being fair to people. That's really what it is. Why do I group with one person and not another person from chat? You know, that kind of thing. But I'll be doing it a lot. Where do you farm that cleaver? You have a guildie with it? We're going to be getting the cleaver here in just a minute. Yeah. Oh, shoot. The cleaver comes from here. That's going to be the big pull. Can I buy one if it drops? Yeah. Sure. I mean, it drops. It drops a lot. Not to bring the value of the cleaver down or anything. But it's a 100% drop rate. every 5 minutes. Like, it's pretty common. You do have to fight to it, though. Don't ruin the market. I know, right? Dude, this game is, a lot of this game is all about knowledge. So much knowledge. Let's see. Ooh, named up. What's the highest level? Like 55 or something. I don't know. There's a druid that was 55 recently. But he basically, I'm pretty sure, soloed most of that all the way to 55 and then didn't have anybody to group with. And then they nerfed Charm. Well, they didn't nerf Charm, but they made Charming less good. And basically since then, the guy's been 55 for a while. They're definitely trying to get to the route of grouping is the best way to do things. Being part of a group is the best way to do things. But I still, like right now, it's still best to solo if you can. If you can. Druid I was watching earlier was 54, charm killing one, and then kiting another with dots at all times. Yeah, yeah. So fighting 3 at one time, pretty much, if you count the charm. Exactly. That's the issue, right? They're using charm and they have the ability to kite. Yeah, your mana's easy at this point. Next level would be even better, right? Don't you get a new one? Oh, okay. But yeah, like, it's just certain things are just too easy in the game. They've got to increase the difficulty. Like, there's groups that are out there without tanks. You know, they're able to just sit there and DPS everything down. They don't need a tank. Which, yeah, you know, should things require a tank? Not necessarily, but it should make it a lot easier. And it just doesn't right now. It just doesn't. Hey, look at that. We got another Moonveil Bracer. Just sold those. Yeah, I just sold a few of them. I sold 4 of them that I had in my bank. Does anybody want to bring wood? I'll buy wood from somebody if you bring it to me. Wasn't Druid like that in EQ? Druid and EQ couldn't charm that I know of. Maybe it could. But it was a good quad kiter. But yeah, it wasn't like the best soloer in the game. Right now, this Druid is soloing a lot. Well, yeah. Yeah, that's that whole conversation. I was going to say something, I just haven't gotten in there yet. But I agree. We shouldn't have to, you know, prove that something is bad. A lot of it is based on feels, and it should, like, feels should be a legit thing. If it feels bad, it shouldn't be in the game. I don't know, maybe. If you want to buy the cleaver, here's the cleaver right here. The pale cook. I was going to bug report about the druids. Their dot lines supposed to stack, like insect swarm and locust swarm. Only one of their dot lines, I believe, stack. The other ones don't. As a healer main, I disagree with that. I've been in groups with no tanks or ranger or monk as a tank. Having a real tank makes a significant difference. Yeah, it does make a significant difference, but that's the thing, is you don't have to have it. I feel like you should have to have a tank. You know, like, you want me to grab that? Okay. Whoops. Oh, pet. Ah, crap, it's on the guard. I tabbed over. That was my fault. Oh, now they're all over here. Shoot. Yeah, that was on me. Let me run this one off. Oopsie daisies. I messed up. I messed up some stuff. He's advocating for all tank everywhere. Yeah, I'm just saying that, like, I think that, you know, tanks are losing. I don't know. It's tough. It's a tough situation because there's, generally speaking, at higher levels, not enough tanks to go around for the number of groups that there are. But at the same time, you know, the game is too easy to where tanks aren't really necessary. So it kind of, you know, they get put out of a job. So, I don't know. It's a tough situation, right? It's a tough situation. What level's the cook? Like 40 something? 40, 41, 42, something like that. Druid could charm beast and EQ, but animals were not as common at higher levels. There you go, Haas. Yeah, that's probably the thing. I don't know how tanks are losing spot for what I've seen. There just aren't enough tanks. Yeah, that's the thing, is there's not enough tanks in the game. I would agree with that. There's not enough tanks. Or love, well, I don't know. There are enough tanks, as in there's 4 classes that can tank, right? There are enough tanks. There's not enough people playing a tank. And that the issue with that, to me, is the demand of playing a tank and the difficulty of playing a tank. Tanks cannot solo. They just can't. Like, the Shadow Knight can kind of solo. Paladin can solo very slowly. Inquisitor and Fighter can barely solo at all. So you have fewer people playing tanks and leveling up to these higher levels. They require a group for the most part. And then when they can't find a group, they get discouraged and they quit the game. Or you have like bad tanks that just stop getting groups. People demand a lot of the tanks so that they, you know, all of that kind of stuff kind of comes in. And then we run into a problem where we just don't have tanks at higher levels. And it's an issue. But I think, you know, I don't know. I don't know if it's a game issue or if it's a player issue. I don't know what it is, to be honest. But it is an issue. Open up my window here. Hang on 1 second. Yeah, this seems kind of dumb. Like, that's very low stats. Can it show the cleaver? Yeah. That's the cleaver. Minus the sharpening stone, but that's the cleaver. It's a really good weapon for this level. Really, really good. I use this on the alpha on my character all the way up to like level 50 something before I got an upgrade. Like 55 or 56 or something. I was pretty high 50s before I upgraded this. Character creation, can you choose Ultravision? Is it worth it, or can you use screen settings? That's a debatable topic, Big Daddy, but yes, you can adjust your screen settings. I'll show you right here. Go into graphics, and then you can just turn your gamma up and down, and you can see the difference. The game looks a lot better with the gamma all the way down. Like, it just, everything looks better. But at night, I turn my gamma up because I don't have infravision or ultravision. Also, I have a window literally right here, like right next to me. And in that window, like, you know, with the sun coming in at night, it makes it very difficult to see. So there's a lot of reasons that people should use the gamma thing. But infravision and ultravision do definitely help out. Okay. Does infravision come out at an XP cost? No, no. There's no XP cost for like the different races and things. None of that stuff is. How much for the cleaver? Can bring wood. Yeah, if you want to bring me a bunch of stacks of wood, I'll give you a cleaver. IQ. I don't know. Just bring me several stacks, and I'll give you a cleaver. We always need wood in this group, and none of us want to go get it. We're all pretty lazy. I mean, it's not hard to get. It's just, you know, takes a minute to go do. Ah, he got his spell off. He nuked it. What's this area called? This would be the Pale Tower, specifically Pale Tower Bridge. So if you're like looking for group or something and somebody says Pale Tower Bridge, that would be this right here. So the Pale Tower is this tower right here behind me. And then this is the bridge that leads to it. Most people camp here because it's safe with the guards behind it. Here, I'm going to give you this cleaver. A guy's going to come here in a minute and give you a bunch of wood for it. Just in case I'm running inside or something. Can you do... You have one? Okay. Alright, yeah, trade the cleaver to Esar. He'll give you some wood for it. Or Gith right here. He'll give you a cleaver for the wood. Is this area Night Harbor? Yes, it is part of Night Harbor. So Night Harbor is right here. Right over this way. There's your big giant dome thing. This is that's the teleporter right here to the North Gate. This is the bins over here. Just cutting up some wood. I'll be a bit. Yeah, you're good. Yeah, just Gith will have one for you. This is a really good spot. This spot has blown up recently. A lot of people were doing it. You could start doing this with a full group around level 40-ish. Like 40, 41, 42, you know, something around there. You could start doing this spot with a full group. But now that we're higher level, Esar and I just do this, or Gith and I just do this in the mornings. While we wait for other people to get on, because it's easy. It's right here in town, you know. Will mobs never have levels? They do have levels. They currently have levels. But you have to con them. So when you hit C on your keyboard, it'll consider the mob or con them. And it'll tell you if they're above your level, below your level, or equal to your level. They just don't have, like, a level number next to them. Oh, they're doing yard work outside, so I apologize if you can hear the weed eater, the weed whacker. I've been lobbying for all the classic WoW quality of life. Yeesh. It's gonna be tough getting the quality of life WoW quality of life. That's gonna be tough. People just don't want that in this game. I would like some quality of life improvements. You know, there's a few that I think need to happen as well. But there's a line there, and that line is different for different people. Just quest guides, honestly. Yeah, that's going to be a tough sell. That's going to be a tough sell. Your mic is good. Couldn't even hear the power washers the other day. Nice. I'm glad. I try to adjust my mic and make it work so it doesn't pick up all the garbage in the background, but then I have people tell me... Hang on a second. Who said that? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and Duo XP is able to keep up with the group. Yeah. I mean, he's kind of advocating for group XP, I think. Like, and that's what we should be advocating for. Duo XP should not be able to keep up or be better than group XP. It shouldn't. That's how he leveled so well. Is like he was in a static of 6 XPing during the day or whenever they had people available, and then he would also duo, and you know he was leveling extremely fast. Kind of like what we're doing now. Like in the beginning, we didn't do this, but me and you started to do this, which has helped us, you know, catch up. Imperfect diamond. All right. Is the world well populated? Are you able to log on and grind at any level? You can grind all the way from 1 to 60, yes. Now, is it well populated? That's a different question. There are some gaps in there which make it a little bit difficult. If you have multiple groups that are looking for an area at the same level, certain areas are difficult. Like I wouldn't say around level 30, there's not a whole lot of stuff that you can do. The problem is there's XP spots for pretty much every level range in multiple groups. However, there's only a few good XP spots that have XP with money and items that drop in them, which is kind of part of the issue, right? Like you want to be able to gain some money, XP, and hopefully have a rare, at least one rare named at the same time. Would be, I think, the preference of most groups. What level you feel is halfway to 60? Level 50, I would say. The amount of time you put in to get from level 1 to 50 is going to be about equal from 50 to 60. It takes a long time to get from 50 to 60. And people were able to get to 50 in about 2 weeks, but that's playing a lot, right? That's playing a ton in those 2 weeks. You're looking at about, let's see, 200-ish hours to get from 1 to 50, maybe give or take, you know. I would say around 200 hours to get to level 50 right now, as it currently stands. And then probably another 200-ish hours to get to level 60. It slows down a lot. A lot. And it becomes way more difficult. The 50 plus content in this game is where the difficulty should be earlier. For me anyway. It's just, that's actually good content. You know, it's very good content, which is nice that the high-end content is that difficult. Because that's where majority people are going to spend the majority of their time is in that level range. Do you know about in-game raiding? I do, yeah. I know a lot about it. I was able to do some of it. We can't talk about specifics on in-game raiding, but the game does have raids in it. Those raids range from 2 to 4 groups. There's really good gear off of those. Difficulty-wise, they're not... Some of them are difficult, some of them are not so difficult. I would say there's 2 that are currently that are difficult and require some coordination. And then the other 2 or 3, not so much. Not so much. They really need to look at those raids and fix them. I know that Nick has been talking about it recently. Sean is aware as well, and they want to make some changes. They really need to make some changes. Because there's just kind of some bad stuff going on with it, you know. But I'm hoping, I'm confident in their team that they can get there. There are 40 people or only like 20, 25 people raids. Right now, the raids are anywhere from 2 groups, which is 12 players, up to about 4 groups, I would say, is about the maximum that you really need. Of course, you can throw as many people as you want at the raid and make it trivialize it, right? That's another issue that I think that they need to look at is it's like old school EverQuest 1 style where you could literally Zerg a raid. You got 100 people and you just throw 100 people at a raid and you blast it down. Easy peasy, right? Super easy. I'm going to get rested real quick. I believe Nick said he wanted to slow it down a bit. They do want to slow it down a bit. Yeah. And their instance, no instance raids, none of that kind of stuff. There's zero instancing in this game. They're doing everything they can to avoid instancing. I'm gonna grab a drink real quick while we do this. Give me 1 second. I'm just gonna grab a drink out of the fridge. All right. Sorry about that. Would you love to see plane raids? I would love to, yeah. I want to see people being able to like key for a raid where you have to like do a quest, get a key, be able to go into the zone. I would like to see things like that. I think there's going to be things like that. There's actually a tower. You can't see it from here, but there's like a castle, a literal floating castle in Vale of Zintar that you can't just walk up to. I'm guessing that there's probably going to be some sort of key or some sort of quest line that you have to do to get into that. Attunements, yeah, like flags basically, where you have to flag your character for a raid. I'm hoping that we do have stuff like that, and I hope it's difficult. I hope it's difficult to do, and not everyone can get flagged for it. You know, we'll see. We'll see. There's gonna be a couple this pool. But I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen with that particular castle. Hey, One Morning Coffee. What's up, dude? Coffee is one of the higher level players on the server. He's 51, 52. Well, what'd you get to, Coffee? He's a necromancer. Mostly been soloing, but doing some other stuff. Yeah, Hoku. I agree. Yeah, Vexthal, VP key style would be great. That would be what I would like to see. Yeah. But, you know, we'll see what happens with that. I don't know what their plan is right now. Like, I don't know if I want a Sleeper's Tomb style key. I don't know. We'll have to see what they do with it. But I would like to see, you know, keying for raids. Right now, there are kind of keys in the game. So, like, if you're trying to get into the cemetery inside of... It's really dumb. If you're, you know, like getting into the cemetery inside town, inside Night Harbor here, you have to actually go and get a key, do a quest to get a key to be able to unlock the door into the cemetery. And those kind of keys are okay, you know, because only one person needs it. You can open the door and as many people that want to go in can go in. But I would like to see flags for your actual account. So we'll have to see what they do with it. Got a raid and run off to the dock. Yeah, take care, Morning Coffee. Have a good one. Appreciate the raid. Very much appreciated. He's probably gone. He had to go to an appointment. He got to 51. Nice. Good job, man. Yeah, he's been mostly soloing, I believe. All right, we got it. Like necromancers are very good soloer named. They're probably overall minus charm. They're probably the best soloer in the game. And Coffee's been definitely doing a great job of that. What do you think of MMO Rise of Agon? I don't know what that one is. I haven't seen it yet. My opinion only, but I would like MMOs to get away from all raids. I feel stuff like classic raids could be adjusted for single group. Make it like an epic tabletop D&D campaign for a single group. I mean, I understand that, Arthur, but I don't know. I don't want to see that. I like the coordination of the large raids. I like the coordination of the large raids, and I don't know. I get that some people want to have single group content, but the thing is, if you put single group content in the game, a lot of people will just blast through it very, very quickly. I think that the raids add a different dynamic to it. You know, making guilds actually something that people want to be part of. Whereas if you make it single group content, guilds kind of go out. A lot of the socializing comes from being able to join a raid. So if you think about it this way, if you solo all the time and you just tick everybody off on the server, you're not going to be able to find a group, right? And then if you can't find a group, you're not going to really be able to get XP at the higher levels, and things become more difficult. You're not going to be able to find items. That kind of stuff starts to happen. Same thing can happen for raids, but to a greater extent. If you start ticking off all the guilds on the server, you know, you're not going to be able to get into raids. You're not going to be able to do some of that high-end content. So I like that hierarchy of, you know, solo versus group versus raid. But that's me, you know, like I look at it differently. And everybody has their preferences. I definitely want to have, and I want to see a lot of group content. I think that, you know, the majority of the game should be group content. And it is, technically. Another bracer. So, yeah. Do Necros get Charm Undead? They do. And that is... Charm Undead is a great way for them to level. That's probably the fastest way that they're going to level. I don't know how much Coffee's using Charm versus just using his pets. But you can Charm kill mobs. You can Charm kill mobs, and you can Fear Kite mobs. The Necromancer pets that they summon are not very good tanks. They will die very, very, very easily as a tank. But they do pretty decent DPS. So, you know, that's basically how those work. I like VP style keys. ST, more just time locked gatekeeping. Yeah, the VP keys, I think they did a pretty good job on. You know, I'll take any type of keying, honestly. But yeah, I really hope cheats don't ever exist in this game, and we have to rely on trackers. Oh shoot. I'll talk about that quite a bit here in a second. Alt stash at locations, classic EverQuest with rampant show EQ. So, as far as cheats are concerned, the devs take that very seriously. Specifically, one dev takes it very seriously. Some might even say too seriously. You know, it's a fine line between taking things too seriously and not seriously enough. But these devs take cheating extremely seriously. Okay. If you see somebody doing something that looks like they're cheating, just report them and move on. Let the devs handle it. They have ways of tracking various types of cheats. They have already caught various types of cheaters in the game. There is or was a map hack that allowed people to have a mini map shown on their screen. That's already supposedly been caught and fixed. I personally feel like it's going to be an uphill battle for the devs to be able to fight this stuff. I applaud them for trying to fight it, and I hope that they can continue to fight it. But I think that map hack has already been tweaked and is back in the game. But then the devs maybe have found it again. I don't know. They're going back and forth on it. But it's absolutely going to be an issue. People are going to find it. They're going to abuse it. And, you know, it's going to be up to the devs to deal with it. I just hope that it doesn't ruin the game before the devs can handle it, you know. But I also, at that same token, I have a different spin on it as well. I think that the game needs accessibility features, and that includes macros with mouse and keyboard macros to make it easier for certain people to play the game, to make it less tedious to play the game. That's kind of those quality of life features that some people want, some people don't want. So I kind of advocate for some sort of macroing, but not extensive macroing. Not having like a delay in your actions, I don't like that kind of stuff. So that's where the devs are going to be, and then the community is going to be, and they're going to have to find out where they want to be in the middle. Right now, the devs are 0 macroing, 0 mouse keyboard macros, 0 auto hotkey, any type of third-party software. Do not use it. If you do use it, most likely right now in the beta, they're going to say, hey, we see that you're doing this, whatever you're doing. Stop doing it. Whatever it is that you're doing, stop doing it. If you continue to do it, we're going to take action on your account. That's the dev stance on it. I personally feel like they're kind of going a little too far with it, but other people would say that they're not going far enough. So it depends on your take. Right now, I would say don't use anything. Just don't use anything. Those third-party software, though, it's gonna be tough, man. It's gonna be tough. There's some very intelligent people out there that know how to get through, navigate through the game software to do stuff. So. Raid content is completely inevitable in a game to be successful. I don't think it's inevitable, but I do think that for the long term of the game, it is needed. Like I don't think that I don't know. The game could be great without having that, but they would have to build the game a little differently. They need to address the risk of griefing if there's no instancing. They are doing that as well. There's a play nice policy. You can go to their website, check out their play nice policy on the community board thing, and read that. Absolutely read that. Coffee charms, kills one mob, dispels pet, kills pet, repeat. It's OP. Yeah, Stearns. So I'm glad that Coffee is showing that, and I'm glad that he's doing it, because Charm is still, to this day, even with the nerfs to Charm, is still the best way to level. It is still a problem. Coffee is even showing it on his stream. So, guys, like, I don't know what to say. People can argue with me all day they want on it. It's still too strong. I personally think that Nick is not swinging that nerf bat enough. Like, he's nerfed it a little bit, but it's just not enough. Huh? Yeah, it's probably right. Is that you, Robin Wood? Let me ask him. Is that who you, is that you? That's fine. Yeah, that's him. Thank you so much for the wood. Appreciate it. He just wanted to double check, make sure that was you. Somebody else wasn't sneaking in and getting your stuff. The key to griefing is being a monk. That trains your group. Yeah, Gith will probably end up playing a monk. We'll have to see what happens in early access, but he's most likely going to play a monk. Don't mess with Gith. Nah, he won't train you on purpose, but if you start being a jerk, good luck. Good luck. Have you seen any of the deep models at all? I have seen the deep models, yeah. So Zukin and ZBrush are often kind of doing a co-stream together. They're two of the artists that stream a lot in this game. And they show off a lot of those models. They look really good. Uncontrolled cheating ruins online games. It absolutely does. And it's, like I said, it's going to be very difficult for them to police it, but I do encourage them to police it as much as they can. In the alpha, I'll fully admit, like I've talked about it many times, I tested out things like auto hotkey. I tested out using macros. They're all super easy to use, right? They're super easy to set up, super easy to use. Pretty much anyone can do it. I don't know exactly what their tooling software does, but it does catch it. It does catch it, so. Yeah, it's dumb. I just, we just got to keep letting them know. Well, no, that's the thing. The community wants proof. Don't worry about the community. Just got to let the devs know. Like the people in the community are gonna complain about everything. They're gonna fight back tooth and nail. Counter-Strike's been fighting cheaters for decades. Yeah, and you gotta every update you gotta do stuff. You gotta go back and forth. It's, you know, cheating is gonna be rampant in every game, and the devs literally gonna have an uphill battle. That's like all there is to it. I think they know that, but you know. Where's my charm command? I didn't make one. Not enough risk and charm. I don't think you should be able to solo with charm pets. I mean, I don't have a problem with soloing with charm pets, but yeah, it's just too strong. I'd be perfectly happy if charm was completely removed. My life would be improved. Yeah, I mean, I don't want it removed. I don't want charm removed from the game. I just don't want it to be the spell to cast, right? If you are playing a charm class, you are expected to charm because it is that good. That's kind of part of the problem. Oh my gosh. Hang on, my game glitched out. More charm? Yeah. People bring up charm, you know. I don't necessarily want to talk about it. But it is still a hot topic. It's a very hot topic. Couldn't they just increase the mana cost of charm for non-enchanters? I mean, they can increase it for everybody, but enchanter is a bigger culprit than non-enchanters. Like they're a bigger issue altogether. So, anyway. The only thing they really need to do is break chance and cast time. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, though. If they increase break chance too much, then it basically becomes tedious and unfun gameplay. And I am an advocate for fun. Like, charm is a fun spell to use. It's super fun to use, and I want people to be able to charm and utilize it. But it's how much, you know? How much should you be able to utilize it? How effective is it? Personally, I think it's worth continuing to talk about charm until the full statement stance said by Nick, the devs, so that... Yes, I agree, Todd. Yeah, because right now we don't have a definitive statement from the devs, specifically Nick, right? I think that we need a definitive stance from Nick. Now, what I have from Nick, what I've heard from Nick, and his definitive stance is they want it to be high risk, high reward. That's the idea. They don't want to nerf charm so that it is not a useful ability. The problem is right now that it's not high enough risk for the reward that you're getting. So that is the only stance that I have heard that I know of, and only thing that I can really say when it comes to that. You know, I hope they continue to tweak it, and eventually we'll get to where we need to be with it. Eventually, it'll take a while, but we'll get there. It just might take some time. Shouldn't be able to meditate with charm up. Requires concentration. I mean, that's another way to do it. Yeah. That would be a way. That would definitely mitigate it quite a bit. You're right. There would still be expectation to charm. It'd be more tedious to deal with. Yeah. And I know friends of mine that charm. So we've got a necromancer in my group. We got a bard in my group. We had an enchanters over on the alpha server. You know, and they charmed, but my friends are now starting to say, hey, it's becoming more tedious to charm. And that's kind of annoying. They don't really, you know, enjoy doing it, but it is still clearly the best way to XP. So that's the problem with it, is when you have a clear bonus that you're getting for it, that tedium is not really a big deal, you know? It's not as big of a deal. But, I mean, look at my gameplay. I literally sit here and push the same button over and over and over and over and over and over and over. Like, that's literally all I do, is push one button over and over and over. It's tedious gameplay. Very tedious gameplay. Do they need to fix that? Probably. I would say yes. You know, but it's just they're different play styles for different people. I've never seen an enchanter in a group setting taking more than maybe 1/3 of their health bar, damaging before recovering. It's certainly not dangerous. Yeah, it's not dangerous at all. I think they're on there. And for a necromancer, it's even less dangerous because they have bubble, they have feigned death, they have ways to heal themselves. You know, it's just a joke. Honestly, it's literally a joke. Like, people that say that there's risk versus reward are, like, wrong. They're just wrong. There's not enough risk for it. Druid as a snare charm pet, very safe. Yeah, you can snare your charm pet, super safe. I think they're on the right path, having more charisma. Yeah, that's another thing that they're doing. They're looking at charisma, making charisma be required to charm mobs rather than, you know, right? Like they've said, I don't know how many times, that charisma is supposed to affect charm, but none of these patches so far I have seen anyone where like, hey, I need to have more charisma. I haven't seen that happen once. And they have supposedly patched it like 3, 4, 5 times. Just not seeing it. I'm just not seeing it in the game. So they're either not doing it enough, or it's completely broken. Like it doesn't work the way that they intend it to. Charm should get a nerf to the mob to be balanced enough to be visible. Maybe, yeah. That's another option, Nova. They're trying to not do that. That's the direction that Nick doesn't want to go, is making the mob weaker in combat when it's charmed. And that mower is literally right outside my window. Holy moly, that's so loud. But yeah, they don't want to go the route of making the charmed mob weaker. They're trying to find different ways to deal with that. Sima fixes charm. Currently, you can use scintillating line, instantly cast charm. Same 0.5 delay cooldown on scintillating until you can cast another spell. Yeah, well, I mean that's a nerf. Yeah, it's not the only thing that they could do or should do though. Like there's a lot of options. You know, you all are coming up with a lot of great options, and I'm not trying to say that your options aren't valid, but there's additional things that are causing problems. It's not just like one or two things. It's a slew of multiple issues of why charm is too strong and how to fix it. That too. So yeah. Mower, you got 2 inches of snow. Yeah, we still got green grass. I can't show it to you because they're painting right now. So they have covered up this window with painter's tape and stuff. We're interesting in Necros needed less charisma. They did that at one point, yeah, Stearns. So at one point, Necros were negative charisma for their charm and fear spells. They recently removed that. It looks like they're actually getting away from the negative charisma stuff. So like items that have negative charisma right now are probably going to be changed. I mean, I like the idea of lower charisma. I think it's a really cool idea. But like a lot of ideas, those ideas are good on paper. They're not so good in practice. Because think about it this way. If you have an item that has negative charisma on it, that's pretty much only going to affect a necromancer. So let's say it has high intelligence, negative charisma. Basically, one class is going to want to use that. You know? Anybody that doesn't charm is going to want to use that. I guess a wizard would still use it because they don't care about their charisma. But you know, that it's kind of a weird thing. Like, negative charisma items effectively just go to necromancers at that point. So it makes itemization more difficult. They'd have to have more items in the game. And you don't want to make too many items that are exclusive to one class. If you make too many items that are exclusive to one class, then there's like a balance issue that starts to happen and all that. So I don't know. I think it's smart of them to remove that until they come up with a better solution. It's effectively a whole new stat to manage. It really is. Yeah, it's a whole other stat to manage. You're correct. So that's part of the problem with it, is it just becomes too much to deal with. Oh, crap. We got two. I think I taunted both of them. There it goes. What if negative charisma affected threat? I mean, that's another way to look at it. Yeah, negative charisma affecting threat. But the difference is, if you have negative charisma on cloth gear, then you have to put negative charisma on plate gear. Then a paladin's not going to want to use that plate gear. That's only going to go to like Shadow Knights and fighters or so. You see where it becomes an issue? Like, it just adds so much more to the itemization pool. Which is already, in my opinion, a bit of a problem right now. There's not enough items in the game. They need to add a lot more. They've been adding quite a few lately, which is great, but they need to add more items, especially at certain level ranges. You know, there needs to be more things for people to go after. Up 2 with Cook. You think the game is worth to play? I think it's absolutely worth it to play, yeah. And I think in early access it's going to be awesome. Do you know if they will improve the graphics as well as animations? Animations, yes. The graphics are a different topic. Much more detailed. Absolutely, they're going to be adding in new animations, new visual effects, all of that kind of stuff. So it's going to improve in that stance. As far as the graphics are concerned, though, that depends on what you're talking about specifically. If you're talking about the poly count, no. They like the low poly count. They're going to keep the low poly count. I don't see them changing that much. Maybe in, you know, years and years and years from now, they will, you know, increase the poly counters. They'll do something along those lines. But they are constantly updating the art and the style and stuff. So the style is going to stay the same, but the art is going to get more detailed, which are part of the graphics. You know, the texture on buildings, the texture on players and characters and NPCs, all of those kind of things are going to be changed frequently. And they're going to keep going up and up and up. So, absolutely. Nick's hinted needing plus charisma to charm to be viable. Yeah, he's trying to do that now. We'll have to see what they do with it. Not sure if that's even a great solution. At the best, that seems like it'll be charm, well, what it'll at least do with that is it'll require higher charm or higher charisma to be able to charm mobs, which is a good thing. You know, because then right now it's a little bit too easy, I would say, to keep things charmed, and at least that would require itemization, because right now charm characters in players that can charm can basically go from level 1 to 60 without ever needing to upgrade their gear. That's part of the problem. Like, that's just one part of a larger issue. That's why another reason why charm is just it's broken. It's just not good. So they're looking at that. The itemization issue is one fix. Increasing, you know, the need for charisma is going to hopefully affect the itemization side of it. Then they also need to adjust it in other ways to affect these other things. But you know, in Nick's defense, and in the team's defense, if they change all of this at once, then they don't really know which affected which. Like what is helping what part of charm, you know? I think that the first change that they made, where it's more difficult to charm and maintain a charm on higher level enemies, I think that's a good change. Ultimately, like it is a good change. Named again. But I just don't think it was enough overall. The art style won't change, but more textures, models, yes, are continually coming in. Yep. Yeah, what Darga is saying. I'm really fine with the graphics. Just hope they bring more animations. They're definitely going to be bringing in more animations. Nick was already talking about that recently as well on his stream. The animation team or whoever's working on that kind of stuff. I think it's Zukin and ZBrush are actually two of the people that are working on that. They're adding in like different emotes right now for like racial emotes, and just adding in a lot of new stuff that way. So you're gonna see a lot more emotes that characters can do. Now, as far as these attacks, like right now, I mean you can't really see it because it's really dark, but the attacks on these characters, you know, he's just boop, boop, boop. Like they're very basic, you know. You're gonna see more of those. But I also have a kick attack. You know, there's like little things like that add a lot. Watch my kick. So I'm going to kick here in just a second. Kick is up. Okay, watch this left foot right here. I'll zoom in a little bit. Watch that left foot. If it'll go off. Oh, I'm not targeting it. Kick. There it goes. Like it's little things like that add so much character to the game. You know, just a little boop. Kick you in the shin. Kind of thing. They're gonna add like round kicks and flying kicks and little things, you know. Goblins do backflip, yeah, and the front flip for the dwarves. You know, all of that stuff really adds a lot of flavor. Do you have any abilities with your warrior? Yeah, all my abilities are on the far right hand side of the screen. All these abilities over here, so where my mouse is. These are all my abilities, and you can see that I'm constantly using them. But mostly I'm using 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But my battle cry here and my disarm are on the same cooldown as these other abilities. So people don't think that fighters, I literally have heard this from people that just don't play a fighter, that they don't think they have a global cooldown. They do have a global cooldown. I will show you that they have a global cooldown because like this rend right here, when I hit it, rend. So you see all three of those other abilities go on cooldown. Frenzy, all of those go on global cooldown. Armor break. Taunt goes with the cooldown of battle cry. So it's not a global cooldown where everything goes on cooldown because some things are just off of global cooldown. So, for example, taunt, battle cry, your defensive stance, your merciless attack are off of global cooldown, but they can have cooldowns for their specific traits. The way they do it with fighters specifically is like might abilities share the same cooldown. Got 2. 3, 4 actually. So all your might abilities share the same cooldown. Your valor abilities would share the same cooldown. That kind of thing. That's basically how they do it. So I guess it's not a global, but it effectively makes it a global cooldown. As always, it's those semantics, you know? Them semantics. Hopefully the internet doesn't go down today. My internet has been kind of wonky the past couple of days, and around noon it just kind of drops sometimes. So if my internet goes down, I'll try to come back a couple of times. If it continues, then I'll probably just end the stream. But just an FYI for those that are kind of listening in, you may have to refresh the stream if it just goes down. You had to jinx it? Yeah, I just want to let people know, just in case. Diminishing returns may be good, so you can't just endlessly charm. Yeah, diminishing returns is something that they're adding in. They added that. Well, diminishing returns is a thing that's in the game. It's already there. They use it on the PvP side of things, and they haven't until recently used it on PvE side of things. So what they did recently is make it to where you can't like continually snare a mob or whatever. Like it, I think it was specific to the archers and them being a bit too powerful with their caltrops. I got two. I got cook. So just a bit too powerful with that. But they have added diminishing returns, and I think they need to utilize it more. Like you're saying with the charm, not endlessly be able to charm something. It builds up an immunity. That is one fix to charm, but it doesn't fix the entire issue. There's other issues that are involved. But you can also stun lock a mob. If you have a cleric and a paladin and an enchanter in the same group, you can effectively stun lock a mob to where it literally doesn't do anything the entire time you're fighting it. You can keep it locked permanently. I think they need to add diminishing returns to stun. Something along those lines. Like I like the idea of being able to stun a mob, but when you can stun lock it indefinitely, that's too strong. Now you can't do that to named mobs. A lot of named mobs are immune to stun. So there's a trade-off there. You can only do that to really like normal trash mobs. But yeah. Maybe you should let fighters have charm. I mean, that's an idea. I don't necessarily think they need to do that, but it's an idea. Got 2 workers. I know Inquisitors are good at stunning. Yeah, Inquisitors are 3 workers. Inquisitors are very good at stunning. So are Enchanters. So are Paladins. So, yeah. You can stun lock a mob pretty easily. Why am I have so much weight? Let's see if we can get rid of some of this weight. Leather. Cloth. Okay. Yeah, I was just pulling because there wasn't anything else up, but... Yeah, if we can get all these, like, there's like 5 or 6 mobs here. If we can get those split perfectly, we just kill those. Is Cleaver a good tank weapon? Yes. I keep missing the stats on it. Yeah, it's a really good tank weapon. I mean, I'm currently using it. It's this right here. Oh, I need to put my buff back up on it. Do you have any self-sustain as a fighter? No. 0. If snare has diminishing returns so that archers can't kite, should bards not be able to kite, run faster than the mob? I mean, I think so. I mean, to some extent. Archers are just really good at it. They're crazy good at soloing. But they were recently nerfed to where they can't kite as well because they can't keep a snare up 100% of the time anymore. We are currently at the Pale Tower. Inside of Night Harbor. Oh, I taunted it. This Pale Lieutenant's almost dead. This will help split them up properly, too. Whoops. I'll write it down. It's not on the wiki yet. There you go. Yeah, add it to the wiki. Go for it. If you want to know what it drops off of, it's the Pale Cook. Done. Drops off the Pale Cook. You want to add that to the wiki. I don't add things to the wiki, but hopefully I get you all information so you guys can do that. I don't know who adds stuff to the wiki. Never mind. It's gonna be 2. We need to put down a new fire soon. Oh, 4. Let's see. Yeah, I'm starting to not see too many upgrades for me anymore. I'm gonna have to go get them myself. Every once in a while, I'll see one though. I'm bad at using my my battle cry as well. Battle cry. Who came up with the murderous shadows, angry shadows? That's one thing you can't outrun. They have made it to where trying to outrun mobs is much more difficult. They have done that. Are those the shadows that are in Glass Flats? Is that what you're referring to? Shaded Dunes, the Redcon. Shaded Dunes. Shaded Dunes. I don't even know where those shadows are in Shaded Dunes. Wait, are they near the entrance to... Alright. Are those the ones that show up in the daytime? Near the ancient crypt? Yeah, Ancient Crypt. Okay, that's what I thought. Yep, gotcha. Yep, I remember now. There we go.
Yeah.
Do 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 do. No idea if they drop anything. Yeah, I haven't killed them. I think there's a named over there though, right outside of Ancient Crypt, in that general area. I think there's a named. Did you guys see the Hollowed Oath announcement on Discord? I have not seen anything like that. No, what's that? The devs from THJ have officially announced their next project. Oh, yeah? That's cool. Is it going to be like its own game? Or is it going to be another emulator? I generally, their own game, that's actually really cool, yeah. I'm not a big fan of the emulator stuff. Like, I like it. I think it's, you know, it's cool, it's neat and everything. But, you know, not a big fan of a lot of emulator stuff. Let's see. Leather working. Get rid of that for right now. Do this, this. If we post your link, get hit with super timeout. No, you're not gonna hit with super timeout, but it won't let you post the link. It's blocked. Links are blocked. I have strict rules. Well, not strict, super strict rules. I try to keep it family friendly, so I don't let people post random links. If you send it to Burl, he can link it if it's something that, you know, is okay, deemed okay by Burl. If he wants to. I don't know if he's available or not. Sometimes he's paying attention. Sometimes he's working hard. I guess it's yeah, I don't know what it's to, bro. But it's the THJ, which is an EverQuest emulator server. I guess that team that created that. He's doing their own standalone game, I guess. In fact, did not get approved. Give Burl a second. Burl's trying to work. 4. Oh my gosh. All 4 of those spawn at the same time. Like every time. It's on the roll settings you have to change. Okay. I'll change that later, Burl, to allow you to approve stuff like that. We'll look at it later. Burl's my only mod. Officially unofficial mod. Ah, dang it, I got 2 again. Oh my god, I'm stunned. These stuns are nuts, guys. They are nuts. Like, I'm so glad that they changed it. I'm so glad they changed it to where you don't get stunned from the front. Because it used to be so bad that you would get stunned from the front constantly, and your character would just, like, slowly do this. Like, just all the time. It was so freaking annoying. I still get stunned quite a bit, but only from the other side, from like the sides now. The turn on stun thing blew me away the first time I experienced it in Monster Memories. The stun spin from EQ was one of the worst things. I hate it so much. Right? It's awful. That's one of those things that they didn't need to carry over from EQ. Like we just didn't need to have that in this game. There's been a few things that I'm like, come on guys. Do we really need that? Alright, I'm just going to wait on respawn for these. Yeah, there's just a lot of mobs popping on each other. So I'll just wait. We'll see what pops. Well, yeah, the 2 on the bridge and then the 2 in the named room here. The problem is the 2 in the back of the room with the 2 in the side room. They keep spawning like all together. People are going to say Monster Memory doesn't copy EQ. I mean, it's got a lot of similarities to EQ. I totally understand the people that are like, you know, it's the same game. It's very similar. You're not wrong. I wish they would copy less. Like, I don't think they need to go as hard into the one-to-one copy as they have. Feels bad, right? It just feels bad. Like, it's a weird thing. What? Oh, yeah, with GAM. Yeah, GAM will make it easier. Yeah, the one-to-one, like, I like the familiar. I like it being familiar to EverQuest. Familiarity. I don't know. I can't say some words. I like I like that, but at the same time, I want them to differentiate themselves, which they are trying to do, and there are ways that they do it. They're just not on the surface, right? They're just not on the surface. Save some levels for the rest of us. I'm not even the highest in the game. There's a lot of people higher level than me. You mentioned earlier that you would like Charm to require itemization and leveling. How does that logic apply to group stacking elementalists instead? No risk, still no itemization required. Well, yes, but elementalist pets are not as strong as a charmed pet. So you like, it's still good, right? It's still good, but it's not as strong as a charmed pet. That's the problem, is charmed pets are just very strong. Sure, you could take like 6 elementalists, put them in a group, and tell them all to attack the same mob. Yeah, you could do that. Same thing with necromancers. You know, six necromancer pets all attacking the same mob is still really good. But the issue is that charmed pets can completely, 100% completely replace a DPS in your party. And better than that. Right? An elementalist pet by itself is not stronger than a DPS. Like, you need kind of both. So it is a little bit different. But I see where you're going with it. But that's still, you know, you're creating a party of 6. Right? A charm pet is like a player having a second player in their party, but they don't have a second player in their party. I think the path so far has gotten the wheels turning. Pre-EA, they will grow the game more and more. Yeah, they will. Who is the highest level? Highest level last I checked is a druid, who's level 55, I believe. And I believe mostly soloed to get there, if not exclusively soloed to get there. Druids are very, very strong. It's the last I've seen. There might be somebody that's anonymous that's close to level 60. I have no idea. No clue. Next pull is going to be multiple with that 4 spawn again. After this card. Yeah, what Hoku's saying in chat, like maybe having a +1 +1 player XP penalty when you have a charm in the group or something could, you know, there's a lot of different ways we could do it, or they could do it, I should say. Words are hard, bro. The struggle's real. Words are hard. I get tongue twisted so easily. That's why, like, when I make videos sometimes for YouTube, I have to like do a retake like 5 or 6 times because I'm trying to say something and I just like blah, 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 and it's like I can't say it. Oh boy, there's a bunch coming. Okay. Time to kill looks good right here. Someone said it was too fast. Well, no, so that's the thing. This is okay, right? The TTK for a duo seems about right. When you get to a full party of 6, and you put in like a lot of DPS in there, you put in charmed pets in there, and all that. That's where the issue starts to come. I got 2 again. I can probably tank both if you want me to. Alright. I'll switch between them to hold aggro. Like EQ Charm Pet on its own is stronger than any DPS in the game. Yeah, they are. And it's just like that in this game. Same thing. I don't agree with the charm issue. I think it's not much of a big impact as you think. It's a huge impact. Highest level 60 enchanter. No, that's Sean. That's not a player. That's actually Sean. You're talking about Azalil? That's a dev. You know, I mean, but you can disagree with me on charm if you want to. That's fine. That's your prerogative. I'm not going to have an argument with you about it, but charm is too strong. I mean, the majority of players that have used it would probably agree that charm is too powerful as a singular ability. Not exactly, but that fight against people calling it EQ clone is it's a much different game when you can point to 30. Yeah. It's not a much different game. It is a different game. Wait, was that Gam pulling that back? Okay. It's funny seeing the 50+ folks in the LFU channel. It is kind of funny, yeah. The term, yeah, legally distinct, yes. Has anyone managed to do that combine and Evershade for the Rogue Starter Quest? I have no idea. Yeah, I haven't done a Rogue Starter Quest there yet. I don't know. But yeah, the game is a lot like EverQuest. I mean, there's a lot of similarities, and it's very easy to say, hey, EverQuest has this, Monsters of Memories has this. But they are trying to differentiate themselves. There's a lot of ways that they do differentiate themselves. Okay, I don't think anything's up, so we'll just wait till the next round. Hopefully split them more. Feels like those who groups get really much XP. Many people are already over level 40. Yeah, so the group XP, like I've talked about it a lot, and it's kind of the same as a charm issue, right? Some people are going to agree, some people are going to disagree, and that's okay. You know, we're all allowed to have our own opinions on this stuff. But the solo and duo XP and even trio XP is really good, and it's easier to do in a lot of ways. Whereas if you have a full party of 6, you have to really work very hard to get the same amount of XP as a solo, duo, or trio. And but I shouldn't say and, but it depends on the class you're playing. There are about 5 or 6 classes that can solo extremely well and get more XP than they can get in any size group. Then you have other classes that require a group, like a fighter, for example, basically requires to be in a group, otherwise its XP is extremely slow. So at the bare minimum, it needs a duo. A fighter in a good duo, though, is better than a fighter sitting in a group of 6. So you have to look at it, you know, class by class. So if you want to get the best XP in the game as a necromancer, you want a solo charm. As an enchanter, you want a solo charm. As a fighter, you want to be in a duo with a shaman. And it's very specific, right? Now, is that going to be easy to do? Is that going to be hard to do? That, you know, those are all other topics. But right now, a duo or trio or solo just can effectively get more XP with less effort. I mean, soloing takes some effort, but what I mean by less effort is a soloer can kill a mob and then go AFK, you know, for a couple of minutes, go do some laundry, go to the bathroom, get something to drink, whatever they want to do, and then come back and then kill a mob, and then go AFK again. It's very easy for them to do that, and it's very safe for them to do that. Whereas if I, on a fighter, want to get the same XP as, say, a necromancer who is charm killing mobs, I have to be in a party chain pulling mobs. I cannot take a break. I cannot stop for any amount of time. Otherwise, I lose out on the XP. So you see the difference there? Like, it's just so much more chill and easy to play the Necro than it is to play a fighter or a rogue or a cleric. You know, you have to be 100% there paying attention. And a lot of people don't see that. All they see is, well, there's so much downtime on a necromancer, he doesn't solo very well. Well, yeah, but that downtime allows you to work or allows you to do a lot of other things, whereas a fighter is going to have to sit there and 100% pay attention and constantly doing what I'm doing right now, which is pulling. A necromancer could absolutely get better XP than what I'm doing right now with a duo in this party. Or, well, now with a trio with Gammy here. But Gammy's just there playing his mana song. He's not doing a whole lot. He's just mostly playing the mana song. Can Shaman solo well in Eminem? Shaman can solo. Somebody take them both. No, I didn't touch it. I'll just take them both. It's fine. Oh, there it goes. Shaman can solo, not as well as some of the other classes, but it is a decent solo class. Shaman is about where you should be. If you're soloing, they can solo. They'll gain some experience, but they would prefer to be in a group. They're going to get more experience in a group. But your Necromancer, Enchanter, Archer, Druid, maybe even the Ranger, all of those classes are going to be able to solo better than they can in a group. So there's some discrepancy between the classes. And that's why I advocate for everybody should prefer to be in a group so that everybody, you know, would want, like, always want to be in a group if a group is available. But if a class can solo and do their laundry and, you know, take breaks, and if they can do that just as well, if not faster in some cases, why would you not do that? You know, it's some people might be like, oh, it's boring. Okay, well, that's a you thing, not a game thing, right? Which one? Yeah, I got it 50 minutes. I'm just going to take both of these. Show the combat window so you can see the elite fighter DPS. I mean, I can show it to you. Fighter DPS is not as good as people think it is. A lot of people think that fighter DPS is like insanely strong. I tested this against a necromancer pet of the same level. Well, the necromancer was the same level as me, and the necromancer pet that was technically lower level, like level 38, 39, when I was level 40, was doing more or about equal damage to me. The pet by itself was doing the same damage as my fighter in offensive stance. So, you know, that people say that fighter is crazy good DPS. It's not as good as you think it is. Just because it has crit rate, it barely crits, and when it does, it literally just crit for 16. Then the next two hits were non-crits, and they were 26, and then we got another crit that's 15 again. It's not that great. Don't hate me because I can do my own laundry, right? Ranger solo is pretty fun, but slow. Yeah, Ranger solo, like, Rangers are pretty good soloing. They're not amazing, but they're pretty good. They're not an archer. They're not a charm class. So if solo wasn't Trying to make sure I understand your frustrations. Yeah. Like, I want solo to be viable, Baron. I want it to be viable, absolutely. You should be able to solo if you want to, and then certain classes should be able to solo. But my frustration is where a solo class can gain more XP than grouping, period. If they're better off solo, then I feel like they're doing it wrong. The devs are doing it wrong. That's my take on it. Other people would disagree, and that's okay. But I just think that any solo class should want to group up if they have the opportunity, if they have the time. They should be incentivized to group up for experience gains. Otherwise, if you don't do that, what you're going to have are a bunch of classes that can solo, and then a bunch of classes that can't solo. The ones that can't solo are now punished because it's harder for them to find a group because you have all of these solo classes taking up all these different camps, and then the non-solo classes are just sitting there going, okay, well, I need a group. Is anybody going to group with me? I have to sit here for hours looking for group, waiting for somebody to join me while I watch these other classes just constantly solo for hours, gaining more XP than I can once I do finally get into a group. Like, that is just, it feels bad. It feels bad sitting in town, not being able to get XP for certain classes, while other people are literally getting better XP than you. Even if you could group, they're getting better XP than you. I'll just, well, probably want to take one of these. I don't know how your mana is. If you want to play the easiest class to level and don't want to team up, that's the thing. It's a you thing, not a game thing too. Well, no, it is a you thing, not a game thing. If you choose to do that, right? That's a choice. You can choose to solo, or you can choose to be in a group. But if you have a class that can solo better than the group XP, that's where people are missing the point of the topic, right? If I can play, let's look at it this way. If I can play a Necromancer and I can get 10,000 XP per hour as a Necromancer solo, and then if I join a group with that Necromancer, no matter if it's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people, the most XP that I could possibly get is 9,000 XP per hour. Okay, I'm now leveling faster solo than I am in a group. What incentive do I have now to join the group? I got it. People would say that incentive is itemization and being able to get all that. That's not a good enough incentive, because the people that let's look at it this way. Let's say that I have 5 hours to play the game. In a group, I can get 10,000 XP per hour, right? But I sit LFG for 2 hours waiting for a group to then get 3 hours worth of XP. I gain 30,000 XP in 5 hours, right? Or I can solo. I can be on a solo class, and I can get 8,000 XP per hour solo, and while I'm waiting to look for a group. So now I'm getting 8,000 XP for the first 2 hours while LFG, and then I get the 10,000 XP for the second for the other 3 hours to get another 20,000. I just gained 16,000 experience higher because I'm a solo class versus a non-solo class. They're already at an advantage just because they can solo while looking for a group. They don't need a double advantage where they're getting better XP outside of a group and the same XP in a group. So you see where the difference comes in. Like, we're punishing people because they're having to sit LFG, because they can't solo. We're literally punishing those people, and they're watching their friends that are able to solo. You know, that's what I'm trying to advocate for. You spent an hour and a half putting together a hodgepodge group of inefficient folks just so we could do something. Exactly. That's exactly my point. You spend so much time as a non-solo class trying to put something together, hoping that they stick together, stay together, and play together, and they end up falling apart. And then you go on Reddit and you complain that somebody left your group, and, you know, bad etiquette and all that kind of stuff happens. And it's like, come on. We're not incentivizing groups enough. If people are having that much struggle trying to get a group to stay together, and people are just like easily leaving groups when you find one and just being like, nope, I can do better by myself, they're going to leave groups much more easily. And they're just gonna drop out and be like, I don't need this group. I can solo better than I can in a group. Why would I bang my head against the wall trying to be a part of this group when it's just not incentivized for me? I got the cook coming. Ah, crap, we got 3 again. I can't keep up with these kills. Yeah. All right, I'll leave it alone. So yeah, how is the rogue class right now? The rogue class is one of the worst in the game. It's the only class that's really missing something, which is missing its I haven't hit it. Well, I may have tabbed over to it once. It's all right. I got it. Yeah, the all right. Well, that's going to pull the side room automatically, so. All right, we'll try it. Yeah, the rogue right now is missing its poisons. So it's just a class that's missing a good portion of what it can do. So once they add in its poisons, we'll see where the rogue is at. How do you get rid of the other mob? The guards kill it back here. Itemization isn't good anyway. Get the measure stick at level 15. Keep it to level 50 plus. Yeah, that's another issue. That's a whole other issue. Itemization is just not good. Isn't the fix here to just have solo XP be the base value with every added group member adding a percentage? That is a way you can do it, Tortoise Wizard. But the problem with doing that is, and this is another issue, and I don't know really how to fix this issue, but the other issue with that is if 6 solo classes join forces together and they all just solo, now they're getting the bonus XP for being in a party named. Now they're just getting that bonus XP, but they're still soloing. So now you have 6 classes that are already good at soloing and getting the bonus XP. Like, it's just like, come on, man. It gets out of control very quickly. So that's where the difficulty needs to come in. They need to add in, they need to make the game harder, which, like, that's one thing that they could do to decrease the effectiveness of soloing. They could keep the XP the same if they wanted to, but make it harder, make the mobs more difficult. Then you would want to be in a party. But right now, a lot of the enemies in the game are not difficult enough. So if they're not difficult enough, then it makes it easy to solo. So, you know, you have like these two kind of different arguments. And there's no one way to fix it. Like, you can't just be like, well, here's an easy fix. That doesn't resolve the problem. It might resolve one problem, but it doesn't resolve a second problem. And it might even create a third problem. So, you know, it's tough for the devs. They're having to like really skirt these issues and try to figure out, well, how do we solve this problem without causing another problem? Which is not easy to do. Is the Soloverse group a current issue? Just game design talk? It's a little bit of an issue. It's not a huge issue, but it is an issue. Because you know, the focus of this game, what the devs have said for the past 5 years, is this is supposed to be a group-focused social game. And if we have soloing being the best way to go for a lot of classes, it takes that socialization out of the game, and it takes the grouping out of the game. So you have to we need to find a way to keep the grouping in, and keep the socialization in, while also keeping solo viable. And that's where we're having the kind of disconnect, you know? Some people say that, oh, it's not viable at all. Well, certain classes, you're right. It's not viable to solo on certain classes. It's too good on other classes. So that's part of the problem. Just make the bonus XP proximity based. That doesn't fix the issue. I understand that everybody has like all these like, oh, that'll be easy to fix. I'm just going to make it proximity based. Okay, so you have 6 people in your party that just pull mobs from different camps, and then they all fight near each other. Like that doesn't resolve anything. It just changes where you fight. You know, so you see what I'm saying with there's easy fixes. There seems to be easy fixes or easy resolutions to all these problems, but none of them are easy. There's always a counter to it. There's always a, well, let's do it this way. Well, let's do it this way. I think they just need to increase the XP for 5 and 6 players more, because that's where really it starts to fall off. It's 5 and 6 players. And then also make the game more difficult, right? Make it more difficult so that soloing is not so easy. Lower all game XP by 10%, increase non-solo zones XP by 10%. Yeah, that's what Hoku was saying, is like, you know, kind of lower the XP throughout the entire game and increase the XP in like the zone modifier. That does kind of fix the issue, because some of these zones basically require groups to be in them. If you don't have a group, you're gonna have a very hard time killing mobs. Like it's not easy to kite mobs if you're indoors. It's not easy to kite mobs, you know, if you're, depending on the situation, right? Or the charm and all that kind of stuff. It depends. Oh my God, there's 5. I'm just going to run these off. Don't worry about it. I'll get them, Isar. Like, we're not able to keep up. It's just impossible to keep up with even those 2 mobs in the side rooms without having Gam actually attack or somebody else actually attack. Yeah, it'll be fine. We're just not able to keep up with it DPS wise. Yeah, like the guard at the door already respawned. Yeah, I mean, it's 5 minutes. Oh, there's more. God dang it. I guess these came back to me. Sorry, guys. We're having issues here. So where do you draw the line? You want to limit solo ability? No, I don't want to limit solo. That's the thing. People think that I just don't want people to be able to solo at all. I want you to be able to solo. I don't want it to be as good as grouping. That's it. That's literally the end of the statement. Don't add any more. Don't take any more away. That is literally the statement. If you can solo better, gain XP faster solo than you can in any group, that is where I think the problem is. Does it mean you can't solo? Sure, you can solo. Solo all day. Solo to your heart's content. But if you join a group, you will get more XP. That's it. It's literally that simple. But that is currently not how the game is done. Sorry, my inventory is crazy at the moment because I haven't been keeping track of it. Alright, I think we're good. Make mobs harder and more XP for 5 and 6 man. There'll still be places to solo. Yeah, that's exactly it. You know, make the game a little bit harder. The game is too easy right now, especially in the lower levels. Oh, I don't want to go down there. The game is just way too easy right now for lower levels. You know, when you play the game, people... Here's the thing. The game is hard for the first 5 to 10 levels. It seems extremely hard. People are going to be like, wow, you want to make the game harder than this? This is nuts. Once you hit like level 10 to 20 and you start doing stuff in groups and you start learning how to play your class and the tools that you actually have available, you start to realize the game is not challenging around like the level 10 to 20 range, depending on your class. Missing buffs. Then the game just stays very easy until you hit like 50. It's just like, it's kind of a joke. It's really not hard at all if you understand the mechanics of the game and you understand your class. And that's where the problem is at. But those first few levels, yeah, I would say are challenging. You don't have the money to buy your spells. You don't have any gear. You know, all of that stuff comes into play. Totally understand that. What's going on, sup, baby? How are you doing? The class is okay, in my opinion. Feels kind of clunky. Kind of lacks identity right now. Which one are you talking about? Which class? Someone got a key for beta so I can play together with my wife. Oh. Are there dungeons in this game? There are dungeons, but they're not instanced. So the dungeons are basically like, you just go out in the world and you find a dungeon. Technically, you would say like this tower is a dungeon, right? You go into it, you fight. There's a lot of mobs in here to fight. It's technically a dungeon. But there are also dungeons that are separate zones. They have those as well. Literally the entirety of the zone is a dungeon. So, yeah. Do beta keys still go out every Sunday? They're going out on Fridays now. How's the monk? The monk is good. Needs a little bit of love. I think it needs a little bit more DPS. Maybe a little bit more utility. Yeah, what Nova's saying, solo should be viable and painfully slow, and grouping made to be optimal. Yes, I would agree with that. That's a good statement. And you know, because like certain classes though are just insanely good. Oh my gosh, at soloing. I gotta finish. His lieutenant, who is going way back here. All right, I got it. Anything you replace Battlecry with? I notice you don't keep the buff up. I mean, I try to keep it up, but yeah, it's on the same cooldown as Taunt. And generally, I just Taunt. Where's the bulk of the chat coming from? Twitch and YouTube. I don't know. It just depends. Sometimes it's more Twitch, sometimes it's more YouTube. As a fighter, grouping is amazing, but when I solo, feel the absence of group, which is how it should be. I agree with that, Tiny Soldier. Like, I don't mind as a fighter that I can't solo. I don't mind that at all. What I do mind is that other classes that can solo and they solo better and then they don't want to group. They specifically do not want to join a group, making it more difficult to find players for your group. Because why would you group up if you can solo better? You know? So. Only level 21 on my fighter, but it feels really good. Yeah, fighter's not a bad class. That makes sense with the taunt battle cry dilemma. Yeah. I should keep it up though. Like I just don't. Like taunt. I only have to taunt like once every. I think it's battle cry once every 2.5 minutes or something. I think that's how long it is. Let me look. 2 minutes. So every 120 seconds or whatever. Just click battle cry once. I've heard they're going to do a couple of stress test weekends. They're going to do one stress test at the end of the month, and then they're going to do another stress test probably next month. Is what they're trying. They're trying to do one a month is the idea, but we'll have to see what they do. They haven't announced any dates other than the last weekend of this month. Been signed up for beta for almost a half a year. If you don't know someone, you would not be able to get a key. It's gonna be tough. Yeah, it's gonna be tough to get a key. Certain way I want to make the game harder. No, I think what Nick's idea is to make the game harder right now is a good idea. Increasing the TTK through armor is probably a pretty good idea. It's going to slow everything down. That'll slow the XP down quite a bit. But it won't really affect the charm classes as much. You know, like, we'll have to see what they do with that. But that'll slow the TTK down, which will slow the leveling rate down if they increase the armor requirement. Or not requirement, but they increase the armor class of mobs. Are there mobs that summon? Yes. There are some. Very, very, very few. But the raid bosses have the ability to summon. So they do have the ability to add summoning to mobs. It won't change charm because they're pets now. The AC boost. Exactly. It won't affect charm that much because anything you do to make a mob stronger or weaker makes the charm stronger or weaker. So it doesn't really affect that much. Spellcasters might be even stronger. Yeah, when they increase the AC, that's also going to be a boost to wizards and spellcasters, which is needed right now. Like, I'm all for making spellcasting stronger. You know, charm is the only ability that I don't like. And it's not that I don't like it, it's just that it's just too strong. But I'm all for making spellcasters better because they're one of the weakest classes in the game. I'll just tank both of these. Oh, okay. Well, I switch. It'll take a second. Charm pets will hit for less due to the AC. Yeah, but that's not the issue. Right? Everyone will hit for less because of the AC. Charm pets are... The charm pet is still doing more damage than the other mob. You're killing two mobs at once because they're hitting each other. They're lowering the amount of health on both of them. So they're effectively killing two mobs at once when you charm. So you see where the issue is? Like, it's not just a singular issue. It's okay. I can run the second one off after we kill one. Like, that's the problem with the argument. Is when one person says, you know, oh, the easy fix is this. Nope, now it's on you. You know, none of these things are easy fixes. You know, people think, oh, it's super easy fix, you know, or increasing the AC is going to make the charm pet hit for less. Okay, but it's also going to make your charm pet tank for more. So it's going to increase the power of the charm spell in different ways. Like everything has a switch side to it, right? Yeah, we could duo those. I don't want to do those as our main group, though. Yeah. Don't say the C word. Yeah, exactly. Solo XP and EQ was also a thing, but you weren't hitting stuff for loot. You were soloing because the loot dropping summon. Yeah, I mean, that's another thing. You know, it's another one of the issues. The thing is, this conversation will literally never end because somebody will come in halfway through the conversation and be like, yeah, but you're not thinking about this. And it's like, yeah, we discussed that 20 minutes ago. We literally already discussed that. Now we got to discuss it again. Then somebody new will come in and be like, oh, but you're not thinking about this. Yeah, we discussed that one now, again, 20 minutes ago. Like it's like every 20 minutes we're discussing another side of the problem. And if we can continue to discuss it this much, it's clearly a problem, right? If you can have the debate for this long, there's a problem. Because what you're going to end up getting is people are like, oh, we're talking about charm again. And they're just going to leave the channel. But then somebody else will come in and replace them. You know, it's round and round and round we go. Never going to end. Further going to do a couple of stress tests. I did that. Did they say the stress test requirements is do a conga line? Yes, you have to be in a conga line to do that. Have I played the wizard? Yes, I have played a wizard up at level 60. End all be all MMO for me. This is going to be my main game, yeah. No more searching, just over the horizon. Yeah, this is going to be the main game for me for a while. I really enjoy this game. I like where they're going with it. I like the way that the devs are dealing with it. I like the openness of the devs. There has been some debate recently. Are they too open? And yeah, I could see that they're too open. You know, that's a whole other thing. But I personally like where the devs are at right now. For one-handers or two-handers? On my fighter, I prefer one-handers. Dual wielding is better. Generally speaking, dual wielding is better. Just plug the debate into an AI and let it work it out. Infallible. Exactly. Absolutely. What you should do is get like your... What did they do that one time? They had like an Alexa and a Google AI like talking back and forth to each other or something. Just give them both the topic and let it go. I got it. That was bridge. Yeah, like I don't want to debate with you guys on any of these topics, but generally speaking, you know, like I'll say one thing, somebody else will disagree with me, and then I'll say something else because they disagree with the second thing that I say. It's just, oh my gosh, man, it's rough. It is rough. But charm should be buffed, right? Yes, exactly, Burl. Charm should be buffed. I haven't checked this, but are there skill cap differences for different melee classes? Like monks start with higher dual wield. Doesn't seem to be that way yet. There might be some discrepancies there, a little bit. I think that they need to have more of that, honestly. Monks start with dual wield, but once like a fighter gets dual wield at level 10, they both have the exact same cap. So once they cap out for their level, they're the exact same. Excuse me. There might be some discrepancies with like block or parry, you know, being a little bit different. I think they need to have more of that. Like right now, block caps at like 90 or 100 or something. It doesn't cap very high. Yeah. The other two will pop soon, though. What I need to try to do is I need to check the 4 next instead of going into the lieutenant room and see if we can back and forth. I agree. I think there needs to be more of that. Physical melee seems pretty similar for the most part. They're close, yeah. Good way to boost some classes. Rein in some others, yep. Had to step away. Where is that we are? We are currently at the Pale Tower Bridge. Inside of Night Harbor. That's right. Have you seen any classes quad kiting? Yeah, the wizard and druid can both quad kite. Wizard's really good at it. The wizard could actually solo really well. I'm okay with the wizard soloing with quad kite. Like, you know, like I've talked about not liking solo ability, right? Or I don't mind soloing. But I think the wizard's in an okay place. They can quad kite. There's significant downtime for when they do it. I don't know. They might be able to gain more XP per hour when they quad kite. I can't say yes or no to that. But yeah, Wizards quad kiting is very strong. It's probably better for them to solo quad kite. I would definitely say that a Wizard solo quad kiting is better than a Wizard in a group right now. A Wizard in a group feels kind of bad. All right, we'll try it, see what happens. Yeah, I mean, I don't think they're going to stay split. They spawn too fast. But Kaz will absolutely do that, yeah. I don't like when Kaz plays Gam, honestly. Like, he's all... It's just chaos everywhere. Which class have AC debuff? Rangers? Right now, the only AC debuff I know of are Warrior or Fighter and Druid. Do Rangers have an AC debuff? They might with the Druid line spell. They have that. They have the same spell, yeah. So then the Rangers get the Druid spell, but it doesn't stack. It doesn't stack with the Fighter ability. I don't know. Named. Oh, God. Got named plus a guard just spawned. Yeah, we just can't keep up with it on 2. The Embers line? Yeah. I tune in and the first thing complaining about is Kaz again. I mean, we're always complaining about Kaz, Houdini. Can pets hold aggro over melee players? I remember that didn't work in Classic EQ. They could, yeah, potentially, depending on the level of the pet, the level of the player, and the gear on the player. If I don't use taunt, if I just use my damaging abilities on my fighter, and a necromancer pet just uses its damaging abilities and auto attacks, we're almost equal in threat and DPS. It'll bounce back and forth between the two of us. If I use taunt, I will have threat pretty much all the time. If I don't use taunt and the pet uses their provoke ability, they will most likely always have threat. So pets do have a provoke ability, which is not a taunt. It's different. I think it says taunt. It might say provoke. I don't know. It only increases threat. It doesn't move them up on the doesn't move them up on the threat list. It just increases the amount of threat they gain. I was wondering if Necro Rogue duo would work with backstab, etc. Probably not. The rogue using backstab, a decently geared rogue using backstab will well, I don't know. I think rogues have a way to drop or dump their threat, so it might work. Yeah, that's going to depend on the rogue, how much gear they have, how good they are, you know. But rogues can definitely drop their aggro. Need some fear kite? Yeah, fear kiting would be good. That's how I would do it. A rogue necro together, you would fear kite the mob, so the necromancer would just snare it, fear it, put their pet on it. The rogue could then backstab it, but then you got to chase down a mob. I don't hate it, but it's not fun to play a melee class with a necromancer that's fear kiting. It's really annoying. Because mobs, when they run, they could run in any direction, and they just kind of spaz all over the place. When they're snared, it's not too bad, but it's still kind of annoying. Nah, it's just because that side room hasn't repopped yet. Yeah, but as soon as they repop, though, we're not going to get there, because then the other side room is going to repop. Like we're not going to be able to keep up with it. It's not going to be possible. We're always going to have at least one ad. I mained a wizard and EQ for 5 years, so early in 2000s. Beginning with Karm. I really appreciate the class's dad-friendly downtime mechanics. Yeah, like again. I'm fine with a class being able to solo and then have some downtime so that they can go and do, you know, dad stuff, right? A little bit of dad time, a little bit of, you know, laundry, making dinner, go to the bathroom. I'm fine with that. I think that benefits the player a lot. You know, like the player can then, hey, I'm still gaining some XP, but I'm also able to get some work done or whatever in the house, you know, so I don't feel like I'm completely falling behind. And I think that's where the solo ability should be good, is able to solo, gain some XP while doing a bunch of other things. And then when you really want to grind some XP out, you join a group and do the XP. And I think that's the counter argument to it. Like, people want to say, oh, you join a group to get items, you don't join a group to get XP. Well, you don't join a group so that you have some downtime so that you can get real life work stuff or real life done while you play the game. So, like, there's an argument on both sides of that. Or you could join a group as like a cleric, and as long as you're sitting at your computer, you can heal every, you know, minute or two, and that'll work as well. So there's another flip side to it. Yeah, it's already 2 has spawned in the side room again. Dude boy, orc boy, how you doing, bud? Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing well today. What time is it? 1 o'clock. I'm trying to keep track of some stocks and stuff. seeing where we are. How's the world treating us today? Up and down, and up and down. Alright. Work days, my game time, 8 a.m. EU. It's already 2 a.m. Eastern. Solo abilities needed. Yeah, exactly. Some solo abilities absolutely needed. And I don't mind it at all. I'm totally for it. Do Neckers have a darkness snare line? Yeah, I don't know if it's called darkness. I don't know exactly what it's called. But they do have a snare dot line, yes. Which duo you say works better? 2 pet classes or Shami plus pet class? I mean, if you're going to go 2 pet classes, as long as you can heal and you can, I would say 2 pet classes will probably work better. But a shaman with just about anybody is really good. You know, shaman with a melee class is generally better. Like, that's one of the best duos in the game. But a shaman with, like, an elementalist is also very good. Hype, hype. Yeah. Appreciate the raid. We're killing it today. I play Shaman Shadow Knight with my brother. It's very nice for new players. Yeah. So, yeah, you have snare, you have FD, you have slow, you have haste. You know, you got your heals, you've got your damage. You know, it's got, like, that duo has just about everything. Just about everything. Also have Invis and Invis versus Undead. Yep, Invis versus Undead. Yep, you got those. You got... the only thing you're missing out of that group is probably... You don't have a teleport. You don't have a placate or lull. You don't have resurrect. But, you know, those things are not really that big a deal. You know, you have other ways to deal with stuff. You know, you still have the speed of the wild. You know, it's still got plenty of stuff with that group. Can you do decent XP in a duo? If full party better. We were just talking about that. The solo, duo, trio is ultimately better XP for everybody right now. And hopefully they change that. I hope they change that. I'm not going to go back into that conversation again for the umpteenth time today. But yeah, it's case in point, you know. We finished talking about it and then somebody pops in and has another conversation with it. But yeah, they need adjustments there. Shadico. I think they need adjustments. Yeah, they got Sal, they got Root. They have it will at higher levels, but yeah, it takes a while. Yeah, it probably at 48 or at some level they'll go up a little bit. Let's talk about something new instead, like Charm. Yeah, let's talk about Charm again. My goodness. Yeah, it's all good, guys. Like, this is the thing. Like, I don't mind answering questions. I really don't. I feel bad for the people in chat that have to keep hearing the same answer over and over. I feel bad for you all. Just like I'm a broken record, apparently. Sorry for asking. I'll check it later. No, you're all good, man. You're all good. I'll give you the quick version. I'm just not going to debate it anymore. Even with the changes, you think Charm is still too strong? Yes. Quick answers. Quick answers. Yes, I still think Charm is too strong. Do you know how XP penalties work for groups? If I'm like level 5, group at level 7, do I get less XP? No, you get, as far as I can tell, you get the same exact XP. Like, the split. There's a small bonus, supposedly a small bonus, for the lower level player in the party for catch-up mechanics. I have tested it myself. and it seems to be extremely small, if not non-existent. Like it's not good. That's the best way to put it. It's just not. It's not a very good catch-it mechanic if they intend to have a catch-it mechanic. Some people don't want a catch-it mechanic, and other people do want a catch-it mechanic. So, I taunted both of these. I'm on the lieutenant, though. It will still slow the charm solo down if they have higher AC. I'm not going to keep debating it. It'll slow the charm solo down, yes. It'll also slow everyone else down proportionally. So everyone, if charm is here, groups are here, and they change AC, it's just going to do this or this. It's not going to do this, which is what it needs to do. Like, again, I can't go around these debates all day. Like, I can't do it. That's the trouble with being an informative stream. Appreciate all the answers and questions. Yeah, it's no problem. It's not an issue. Like, I don't want people to feel like I'm getting frustrated with it. But it's just like there's a reason I say the things that I say. All right, I can pull back so we don't. Like, it's kind of funny. I feel like sometimes I'll say something, and then like people will be like, "No, I disagree. I disagree. You're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong." And then like a month, 2 months later, they're like, "Oh, now I see what he's saying." It's okay. You know, it's okay. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna use the restroom while Gift meditates. I'm back. All right. Let's see. God dang it! The bridge both spawned at once. I drink every time I hear charm. My liver hates me. I'm sure it does. What is the damage delay of the fist for a level 39.4 monk? That would be... No, I have no idea. I have no idea. It does change for monks. It doesn't change for other classes, though. New chat. Pantheon Summon versus Monster Memory Elementalist. What is better? What is the difference? They're very similar in a lot of ways. The Pantheon Summoner is going to have 2 pets, whereas the Elementalist is only going to have 1 pet. But they both summon items for players, which I don't think personally needs to happen in this game. I think that the whole summoner idea should probably go away. Come on. Come on. I'm gonna see if I can body pull this guy or not. Why is he not coming? There he goes. Ooh, I figured out how to body pull this one over here. Oh, maybe not. Oh, I think I still did body pull him. I don't know what happened. But yeah, they're a little bit different, but they're kind of the same as well. I don't really know what they're doing with Pantheon right now as far as their classes, because they've kind of mixed and matched them all. They're all over the damn place. Yeah, Pantheon pets can use armor. Exactly what Bam Bam's saying. Pantheon pets, they can actually equip them with armor. You can give weapons to pets in this game, but you can't take them off of your pet. So once you give them to your pet, they're gone. Oh my god. Yeah. This place gets frustrating. Don't expect you to respond. Just my 2 cents. One ability shouldn't trivialize group content. Totally agree. That's my response to that. I agree. How important is slowing mobs' attack speed at any level in this game, especially 40+? It's very important at the higher levels, not as important at the lower levels. So that's kind of what I was saying, though. The game's not very hard. It's really not a challenging game. As challenging as a lot of people, I think, want it to be. So, yeah. But one of the issues is TTK is so fast in a full group. So if you're soloing or duoing, like what we're doing right now, I've got GIF in my party, and then myself, he is slowing the mobs and debuffing the mobs because it actually helps him with healing. If he slows and debuffs a mob, he doesn't really need to heal that much. In a full party, if he tries to slow every single mob that comes into the group, he's going to be spending a lot of mana on that. And the TTK is only... Time to kill, by the way, for people that don't know what TTK is. That is only like 20 seconds. So if he's casting a slow every 20 seconds, he's going to run out of mana. He's not going to be able to keep up with it. So it really depends on your group size and stuff. Oh, shoot. That thing had like sow on it or something. Oh my god, dude. It ran so far. Yeah, like what the heck? It was like it sprinted. I think I can pull just 5 total mobs. I think I can body pull one of these. I'm on the lieutenant. I taunted the other one though. The two in that back left room, though, I think you can body pull the one next to him without pulling it. So maybe we can split that way. Shaman verse is 20 slow for 30 mana percent, or 70 mana. Yeah, the level 20 slow, yeah. It's just going to burn through mana super fast. Have you seen any enchanters or bards soloing in dungeons? Yes, I have. They can absolutely do it. Bards, it came back to me for some reason. It's challenging for bards and enchanters to solo. Well, I think once we break these, and if I can just get the 5, not that side room, I think it'll be fine. If I can body pull that one. But the problem is this lieutenant will pull with this other one in its side when we pull any mob past them. So like it'll end up pulling all of them. Alright, we should be getting bridged soon, so I'm just gonna wait. Why does Wizard in a group feel bad? Wizards in a group right now, the amount of mana, so Wizards are great for burst damage, but the problem is they can't maintain DPS. That's right. Yeah, I think I can body pull it. I think I figured out how to do that, so. Let's pull these 2 on the bridge, and then we'll see. So yeah, basically the wizard really is only going to be able to nuke once or twice per pull. If you're killing something every 20 seconds in a group, and you try to nuke on a wizard once every 20 seconds, you're not going to be able to keep up with that mana-wise. You're literally going to run out of mana. So you can only nuke like every other pull. And then you're basically not doing damage. Like, the other people melee in your party are able to do the same amount and additional more damage without having to ever spend any mana whatsoever. So they're just ultimately way better than a wizard. Yeah, it's all good. The bridges. Hang on. I mean, those literally spawned at the same time. I think we're caught up on most of the stuff. Like, I don't mind answering questions, but I just don't want to go around, like, talking about the same topic all day. I'll let you guys debate it. Y'all can debate it as much as you want in chat. Have fun. Hopefully the wizard level will come. There is, yeah, with the staff update, yeah. So what they're doing with wizards right now is they're looking at giving them a staff ability, and that staff is going to kind of work like a pet. Not exactly. So people might be confused, like, what do you mean by it's going to be a pet? So basically, instead of having a pet window, you're going to have like a staff window, and you're going to be able to enchant your staff to be able to do certain effects and certain abilities. So you'll have another window, so an additional abilities that you can choose to put on your staff and use that for no mana cost. All right, let me try to pull this body pull without pulling the side room. Wait, why did this... What the heck? I have no idea why this mob won't attack me. It won't work. Literally, that mob aggroes everything else in that room. All right. Yeah, it's just there's like a roamer in that room or something that stands kind of right in the doorway. The staff sounds interesting. Yeah, the staff sounds really good. It sounds like it's going to be a really good addition. The issue that I had with staff, as soon as I heard about it, was, okay, well, how is a wizard going to sit down and meditate? Is the wizard going to be able to sit down and meditate if they're using the staff? How are they going to gain mana back? You know, it's still going to be the same issue, but now the wizard is just using a staff all the time. So they're going to have to add something in to allow the wizard to, like, battle meditate, where they're just gaining, they have meditate while they're standing up or while they're in combat or something like that. It's like cantrips from D&D, yes. Don't say cantrips in this game, though, Dun. Excuse me. Cantrips in this game are a different animal completely. So, like, it'll confuse people. People get easily confused when you talk about anything in this game. Because they literally call them cantrips, but D&D cantrips are completely different. Didn't Nick mention something about battle mez to gain mana while fighting? He said that's an option, because I asked him the question. I was like, well, how are wizards going to meditate while they're using a staff? And then he's like, very valid point. We're looking into that. We're trying to figure things out. And he said they might give them a battle meditate, maybe. So we'll have to see what they do with that. People have said their initial description says something about getting mana while battling. Yeah, so we'll have to see. We'll see what happens with that. There's I mean, they have a lot of options there. Oh my god, dude. Why are these going so far in? Look at this guy. They normally don't ever run that far. God dang it, dude. It's just constant, like... This is infuriating me, man. I'm on the lieutenant, but I taunted the pale guard. So it's going to take a bit to get it off. Do you know the lore of the pale guards and if they're an evil faction? They're not really an evil faction. It came back. Oh, there it goes. They're not really an evil faction. They're just kind of like... They're just on a different faction. They don't like each other. Certain factions within the city are not necessarily good nor evil. They just don't get along. Like you have over here in the bins. So this area right over here is the bins. And inside the bins, you actually have 3 gangs. 3, like, distinct gangs in there. And those gangs don't get along, but they don't get along with each other, but they also don't get along with the guards. You know? But they're not necessarily evil. They're just kind of, you know... They don't play by the rules, so the guards don't like them. Alright, we're just going to wait till the outside spawns again, I think. Clerics wear armor and swing a heavy mace for something? I mean, that's another thing, yeah. People want the cleric to be like more of a battle cleric. I don't like the idea of being a battle cleric, personally. I don't want that. But some people might. Ideal party composition for single group content, both for leveling and then max level. For leveling, you know, you want a tank, you want a healer, and you want DPS, and then like a utility class, like a bard or an enchanter. That's really your ideal class. That's what I want them to get to eventually. Right now, they're not really there for XPing. For XPing right now, it's just take whatever can do the most damage, bunch of charm classes, putting them all in a group together. That's like your best overall XP group. How's fighter DPS? Fighter DPS is pretty good. It's high for a tank. It's, you know, Shadow Knight and fighter DPS are pretty good for the tanks. And then, but they're not supposed to be as good as DPS classes. So for a tank, it is good. It is higher than a healer. It is higher than a straight utility class, but it's under the DPS classes. Are you increasing, decreasing any faction with groups of killing pale guards? You decrease the pale faction, and that's it. But you're not increasing any other faction. So they already hate you. When you first start the game, the pale guards don't like you anyway. So yeah. I think it has something to do with being like inquisitors or enchanters. They're like the evil inquisitors or evil enchanters in a sense. So like if you choose to be an inquisitor in this or an enchanter in this game, you can do a quest. You have 2 different options for a quest. You can go the register your abilities to the guild registrar or whatever. Or you can choose to not register your abilities and go a different way. And I think the Pale Guard have something to do with that. I believe. I wish fighters and only got natural crits. They do have natural crits. Paladins, I wish could only undead. Isn't there a skill you can trigger it? But I mean, it's just by default. Fighters have natural crits by default. Yes. And they have a skill, which is this right here. This Merciless Assault gives them guaranteed crits for 12 seconds and increased physical damage by 50% for those 12 seconds. So they get some burst damage, which is kind of nice. All right, I'm going to try to pull. You said pull from over this side, right? I'm going to try that. All right. Yep, I got it that time. So, yeah, if I pull from way over in the corner. Yeah, there's one that spawns kind of like in the doorway. So I just have to watch for that one. Oh, that's weird. Yeah. Okay. Have you explored Scarwood? Yes. I never see people in that zone. Seems very underutilized. Scarwood doesn't have a lot of content in it. There's some bandits around the like mid-20s. But there's like one group of bandits. And then there's a bunch of roaming mobs. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. But there's a lot of roaming mobs that are like level 20-ish. Then there's like a group of bandits that are around 25-ish. And then there's giants. The giants are like level 40 something or whatever. So it's just kind of a weird zone that's got a very big variation of levels in them. So it is a very underutilized zone, though. Very underutilized. They just need to do more with it. And it's kind of way out of the way, you know? Like, people have to go way out of the way to get over there. And then it only lasts for a couple levels, and they got to leave and then go way back over there. They just need to put more in there. I'm liking Paladin as a choice. Hope they balance works out for all the classes. Able to test soon. Yeah. The Paladin's in a good spot, I think. It's a kind of a boring class. They need to make a few tweaks to it, you know, to really make it stand out. But it's not bad. What's going on, Gore? How are you? Right now, we're just getting XP and kind of chatting. Not doing a whole lot. But we're going to work on... I don't know what we're going to do today. We might go to a dungeon later today with the group. Yesterday was just not really a great, like a very productive day. It's named in here. I don't know if I can pull. See what happens. All right. How you know what a quest giver is like? People say the trigger word and the dialogue starts. Yeah, you just have to kind of figure out quests. Questing in this game is a little bit different. Somebody actually earlier was asking, like, they wanted quality of life with questing in the game. And I totally get that, you know, having that quality of life. Like World of Warcraft has, where they just, you talk to them, it's got an exclamation point, you know, question marks, all that. And they put, like, they actually have a quest log. I totally understand that, but this game is not going to do that, most likely. What they do in this game is you talk to an NPC and it says, oh man, you know, the cemetery's overrun with undead, right? We'll say something like, well, what's going on with the undead, you know, or whatever. And you're supposed to have like a dialogue with the NPC and kind of talk back and forth, and then figure out what the quest is. That is the idea. In EverQuest, they eventually put like parentheses around the keywords. They don't want to do that in this game because they don't want to give you the keyword. They want you to just figure it out, which does make it frustrating for some players. So, you know, I get it on both sides. Add. So yeah, I kind of get it on both sides, but that's how it works. You had a blast with Bard so far? Nice. I mean, Bard's good. I like the Bard even in a group. They don't do a lot of damage in a group, but they increase your group's damage substantially. And that's another thing. People don't understand utility classes in this game. They just don't get it. It makes zero sense to them. I wouldn't mess with those in that room on the side. Yeah, I just don't want them to spawn funny again. But yeah, utility classes, people just don't get them. They don't understand them. They're like, oh, they don't do any damage. Or they don't tank. Oh, they don't heal. Like, what's the point? What do they do? You know, they just don't get it. And it's like the utility classes, they mesmerize mobs. They stop you, so you just have a mob out of the fight. They increase the DPS of your entire party substantially. So, I mean, utility classes are huge. They're absolutely huge. Like a Bard and an Enchanter can literally double the DPS of your entire group. So, you know, they don't really need to do a lot of other things because what they're doing is increasing the effectiveness of your group. But unfortunately, people don't have, like, they don't think about that. They only think about, well, how do they affect the mob directly? How do they do damage to it? How do they receive damage from it? How do they heal the damage? People are very one-sided or single-minded, right? They got their blinders on and they just want to know, how does this affect the Holy Trinity of gaming? And it's like, well, at one point we had a fourth character. You know, in D&D, you have a fifth with it, which is the face of your party, right? Has anybody ever played D&D and had a character that just builds charisma and is the face of the party? They do things like intimidation and bribery and like all of that. Like that's a whole other class in D&D that people just don't really play. They think about, well, how do I do damage? It's a very different role in modern MMOs. WoW clones, yes. Yeah, exactly. It's a very different role. Thank you so much, DJ, for the sub. I appreciate it, bud. Just noticed that pop up. Is a group of 24 to 28 too low for the smugglers? Yeah. The 24 probably is. The 28's not. You would want to be a little bit higher. It depends on what they are, DJ. If your healer is 24 and your tank is 28, then yeah, you could probably do the smugglers in Fallen Pass. But you need to make sure that your DPS can hit it. So if your DPS are like 27, 28, you'll probably be okay. But if they're like the 24s, it's going to be very, very hard. What's the level difference able to group and get XP? It's at low level, from 1 to 15, it's 5 levels. Above level 15, it's the lowest level player 1.5 times the lowest level player, or 2/3 of the highest level player, which comes to be the same kind of number. So if you're level 30, you can group with a 20. If you're level 60, you can group with like a 40. So that's the difference. I like the mud system. It makes me feel like I'm interacting with something rather than clicking a progression button. However, it can be more refined. Yeah, they need to fix, well, not fix, but they need to adjust the mud system some. I like the mud system. At first, I absolutely hated the mud system. But then I used it some more, and I kind of like it. I think it's neat. They just need to refine it some to make it a little bit more intuitive. That's part of it. Buffs. Okay. He was soloing. He was soloing last night, trying some different things out. That's why he had those on there. Well, you can stack them. So there's 4 different dots, and you can stack all of them. So he was testing that out. No, it's not much damage at all, but it's more than 0. Exactly. It's more than 0. You are always muted. Just always, Cass. Well, I almost killed your spider last night. You're what? You can't cast gate? What? You're always hungry and dehydrated. I'm not fixing that for you. Yeah. Where's that at? Oh, wow. Yeah, it's all really good. No, this bracer I think is... Yeah, it's 25, so yeah. Yeah, this is Night Harbor. think Andy was, he's been soloing. Like at night. By far, yeah. No faction issue killing these? No, they only have Pale Faction, and they're already KOS to you when you start the game. It's also exasperated because we also don't know if the quest line has been fully implemented, so just partial. Yeah, that's another issue. Yeah, when they only like partly implement a quest, it's super frustrating. Super frustrating. Yeah, that's how everybody's doing it. They do. Yeah, he's basically not gotten any XP. Are you okay? I was gonna say, are you gonna pull or what? I think bridge is next. We'll just wait for those. I think. I don't remember. I'm going to sit in here just in case, but I think it's bridge. Oh my goodness, the painters are banging on the wall. Oh, I haven't chugged my water for the day. Let's do that. You always chug your water? Not always, but if I need to get water, I always forget to drink it, so I just chug it. And then I don't have to worry about forgetting to drink it. So every once in a while, I'll just get like a 16-ounce bottle of water and just chug it all. Or whatever this is. Is it 16? Yeah, 16.9. You know, if they say you got to drink, what, like a gallon of water a day or something? So if I can just chug a bottle of water every once in a while, I get all the water in that I need. Howdy. Huh? Maybe as people get on, we'll go do something more fun. Yeah, we can. Not a lightning charger, it's probably USB-C. We might, Hoku. I don't know. I don't know if we're gonna plan on doing that or not. Hoku said he'll join us if we want to do DPS for Grimtide. I don't know what our plan is. I don't know how many people are gonna be on and people paying attention. Maybe. As the combined Twitch, YouTube chat, a streamer only thing? There's ways that you can do it, Burl, but you'd have to do it through, I mean, I'd have to like log in and you could do it through, what's it called? Like a co-stream thing that I don't use. But there is a way to do it, yes. Yeah, Hoku, Isar's not wanting to do anything where we have to move around too much inside of like a dungeon. We could do Grimtide, but we would have, he wants to sit and camp something. Mr. Google it is, yeah. I use it through OBS, Burl. That's how I get the combined camp, or the combined chat is through OBS. Kaz killed his own spider and was trying to blame other people. I wasn't even pulling that. Breaking into the dungeon and getting to Nira is the only hard part. Yeah, I know, Hoku. I'm fine with doing that. You gotta convince Gith to do that. You don't have to convince me. I'll do whatever people want to do. But he's the one that he's not 100% paying attention today. I was saying that you know what it feels like to be a quest giver because people walk up to you and say charm mechanics. Yes, that is true. It forces you to have to say things, dialogue. Yeah, I do repeat myself quite a bit with the charm. You know, I don't know. I think it's funny. People just think that I like hate the game or something. And I'm just very negative, and I'm like, I love the game. I think it's great. I want it to be better. But, you know, you're not going to be able to change people's minds, unfortunately. Once people have made up their mind on something, that's it. It's game over. Like, I've been reading some of the Reddit posts, and... you know, people are just like, streamers are the bane of existence for any MMO. They just ruin everything. And it's like, yeah, but they don't. They don't. Some do, sure. There's good and bad, right? So, if someone watches you for more than 20 minutes, they'd get that. Well, that's the thing, Todd. Yeah, they don't watch me for more than 20 minutes. They'll come in for like 2 minutes. They'll pick out one thing that I say. They will hate on it. They will try to argue with me on it, and then they'll leave. And then, you know, it's like, whatever. I don't think you hate the game. It just feels like you want other people to play the way you want. Oh, no, I see that, Rogue. Yeah. I don't necessarily want other people to play the way I do. I actually am the opposite of that. I want everybody to be able to play the game in different ways that work for them. The issue that I have is you did get to 50 last night? Oh, I thought you said I barely remember hitting 50. I was like, what the heck, dude? I don't even know what I was saying anymore. They're distracting me in my head. The voices in my head. No, but like, I don't want people to play the game the way that I play the game. That is not that's never been my intent. I think that some people are going to want to go hard in the game and they're going to want to get to raids and do all that. But I also advocate for the casual player to be able to play the game casually. I advocate for that a lot. A lot of what I say actually is contradictory to how I want to play the game, because I want people to be able to play it in other ways as well. But it's hard to explain that to people, right? It's really hard to get people on the same page so that they understand what I'm asking for, rather than just listening to one side of it and then being like, I disagree, and then they're out and they don't want to hear any other side. But I'm honestly advocating for the casual player as well, quite a bit, in fact. You know, I want to have catch-up mechanics. I want to have, like, I wouldn't mind having where you can get rested XP so that the casual player can keep up with the hardcore player. I'm actually all for that as a hardcore player. So that's the issue, but they don't hear me when I say those things because they just assume that I'm just so against anything like that. They just make the assumption and then they leave. You know, I wish people would give other people more of a chance, not just me, but just give people a chance, you know? Ding 60? Yeah. Right, Andy? So, anyway. Kind of have the taste of get off my lawn kind of guy. Yeah, I probably do have that. I see that. What's going on, Incredible? How are you? Reddit ruins everything? I agree that Reddit ruins everything. And then people on Reddit are saying streamers ruin everything. It's like, what the heck, guys? Yeah. Come in for 2 minutes here. Charm, leave. Yes, exactly. Has great info on quests, walkthroughs, class. It does, yeah. The wiki has a lot of information out there. So definitely go check out that wiki if you haven't. I wonder if those boots are now the common drop. They were never really that great of boots. They were just the best that were available. Yeah. June 1st will bring diversity. Yeah, I hope so. I've reached a lot of information from your stream. Very informative. Appreciate your views. I appreciate that, Rogue. Yeah. I don't think that what you said was going against me in any way. You're just kind of bringing light to the way that I do come across. I totally know that I come across as an elitist at times. You know, I come across as very opinionated, which I am. You know, like maybe even argumentative at times. I know exactly how I come across, and I'm not trying to do that. That's not on purpose by any means. Saw someone tell me smack about you. If I shoot you over some names, you can let me know if you've had issues with them in the chat. People talk smack about me all the time, man. I'm not worried about it. It doesn't bother me. Honestly speaking, like, they probably have the issues. It's probably their issues, not my issues. Like, I'm very opinionated. I'll fully admit that. I have a lot of thoughts for this game, and I like to talk about it. But like Rogue was just saying, some of the way that I talk about the game is just like, I want you to play the game that... I want everyone to play the game the same way that I want to play it. I think that some of those people that have issues with me also want people to play the game the way they want it to be, and they don't want people to have opposing opinions. So like, they just don't realize that they are doing the same thing the same thing that they don't like about me, they are literally doing. Right? And that's why I'm just like, you know what? Who cares? Does it matter? No. Like, their opinions are their opinions. My opinions are my opinions. Ultimately, they're opinions. You know? So it doesn't bother me a bit. Reddit kind of scared me the other day. They said that not only do I have to stay with a group for X amount of time for hours, not to be rude, I also have to look for my own replacement and wait for them to arrive. Yeah. That's a whole other thing, right? Yeah, you're going to be LFG for 2 hours, then you instantly have to start looking for a replacement, right? And it's like, there's some leeway there, right? There's some leeway. If you have to leave, you know, be like, give it like a 30-minute notice if you can. Be like, hey guys, I got to go in about 30 minutes. Just giving you a heads up. I will look for a replacement, but if I don't find one, I got to leave in 30 minutes. Nothing wrong with that. Give people a heads up is really what people should do. Do you have to find a replacement? No, not at all. Like, you may not be able to find a replacement for hours. Can you try to find one? Yeah, try, you know. Reach out to a few people. Let the group know, hey, if you know anybody that wants to replace, you know, attempt to do that. But, you know, there's some gray area. There's some gray area. Just wanted to check in. Yeah, you're good and incredible. Yeah, you're good. I've seen people just announce having to go and leave. Oh my gosh. Hang on. Oh my gosh. Seeing people search for their replacement. Yeah. Sounds like the game will be a full-time job. It's gonna be a lot for a lot of people. Are you gonna start pulling? If you're gonna start pulling, I'll. Oh, you're gonna try to get the top? Yikes. They can't. Yeah, the issue is they can aggro mobs below you though. Oh, okay. We're going to try something here. I don't know what's going to happen. We'll see what happens. Casual players also fund the game and keep it alive. I'm 75% hardcore. Exactly, yeah. I agree with you, Uncle Joe. Like, the majority of the players are going to be the casual players. They give... So, I've talked about this before this game, way before this game, but with a lot of other games. In MMOs, the casual players bring the money in to the company to allow them to continue to develop the game. The hardcore players give the casual players something to strive for. So they're like looking up to them as, I want to be there one day, so they continue to play the game. They both are needed. They're both required for a successful game. If the casual players never see a higher level player and they don't have anything to ever go after, then they're just like, you know, what am I like, what's the point of the game, right? So I don't know. They're both good. I like the way you criticize because you say what you want but acknowledge your bias and other preferences. Loaf King, yeah. I'll absolutely acknowledge my bias every time. Like I'm, you know, I do want this game to be a certain way for sure. You know, I want everybody to have everything that they want. Unfortunately, that's not possible. It's just not possible in anything in life. But I advocate for a lot. I like how WoW did Season of Discovery and had level caps and increased the level cap periodically. That could be good. I don't know. They could do that. I don't know how I would feel about that, though. And slowly increasing the level cap. That's just kind of like... I mean, it's level capping the game at various points, and then it's kind of like a TLP server at that point. But they could do it. I don't know. There's another social aspect of the game. Haven't had a bad experience with grouping and leaving. I didn't either. I actually pugged some stuff last night to try it out to see how it goes. I joined a random pug. You know, we had fun hanging out and ended up with just me and one other guy duoing for a little while. Everything was fine. Didn't have any issues whatsoever. You know, a couple of the guys left. You know, it worked out fine. It's a full-time job for those who have FOMO. That's the problem, is FOMO. I have really bad FOMO. Do they do a better job of naming pets in EQ? I love being loser and going... You can name your own pet in this game, but there is a random name generator when you first summon the pet. But then you can name it yourself. Somebody gave warning. Hey, I have to leave at 1 a.m. before joining the party. Is that okay? Yeah, exactly. Let them know way ahead of time. My plan is to leave at this time. I may have to leave early, but I'm planning to leave at this time. You know, let your groups know. And there's not an issue, right? There shouldn't be. If somebody has a problem with you joining a group saying, hey guys, I have 2 hours, you know, as you're joining the group, I have 2 hours. If that's a problem, let me know now. Otherwise, I'm leaving in 2 hours. You know, if I can stay longer, I'll try, but no guarantee. And then in 2 hours, you're like, all right, thanks guys. Appreciate the group. Got to go. You gave them 2-hour warning. You know, like I don't see an issue with that. It's just a fair way to play, especially if the group disband if you leave. Yeah. So yeah. What zone is this? We're in Night Harbor. We're currently in Night Harbor. You planning to play all the way through to early access or take a tolerance break? I'll be playing a lot, Chart, all the way up to early access. We'll probably slow down a little bit, but I plan on playing every day, streaming every day, and doing something. You know, if I hit level 60 on my fighter again over the next, 2 months or whatever, and I might start playing other characters. We might go camp some mobs. We might try to do some of the raid stuff if we have enough people available at level 60 to do the raid stuff. All of that. We're going to the top of the tower. We're going on an adventure, guys. Did you pull the top, Isar? Okay. No, we're up here. No, it's not too late. You're fine. There's the dancing. Oh, shoot. There's the dancing skeleton. All right, so we're just going to wait for respawns up here, right? Are we pulling the one below us too, you said? All right, I'll watch the ones below. Let me know if something pops up top so we can pull it as soon as they pop. Yes. Yes, so as soon as they pop, we need to start killing them. That's what I'm going to do. So as soon as one pops, say something and we start killing it. And then you mez whatever pops between. Okay, then you can pull the floor below afterwards. All right, that's fine. I don't care. Would it be in poor taste to name my pet Pantheon? Probably, yeah. Probably. And send it in over and over to die intentionally? Yes. Unintentionally? Yes. I'm all for it, Burl. Go for it. Which pet class is the most wanted for groups? Elementalists, probably. Elementalists have group buffs that are unique to the Elementalists because of their pets. Whereas the Beastmaster has buffs that it can cast, but they're not unique to the Beastmaster. So I would say the Elementalist. Keep losing momentum, such a slow pace delivering as a tank. What about bailing your group mid-dungeon because the XP isn't good enough with no warning or attempt to find a replacement? I mean, let them know. Be like, hey, guys, I'm not getting enough XP in this party. I would like to go do this other thing, or I'm just gonna have to leave. Give them a heads up. Like, I'm gonna leave in 30 minutes. I say give them some time, right? Give them some time, but you don't necessarily need to give them a ton of time. I think this would be a chill game to duo with significant other. Yeah, absolutely. Right now, it's especially good. Duo is really good in this game at the moment. So, absolutely, yeah. And even after they hopefully fix some of the group XP and all that kind of stuff, I still think it's going to be a really fun game to duo with a significant other. You can chill, after dinner or whatever, whenever you want, whatever your downtime is, just kind of chill, chat with each other, play the game, have fun. It's a great game to play with somebody. Beastmaster got a group buff that is bat only offense increase. Well, yeah, that's the Beastmaster has an aura. Their aura, yes, that is the one thing they have that is exclusive to them. But it's 5 to offense and a little bit of agility or something, which is good. And it's helpful, but it's not the same, same kind of thing. Yeah, all of the hybrids in the game have an aura. They all have one. But yeah, as far as leaving a group or whatever, joining groups, leaving groups, there is some group etiquette. I agree. There's definitely group etiquette there. Just kind of say, hey, I'm not enjoying. I'm not getting enough XP. I'm not having fun. I don't need any more drops here. Whatever the reason that you want to give, you don't even really necessarily have to give a reason. Hey guys, gotta leave in 30 minutes. That's it. give them a heads up, you know? I don't know what the time range is. Some people might want a 10-minute heads up. Some people might want a 30. Some people might want an hour. You know, that's going to vary as well. Oh, you're only going to give me 5 minutes to replace a tank? You know how hard it is to find a tank in the game? Yeah. It's tough sometimes. I get it. Pop. Go quick. Senior, assistant, both pop. Yeah, just kill it slow. I'm on the senior. I'm rooted though. Maybe. Yeah. All right. I can see people are running into issues when they only want a group when it benefits themselves. Yes, that's the problem, Oompax. That is literally one of the reasons why I advocate for better group XP. One of the many reasons that I advocate for better group XP. Because if people are only there to get an item, that item drops, then they instantly like, got my item later, and they leave. They're not going to stay there for the XP. That is one of the many reasons, and one of the ones that I always have to explain to people. You know, like, you might be thinking, you know, oh, the reason to group is just for the XP, or just for the items. Sorry, just for the items. That's bad, right? That's bad. That's the bad side of that. So, anyway. Crazy that people playing DPS are still wildly out people leaving a group. Yeah. Group etiquette will probably be handled by server reputation. It will be eventually, yes. The reputation will absolutely... It'll catch up to people. At lower level, not as much. And then as they get higher level, the higher level you get, your reputation starts to mean more and more and more. And then once you spend, you know, 500 hours on your character, you get it to max level, you have tons of gear, more than 500 hours on your character, then you're like, crap, you know, I don't want to have a bad reputation. I don't want to have to do that again. Pull whatever you want, Cass. I'm going to tank whatever you pull up here. People need to realize real life happens. Yeah, that's another thing. Real life does happen. You know, stuff pops up. And you gotta, you know, you just gotta leave in emergency. Now, the thing is how reputation will come about is if you're constantly doing that. If you're constantly like just dipping out on groups and you get a reputation for leaving groups early and you're just like, oh, emergency, and it's like every single group you have an emergency that happens. Maybe you need to deal with your real life situation before you start playing a game, you know? So I think that's where the reputation is going to come in. Real life happens is just when we're saying people bounce with no warning because XP is too slow. Yeah, that's another issue. Just bailed without mentioning and trying to give a few moments heads up. It is pretty bad. It's bad. It's bad form, but you know it does happen. You know, there, like I said, there's gray area. There's gray area to a lot of this. Really. Like last night, when I was with that group last night, when I joined them, it was a party of 4. Actually, it was a party of 4 before I joined them. I was the 5th member. Their monk left as soon as I joined up. There were some issues that was going on with the group, and the monk left. And then I joined up, and there was 4 of us left in the party. And I said, hey, guys, I have until about, I think, like 11:30 or something my time. So, and I told them ahead of time when I joined the group, I'll be here for another couple hours. Just let them know. It was no big deal, you know. They were like, okay, cool. Two of them ended up leaving before I did. And then me and one other guy stayed. We duoed for a little bit longer. And I told him, hey, I have about 30, 45 minutes left. And then when that was up, I said, all right, have a good night. You know, appreciate you grouping. It was fun, etc. And that was it. We left on good terms. Everything was great. I guarantee you they'll group with me again. You know, it worked out. I didn't have to give a reason. I just said I'm leaving, you know, in about 30 minutes. I was just tired. That was my reason. I was done. I didn't want to keep going. Nope, the room's spawning. I'm on the guard. We got 3 mobs, so. I'm on the Seeker. Somebody start the timer with these again. Yep, on Seeker. Is there going to be a PvP server? Yes, there is a PvP server. I say play at your own risk on PvP in this game. It is not going to be an easy thing to do. Yeah, it's not an easy thing to do to play on a PvP server in this style of game. It is not like any other MMO that you played PvP-wise. Classes are not balanced. There's going to be a lot of ganking happening. There's going to be a lot of griefing happening. It's going to be the Wild West. Yeah, one of these is the PH. I don't know why it... Just let me melee it. Just let me melee it for a minute. It's fine. It's fine. Just let me melee it for a minute. It's the Wild West right now. PvP rarely happens outside of POI conflicts. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. It's the PvP that's currently available right now is the Wild West. It's only going to get worse when you have more people on the PvP server. This game is not going to be a game... It's going to be so different than any other PvP game you've ever played. Yeah, sideways. Do you drop stuff when you get killed? Yes. Yes. All your coin that's on you drops on the ground. They can loot items off of you. I think 1 item or something they can loot off of you. Yeah, you definitely do drop stuff. It is... Yeah, I'm telling you guys, you're not going to want to play PvP. Like, play at your own risk. It's a big no for me. It's coin only right now. Did they change it to coin only and no items? Well, that's good. But yeah. I've had my fair share of mining a node only to get ganked. Yeah, and have to restart. Yep, that'll happen too. Mining something, you're camping something, you AFK for 30 seconds. All of that stuff. All of that stuff. It's gonna be rough for anybody that PvPs. I just won't do it. But if you guys want a PvP, go for it. You know, like I'm all for having a PvP server. I just want people to know what they're getting into. Soloing a skeleton, get ganked, yeah. Do they make camping take longer than PvP server? No, but there's a trick right now that they hopefully are fixing to camp out instantly on a on any server. Make a second character. You hit Alt F4, close down your client, open the client back up, log in a second character, and it'll instantly boot your other character. So, I don't condone abusing that, but it is currently a thing you can do in the game, and hopefully they fix it soon. But people are, in fact, doing that. A lot. Sound like the same PvP systems are in every other RPG, open world PvP? No. It's different, Sal. I promise you it's different. It sounds the same, but I promise you it is a different animal. Like, this is one of those things that you're really just not going to see it until you try it, but it's different. I'm rooted, dude. Like, calm down. I don't have throw, dude. I have it. I don't have daggers. Yes, I could use a bow. If you abuse that, you'll probably get booted anyway. That's abusable in PvE even. It's very abusable, yeah. I told Nick about it the other day on his stream, and he didn't seem he was aware of that. He read it. He said, noted, I'll let the team know. Hopefully they fix it soon. But we'll see what happens. Your whole group can essentially FD in a bad pull? Basically, yeah. Longer it takes is going to be 3. On the Seeker. This room is very dangerous to camp in. But this is the way they want to do, like, this is the way they want to do, like, good items. Is they want to make it challenging to get to and then challenging to stay in. Surprised you don't use the same LD mechanisms, the EQ, for logging in a new character. Which one were those? I haven't played EQ in so long. Something special pop up here? Yeah, there's a named that spawns up here that has some pretty good loot on it. A double seeker here. We're waiting for the timer on these. So outside of which classes are available, does race selection have a major impact? It doesn't have a major impact. It does have a minor impact though. Like your starting stats make a slight difference. I in fact did not. But yeah, it's going to be more your starting trait, more so than anything. But it's not going to have a major impact. Like, your primary stat is probably still going to be maxed out. Your secondary stat won't be. Is going to be the difference. And if you start human, we'll all judge you. That's true too, yeah. You guys want to see the difference in like pet damage? Here, I'm going to show you. Because we were talking about this earlier, and people still don't believe me. Like, I can literally show it, and people don't believe me. It's weird. So, look at Zabanab, so pet, versus the fighter DPS. You'll have to see. I have to put it on NPC, so it'll probably be several people here. Gammy will probably be in there. Like, you just have to like look for it. I'm so boring. I always go human, sadly, and I'm aware of how boring I am with that. I mean, in this game, humans have an ability called tenacity, which is actually really good. Could log back into the same character, remove the LD tag, but couldn't log into another character without waiting for the LD tag to go away first. Well, yeah, there's ways they can fix it. It's easily fixable. But, yeah. I want human on my paladin because I couldn't pick a bigger human like a barbarian. Yeah. Maybe they'll make a troll paladin or something. I don't know. I haven't looked at the race list, race class list much. Wasn't proposing a fix. Gotcha. Yeah. That's just the EQ mechanic. Yeah. There's ways. Yeah. There's definitely ways that they could do it. And they need to. They need to do it. They got to do something. Am I bugged again? God dang it. They gotta fix this bug. This is infuriating me. I can't use like my 1, 2, 3 abilities. Like, it's just they just stop working. So dumb. Ogre Paladin would be epic. It would be pretty cool, yeah. Excited to try Shadow Knight anyway, coming from Death Knight and WoW. Shadow Knight in this game is pretty good. It's very strong. As a ranger, I get a bug when I try to auto attack in between zones of range of melee. I'll just stop attacking. Yeah, there's a bug that they apparently have been aware of or have been told or something. I don't know, but yeah, they haven't fixed it yet. Look at that. That pet just did. Look at it. Like these pets are doing crazy amounts of damage. 56, 56 back to back. You know, constant, like, 56 damage. Like, it's... He hits for more than I do. Yeah, that time I did. I was trying to get aggro on it. Trying to split the room so it's not so challenging. I see the shaman at full health but low on mana. Do they not cannibalize? Yeah, he cannibalizes a lot. Yeah, he cannibalizes a bunch. Gith is, he's allergic to mana. Anytime I take a mob that can be dangerous in a group of players, all those players to control, basically no restrictions. There's going to be balance issues. Yeah, exactly. There's going to be a lot of balance issues. This game has a lot of balance issues right now. But yeah, look at this. Like this, the pet is hitting for 56, 42. Sounds like you need an enchanter. Yeah, we were supposed to have an enchanter, but the guy playing he decided to play a cleric instead of an enchanter. Got time to pee? All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go pee, so just don't pull anything you can't kill. Be right back. That spawned way faster. Oh. I can only attack one at a time. I'm on the Seeker. I'm on a Seeker. Don't pull it while I'm in the bathroom, for sure. Which one do you want me to kill next? Oh, I thought there were... Did we kill the second one already? Oh, I didn't realize we killed him. That's what I was saying earlier. Like, it's so easy to pull from different floors. Yes, it's very easy to do. The aggro in this game, the vertical aggro is ridiculous. There's only 2 servers beta right now? Yes, there's a PvE and a PvP server. That's it. I don't know if you noticed that once there are more than 200 players in Night Harbor, it becomes barely playable. Yes, I have noticed that. It becomes very, very bad. Was it the dancing skeleton? I don't know. I think it's going to be part of a quest or something at some point, but it's just, you know, I guess flavor right now. I mean, this is a really cool room for them to not have done much with it. We got such a long time between these mobs now. You try to punch the chair? Yeah. Well, you could... usually, I mean, we could try to do something like that. You can try all sorts of stuff. But usually, if there's a mud command to be done, if you do /look, there will be some flavor text of some sort, and it'll hint to you what you're supposed to do. If it doesn't have that flavor text, then there's probably nothing to do. But unfortunately, with this game, is they could literally do that as much as they want. They could make it... They could literally make it to where you could just go to a random spot and do some sort of mud command and expect you to somehow figure that out. I don't know how you would figure that out without having something to hint at that. Which is something that I just don't like. It's just part of the game that I'm just not a fan of. Like, what if I could just go up to this wall right here and just, like, you know, push wall, and you push, like, an indent and it opens up, like, a secret passage or something? What if you could do that, but nowhere in the game did it give you a hint that is possible? That means that it could literally be anywhere in the game, and that feels really bad in a game like this, or just in any video game. You have to hint the player to something, you know? Give them some sort of push in that direction. That's for playing beta, so we can have a more balanced EA. Wait, what is for playing beta? But like, you could also get up really close to some of these things like this, and sometimes you have to be really close and do /look to be able to get any type of thing said. So it doesn't seem like there's anything in this room, because it just says you are in Night Harbor. But there is a name that spawns up here. Oops, I forgot to publish my video from today. I did a Sean overview video for this morning, and I totally forgot to publish it. Oopsie daisies. I hope there's a hidden piece of paper that when you do /look, it's riddled to the next location. They do that sometimes, Nova. That is in the game, where you can find like a piece of paper that kind of hints you where to go next. Is the paper physically lying around? Yeah, that happens as well. Yeah, main. Holy. That's literally the only interrupt I have, so. That almost went poorly. We got the Stein. Nobody want that? Yeah. Let's find out. Is it all? Yeah, it is. Nope, looks like a Stein now. It looks like the old Stein of Magok or whatever it was. Oh, that actually got an effect on it, dude. Yeah, it's got literally a particle effect. That is awesome. Pretty cool item. Named item drop? Yeah, it was the Stein. It's not really that great. But we got the Phantom Stein, that right there. 1 AC, 5 int, 10 You don't know who uses that? I mean, any int caster would use that. Yeah. Well, anybody but Wizard wouldn't want to use it. Yeah, because they would want to have another weapon. But Necromancer, Elementalist, and Enchanter would use it. I like this room. Everyone uses the measuring stick. A lot of people do use the measuring stick, yeah. But if you get another item, since it's got... The measuring stick has 5 int on it, I think. So it's got 5 int. That Stein has 5 int. So it would be better to have that in your offhand, and then, or your main hand, either one, and then have another item in your offhand that has more int on it. It would end up being better. Because they don't need a lot of these other stats. It's not having... No, it's not a big deal. No, I don't have any resist jewelry. What are you talking about? No, having like infravision and stuff isn't necessarily bad. You can actually adjust the gamma, which actually this area probably looks a lot better when you adjust the gamma. But at night, yes, it's kind of bad, but you can get infravision on a lot of classes. And then you can just kind of adjust gamma. I personally like that. I don't think that you should have to rely on infravision. I just don't like it. Is 5 in a big deal? Didn't feel like that much mana. Maybe 30, 40. I mean, yeah, but it all adds up. You know, it's one item giving you 30 to 40 mana. Versus, you know, and you got like 20 items that you can wear. So it adds up. This game is all about little upgrades. Min-maxing, maybe. Minimal upgrades. They make a big difference in the end. Got the measuring stick the other day. It makes me feel all warm and fuzzy inside. Yeah, absolutely. I hope you watched my video on it and gave it a nice little like. Little thumbs up. Thanks, Criddle, for the walkthrough. Now, I do have a full walkthrough on that particular quest, though, for those that haven't done it. And a full walkthrough on the Platinum Badge of the Living City quest. Those are 2 really good items. I did not do the Platinum Badge of the Living City this run. So. I did the Debt Carver one. The drop from the Poacher took forever for 2 of us. Felt like they lowered it with the patch. They did. They definitely nerfed the rates on those. I didn't know either of those videos. I'm going to go look up the badge video of yours, post haste. Yeah, the badge video is good. It's a C Invis necklace with like +4 like strength, stamina, agility, intelligence. I don't remember. +4 to like 3 or 4 different stats, and then C Invis on it. Very good necklace. Oh, thanks for playing beta. Gotcha, Sal. Yeah, no worries. You're good. I'm trying, man. I'm trying to get things. There you go. Platinum Badge of Living City. Hoku just sent it to me because he did the quest. So there you go. That's the stats on it right there. Very good quest to do. I recommend it to any new player. You can do that quest starting around level. You can start doing that quest around level 15. Like mid to high teens. It's really good for like a monk puller or something. It's good for anybody that can't cast C Invis, really. That's the reason I want it. But my group kind of skipped it. So we just never did it. It seems annoying to do. If my character has C and Viz, then I'll skip it. I mean, it's a little annoying. It gives a lot of money though. Like the quest turn in to lead up to that for the faction gives a ton of money. It's like 35 silver each turn in. No, it's not released to the public yet, Rox. That'll be on June 1st. If you opt into the beta, you could get that exclamation point beta for the opt-in info. But you could get into the beta. June 1st is a Monday. Works for me. I think a lot of people are just going to take that week off work. I expect to see a bunch of people in game on June 1st through 7th. I'll be here. Yeah, I think a lot of people are taking off work. It's kind of weird though. I feel like it's funny to me. People are literally taking off work, but then they're like, I'm not a hardcore player. I don't care if I get to level 60 first or whatever. And I'm like, then why are you taking off work? Just play the game casually. It's so weird to me. The things that people say, man. I'm doing my part. There you go. Isn't that from Starship Troopers? I love that movie. Getting a blast through the beta has been enough for me. Don't need a blast through EA. Yeah. June 1st confirmed as day one. It is currently the confirmed date. They may have to push it back. They're trying to not push it back at all. But as of right now, yes, June 1st is a confirmed date. I'll probably be only level 8 by the end of the week. Maybe, yeah. I'll take my time off when I can play a Deep Gnome. There you go. Yeah, wait. Pushing it back, you know. Deep Gnome probably sometime September, October, maybe. Doing a lot of trade skilling and hunting for cash, yeah. It's definitely going to take a while. Taking off money so you... Well, they're going to have name reservations, it looks like. They're going to allow people to have name reservations. We don't know when that's going to be. So... Don't know what to say about that right now, but they are going to do that. Never played EQ, but I played Dark Age of Camelot a lot. I miss the old MMO days. Yeah, DAOC was similar-ish to EQ. EQ was something special, though. EQ was more special as an MMO than a lot of other MMOs. It just hit differently. I think it's because it was one of the first. It was probably the first big one, right? There were other ones, but it was the first one that was like lots of people played and mainstream. How many names do they say? Can I have 25 names? I mean, you can make a bunch of characters. I don't know if how they're going to do the. I don't know how they're going to do the name save thing. But they're doing that with the server priority deal. So, when they they're going to send out an email to everyone that is signed up for that kind of stuff, and in those emails, it'll have like a server priority list. And they're going to list out all the server names. How they're going to collapse and expand based on popularity of the servers. And then also... sorry, I'm trying to listen to what they're saying. Queue time. So, like, you're gonna choose a server, and then you're gonna have like preferred queue times for that server, things like that. What's the difference between your ability bar to the right and the hot bar on the bottom? Ability bar is your actual abilities. Hot bars are things you can put in like for item swapping or macros that you create. So the macro system right here. So that's the difference. You can't put your abilities down here except for like my stone form ability. So certain abilities like your skills, I can put shoot down there. I can put stone form, fortitude. All of these, my skills in my ability book can go down here. But my actual abilities from your, or spells, you can't put, you can only put them over here to the side. For some reason, it seems like being hardcore and min-maxer is frowned upon. I don't really know why so-called casual players who aren't casual. I don't know. It's a silly thing. Same reason that hardcore players frown upon casual players. They just like to butt heads with each other. It's kind of silly, to be honest. No, it's down to like 20 silver. That guy's, yeah, way too much. Charging way too much for it. So, well, what's weird about it is people buy it for, like, I bought mine for 50 silver. And that was a while ago. But it's also used for the quest to turn in for the armor. So, it's got multi-uses. Yeah, that's another thing about this camp too, is that it's a difficult camp, so it's hard to gain XP here safely while you're camping the named. Like spawn time here is just super fast. Add camp name to title, maybe, whenever you are. I see a lot of people ask. It helps. I mean, I could if we're camping something for a long time, but yeah. The secret tower camp? Yeah. The secret tower. I don't know if anybody's even been up here in the beta. Based on the mod's name, it's a retirement home. Yeah. Now, there's something. If it drops, we'll talk about it. If it doesn't drop, I don't want to talk about it. But there's some cool stuff that drops here. Fight Club drops? Yeah, we don't talk about it. People don't know how common that is. That's why, Andy. It should have been, because I literally told a bunch of people today. But, you know, people don't want to listen. Yeah, that'd be better than what I'm currently using. I'm thinking of going Cleric when I go live. Any experience with Cleric? Yeah. Cleric is great. It's the best overall healer in the game as far as recovering health. Also, preventing damage on players is the best for that as well. Yeah, Cleric is very good. It also has the best Resurrect in the game. 95%. You would think these fires would put off more light than this. At least I would think the fires would put off more light than this. I had to turn my gamma to max to see, but still in some areas it's pitch black. I mean, yeah, there's ways that you can adjust it, but how is loot distributed when you kill a mob in a team? You have to ask. You have to, you know, it's not. I don't know. They've hinted at stuff like that, but no, there's nothing confirmed. So yeah, one of the things you can do is like this right here. The like NVIDIA control panel. So like you could turn this up and down. Technically this should be like right about here. So the game is supposed to look like this. Right? And then you can take the gamma and turn that way up. And turn that way down. This is what the game is supposed to look like. Which is just extremely dark and nearly unplayable. Like, this is bad. So that's why I put this at about 55% and makes it actually playable. So, you know, it depends, though. How much light do you have in your room? All that kind of stuff. It all factors into it. So, I feel like it's unplayable if you play it at normal settings. Isn't default 50% gamma? Yeah, well, yeah, I think when you first log in, it's like right here. That's default, but yeah, I don't know. Thanks for sticking around to do a Wolves last night. Had fun? Yeah, that was a lot of fun last night. I was just talking about that, actually, in our group that we had. That I, like, people don't believe that I pug. You know? They've asked me before if I pugged and stuff, so. I do pug, and in fact, I did it last night. And that's who I played with. Yeah, we had fun last night. Another Stein. The Stein actually looks pretty cool now, though. I think I'm going to keep one for myself. Just to walk around with a Stein, you know, be like, maybe sit in the tavern, hold my cool Stein. Are we killing this one? That sister in Shallow Shoals. What sister? Sister's Tower? No. This is in Night Harbor. We're up in the Pale Tower. I was recently asked to run a marathon. First I said nah, then they said come on, it's for handicap and blind kids. I could win that. You could win it, yeah. Could. Been afraid to because of lag. Yeah, the lag can be bad here for sure. You don't want to be up in this tower with the current lag. Definitely. Yeah, this particular camp is painful. Easily die up here. Tower must be empty soon. You think people are going to come here and do it? I think people are going to come here and try to do it, sure. I encourage it. Come on up here. Try to fight these. The only, really the big issue is there's a 5-minute respawn timer here. So it's a really fast respawn timer. And then the mobs, if the name spawns, she hits pretty hard. Like she can nuke for a lot. So you gotta interrupt her. Servers are up. Servers aren't, they don't go down. But they're the beta servers. Don't matter to me. That's not good.
Yeah.
Well, Isar and I had like 3 or 4 Caspians out of like 6 spawns. So it's just RNG. It's just RNG.
Yeah.
Fighter damage is good for a tank. It is not a DPS class, though. But it's pretty good for a tank. More damage than Inquisitor or Pally? Yeah, it'd be more damage than those because it can dual wield. dual wield and double attack. But that's really the only reason that it's more than those. And then later on, it can triple attack, but that's not till level 55. But Inquisitor can cast haste on itself, increasing its damage a good bit. Paladins can cast undead nukes. So, you know, it can do a lot more damage to undead. Higher DPS classes, so like well, right now it's kind of all over the place, but the highest DPS class, melee DPS is supposed to be rogue, and caster DPS is supposed to be wizard. And hopefully the idea is by early access that will be the case. Right now, it's other classes. Anything that can charm is going to be doing a lot of DPS. Beastmasters right now are very high DPS. Archers are very high DPS. Haven't been impressed with wizards. I've played people playing them. Need time to feel the class out. Yeah, the wizards. Wizards right now are bad. In an XP group, they're bad compared to other classes. A well-played wizard is still pretty good, but the other classes just overshadow it. It'll be anarchy? Kaz's famous last words. What would be your top class pick if you have to do a lot of soloing? Necromancer. Yeah. If you want to be like, if you want to be able to solo and not have to worry about nerfs and always be able to solo, Necromancer is going to be your go-to class. The other classes, some of them are able to solo now, but may not be able to solo as well in the future. It just depends on the class. But Necros are pretty much, their kit just kind of allows them to be able to solo. Why Necro over Beastmaster? So, because well, first and foremost, the Beastmaster is probably going to get nerfed. Its pet right now is a little bit too strong, so it's probably going to be lowered DPS-wise. I mean, I can't guarantee that. But the Beastmaster at higher levels is going to be more difficult because they're not going to be able to take the hits, and they're a melee class. So they're just not going to be able to take the hits that mobs are doing and be able to recover in a good amount of time. whereas a necromancer is able to fear kite things, so you never actually take damage. Yeah, I understand that, Hoku, but you have 3 pets, right? So you have your main Beastmaster pet, then you have 2 additional pets, plus you are meleeing on top of that. So it's just a lot of extra damage. I honestly think they're going to get nerfed. I'm not calling for a nerf. I don't think that they're going to stay where they're currently at. Beastmaster's DPS is too high, in my opinion, for what they do. You know, they don't necessarily have to nerf them, but I think what's going to end up happening is the other classes are just going to get overshadowed by these classes. So yeah, I mean, I get it. I get it, Hoku. I mean, I understand how the Beastmaster works. It's just that it's very strong right now. Very strong. If Beastmaster doesn't provide any unique buffs, is there any reason to go Beastmaster over Necro? It's got some unique buffs. I'm calling for more unique buffs. Like, I would like to see all of the hybrid classes get more unique stuff, and less of a, you know, pull from these other 2 classes and just get a lesser version of that. I think that's terrible. I think it's dated and it's just not really fun. You know, giving them unique abilities is just a much better way to go, I think. The hybrid auras was a great step in the right direction, giving them each their own flavor. Yeah, I think that was a very big thing. Yes, absolutely. You know, the auras, and then like now I think they just need some of their own abilities. You know, like why are we giving shaman or beastmasters just weaker shaman abilities, and why are we giving, you know, the ranger weaker druid abilities? I would rather just have them have their own abilities. The ranger right now has a lot of its own unique abilities, and I think that they need to go more in that direction. They can have some of the druid abilities, right? And that's fine, like Speed of the Wild, for example, or some of the damage shields or whatever. But why would a druid or why would a ranger use some of the druid nukes? It's just it just doesn't seem to be worth it. That mob teleported. I just don't like that kind of stuff. I would like to see it more like, you know, the ranger gets more melee and ranged abilities. Maybe have the beastmaster get more things that it can use with its pet, like telling the pet that to charge or lunge or poison. You know, those kinds of things would be really nice to see with the beastmaster, rather than just be like, oh, you get a shaman spell. Cool. Have you done a druid playthrough to a certain level yet? Yeah, we had a level 60 druid on alpha. What about their ability to solo while having port, kite outdoors? They can solo very well. They can quad kite. They can root and rot. They can snare and kite. They can charm kill mobs. They're very good. The highest level player in the beta right now that I know of is a druid, like, and soloed pretty much all the way there. Interrupt casters. What kind thing on Beastmaster pet would be awesome? Yeah, I mean, a way for Beastmasters to interrupt would be okay. You know, I think that they should do something kind of what World of Warcraft did with Beastmasters or with a hunter. Depending on the type of animal that you tame, it has different abilities. I think they should go that route. With the peon test, or with the peon test, with the open test at the end of the month, will closed beta players get wiped before? No. So what they're gonna do is when the open beta happens, they will just close the closed beta for that weekend. So we will not be playing. I probably won't even stream that weekend. Well, I'm not going to stream the game that weekend, and I most likely just won't play in the open test. That weekend, I'm planning on hanging out with my son a bunch. We might maybe stream the new Pokemon game or play that together. I'm planning on just playing that together with my son all weekend. That's my goal. Since we won't be able to play in the closed. Yeah, I keep hearing that it's better Animal Crossing, Burl. And my son loves Animal Crossing, and he also loves Pokemon. So I'm going to buy it. I'm going to go home that weekend. I'm actually driving home on that Friday. I'm probably going to get up super early in the morning on Friday while he's at school. And I'm hoping to be home before he gets out of school so he can come over right after school. I'm going to be really tired, but I want to install the Pokemon Pokepedia, whatever it's called, and just play that with him all weekend. That's going to be my goal. I'm just going to sit on the couch with him and just grind that game out and just have fun with it. I might get it before that and learn it, but we'll see. What do you mainly look for when you see a new MMO coming out? Combat exploration, leveling. I like to have raids, in-game content. That's what I prefer. I like a lot of exploration. I hate questing. Like, I hate hub quests. What World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy 14 did, where you have like these hubs and you get quests here, do the quest, then you go to the next hub, you get quests, and I don't like that. So I look for things that aren't that. But yeah, I love in-game raiding, which World of Warcraft has a bunch of and Final Fantasy had a bunch of. I don't like Final Fantasy 8-man raids, though. I think that's too few of players. But I also, I like the 40-man raids of WoW. I think that would be where I would prefer to be these days. I think that, those old school, like, EverQuest 72-man raids might have been too much. You having a lot of fun? Nice. Your Charizard lives in a little 2x2 house with no roof because I haven't had time to build stuff because I keep getting distracted wanting to build other stuff, which is yeah. I hear that everybody wants to do the story in that game, but then to build stuff, like, it's almost like you go from one area to the next area and you, like, gain new things. And they say to play through the game, get all the stuff to build, and then go back and actually build. That's what I keep hearing from people. So, I don't know. I might do it that way. You should rush the story to unlock more things to build. Yeah, and I'm thinking I might do that. Like, I might rush the story while I'm down here in Florida. And then be able to just build with my son. So we'll have to see. They had 70-man raids. EverQuest had, when they actually locked the raids, it was 72-man raids, yeah. Prior to that, it was completely unlocked. This game is technically going to be unlocked. So you can have as many people in the raid as you want. Because it's just open world. Just bring 1,000 people and start killing a boss if you want to. You can absolutely do that. I personally think that that's going to be hard for them to maintain. So we'll have to see how they actually do it. They're going to probably have to limit it in some way. Otherwise, having a big, huge guild that's just zerging stuff is going to be the best way to go. Like, zerg killing mobs is, I mean, clearly the easiest way. Story's time gated like Animal Crossing. Multiple things build on daily reset. So you would have to time travel to rush it. Well, I don't necessarily rush it, but like get it done before I go back up to South Carolina. Just so I can like give it to my son. But I don't know how like the world works. Like how does the world work with that? You know, like in Animal Crossing, you could only have one save per console or whatever. It was like a whole weird thing. Really annoying. So I don't know if I should like rush the story or if I want him to go through the story. I don't know. I'm kind of torn on it. One save per account, as far as I know. That's better than what Animal Crossing did. It was like one save per system. Weird. But yeah, I might download it tonight and start messing around with it some tonight while we're just camping some XP or something. Ooh, I should probably go get it, download it. For the legendaries, you can get, you get one attempt per day to get them on your island combined, and it's random. Oh wow! Time travelers took 60 days to get one of them. Oh gosh. Yeah, I don't like to do. You know me. I don't like to do that whole time traveling thing. I'm not necessarily opposed to doing it, but. You hated bind rushing bosses? Yeah. EQ. Encourages talentless gameplay. Yeah, the Zerg, yeah, Zerg killing and stuff. Yeah, it's... I don't like it either, and I hope that they do something to avoid that in this game. But I don't see them doing that anytime soon. Right now, the raid content is there's a lot to be desired there. I hope that they put a lot of effort into it before players actually get there in early access. So they still have a good, probably 6 months from now before players are going to be really doing that in-game content in early access. because it's going to take quite a few players to actually do. So they're going to have to wait for people to actually level up. So they've got some time to deal with it, but really don't want it to be the way it is currently. Where's my donate button? Like a tip button or something? It should be on Twitch. It should be right below the Twitch screen. It should be like straight down below the Twitch. Let me look. Let me see if it's still there. It should be there. Hopefully it works. Yeah, where it says support tips down there. It's in the panels. Let me click on it. Yeah, it goes through Own Pro. And then that gives you... Yeah, that's where it's at. They said monster members would be a group focused in-game like expeditions. Yeah, so they're going to be doing expeditions, but they're going to also have just raids. So like they're going to have random enemies like dragons just kind of walking around, maybe in certain spawn points. There's going to be like raid type bosses that are anywhere from like 2 to 4 groups to do them. But then they're also going to have expeditions. Expeditions are where you're going to charter a ship and you're going to go from the mainland to an island. And you may have to fight enemies on the way on the ship. Like there could be enemies that jump out of the water and attack you or whatever. Then once you get to the mainland, or once you get to the island, there's going to be special types of nodes that you can harvest there. Enemies that are going to be on the island that are going to be fighting and doing things. And then there's going to be a dungeon within the island that you have to find. And there's going to be like raid bosses, and you're going to be able to go down and actually fight those raid bosses inside of that dungeon. So that's going to be like your majority of raid content is probably going to be those expeditions. But no, the expeditions themselves are not primarily raiding, but raiding will primarily be on the expeditions, as well as some overworld bosses. But the expeditions, you could be a solo player, go on the expedition with some other people, get on a ship, and go over there and just harvest nodes. Like that could be another thing that you do as a solo player. So it's gonna be kind of both. How long are the boat rides, and can anyone go to the same island? Yeah, everybody goes to the same islands. Right now, there's going to be 2 islands, from what they've said. One of them is first round of population has started on it. The other one they haven't started working on yet at all. But they're still going to be contested islands. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the expeditions. I think they're going to be fun. One thing that they have said that they're going to do with that is when you get loot in the expedition, you can't just go out there, harvest a bunch of stuff, and gate back or teleport back or whatever. It's every item, supposedly, every item on the expedition is going to be no teleport, flagged no teleport, so that you have to bring it all the way back to town before you can do anything with it. But why do people like not like him so much? Sorry, I had to adjust there. I'm just glad the expedition raids are not going to be best of slot gear. They are, though. In the game, BIS will be spread across different things. No, BIS gear will still come from raids. Some of it. Like, I don't know why people don't think that it's not going to happen. This game will have some of the best in slot gear from a variety of different places. Some of it will come from the raids. Some of it will come from the expeditions. Absolutely. That go through? Confirmation is a bit wonky. It might have. I don't know if I've got notifications turned on. I'll have to check. Let me go check. I'll look. I'll specifically go and look to see if it goes through. I appreciate it if whether you do or don't. Like, nobody needs to donate to me. I do appreciate it when you do that. Whoops. I don't know why, like, the notifications sometimes don't go through. You give what you can. I appreciate it. I really do. Oh my gosh. Yeah, donation page is that. Yeah, it should be coming through. I don't know. Yes. Oh, geez, dude. It did go through, Asterian. I really do appreciate it, my friend. So it didn't go through. He donated $100 to the channel, so very, very appreciated. Thank you so very much for doing that. That helps me out tremendously. So yeah, absolutely, it did go through. Thank you. Unnecessary, but I really, really do appreciate that. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely goated. You're right, Burl. I need to turn that on and make sure that I don't know why it doesn't come through and come up on the channel. I have no idea why it doesn't do that. I set it up a while ago. I may have broken it myself. I don't know. I will look for that though. And I will definitely make sure I set it up. But yes, I do see it. So thank you very, 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 very much. Very much appreciated, my friend. If you die, you die. Yeah, I'm looking at it on my other thing here. Gaming fund for you and your boy. Oh, I saw the note in there. Gaming fund for me and my son. I will absolutely put that towards the game fund for us. Absolutely. Gaming time with the kids. I take personally. Yeah, for sure, man. I'll be doing that. Like right now, to give you the short version, I don't know if you've been in my channel a bunch recently or who in here has been in my channel a bunch. I got a call 2 weeks ago from my mom. My mom lives in South Florida. Got a call 2 weeks ago from her saying that my stepdad was in the ICU. Fast forward a week and a half later, he did pass away on Wednesday of last week. So he passed away at 7:45 in the morning. So luckily I was able to be down here and be at the hospital to visit him. Unfortunately, my son is up in South Carolina. So I'm down here. and I'm going to be down here for pretty much the entire month. And so I haven't been able to spend a lot of time with my son lately. So as soon as I go back, that is my goal, is to spend a bunch of time with him. But yeah, I'm helping my mom out right now. Luckily I'm able to stream from here, but I'm helping my mom out a bunch, and we're trying to get everything situated there with the passing of my stepdad. So, you know, that's the short version. There's a lot more that's going on. Right now, my mom is out with her sister who came down to visit. So they're out at my niece's, at the barn where my niece rides horses. So they're doing all that today. But yeah, I really, man, you don't know how much it means to me when people want to help out with the stream and just try to make it easier for me, because I do this full time. I try to do it full time, but I do have to supplement with other things. And you know, the more that I can do this, the happier that I am. When I can't, otherwise I got to go do like I do rideshare, Uber and Lyft and things to basically pay the bills. So very, very much appreciated. Meant to ask, is there a donation for the obituary? Nothing is set up yet, Burl, on that end. Yeah, nothing is set up yet for that. We're not going to do a funeral. We're going to probably do a celebration of life. My stepdad did not want a funeral specifically. That was like, you know, one of his deathbed wishes. So we're not going to do that, but yeah. Enchanter's still #1 class pick for soloing. It is, yeah. Charming is still very, very strong. Very, very, very strong. Anybody that charms is still very good. My friend's father was donate to save tigers. Really? That's fun. Hopefully it wasn't for Tiger King though. I disagree with Tiger King. It was a fun little show to watch back in the day, but I disagree with it. Main thing is you won't need an Uber guild to do in-game. Just yeah, exactly, Arizona. Like, I don't want to have like a guild that has like 200 members in it just to be able to do in-game content. You know, like I want raids to be 12 to 24 maybe a little bit more than that. Like I would be okay with upwards of 40 people, but outside of that, I don't really want that. Yeah, another Stein if anybody wants it. I already have one. Andy has one. Okay. I can see now part of the Paladin Epic quest line. It's going on expedition through stormy waters. Yeah, it's gonna be awesome, dude. Kill the ancient swords for the corruption. It's gonna be, yeah, it's gonna be fantastic. I can't wait to see stuff like that. But I don't want the epic quest, and I think Nick has talked about this, and maybe even Sean's talked about it. But what the heck are they talking about? I don't want to see where all epics are like in-game raid style things. I would prefer the epic quest to be all groupable, like single groupable. Maybe have like a raid drop at the very, very, very end for like the pinnacle item. But you know, we'll see how it plays out. Like I would love to see that. I just don't think it's going to work out for the type of game they're trying to make. You know, I would love to see everything be all raids. Tons of raids if it were me, but I don't want them to do that for the casual player. I want them to be able to get their epic weapons. You know. So, I don't know. It's... Or maybe, like, you have an epic weapon, and then you have, like, a small upgrade to it through raids. Like, a very small pinnacle part of it that, you know, the main weapon is still really good. You can get through groups. But if you do, like, this really big, hard raid with a large group of people, you get, like, you know, a cosmetic that makes it slightly different, you know, to kind of be like, hey, you literally did the entire thing. That would be cool, too. Double pets. I'm on the Seeker. Yeah, double pets, man. We can't... This is going to be... And it's 3. We're going to run. We got to run. Stunned. Yep, I'm off the bridge. I'm running, so it should train everything down. It should be on us, so Andy should be able to get you, hopefully. Yeah, I'm just going to camp, actually. That's going to be easier. Oh, I may not be able to. They're coming for us. That is a massive train. Yeah, I'm just gonna run. I'm running. I'm gonna run to zone line. It's not letting me teleport in this stupid teleporter. No, definitely check my weight. It just doesn't teleport forever. Maybe not for epics, having to wait months for golem ball. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's the thing. If they do it that way, it should just be like a, you know, kill the mob kind of flag or something. I don't know. Hopefully they do it, make it kind of fair. Hopefully. Wonder if you reload, if that will break aggro. It does not. No, reload would not break aggro. Alright, I zoned, so I'm good. I was thinking kill the mob flag, not needing to RNG a drop. Yeah, kill the mob type of flag would be good. I don't know if they can do it that way. Like, they may need to have an item drop, but make it 100% drop chance. That could be another way to do it. You know, we'll see. I have faith that the devs will make it good. They did say that they want it to be hard to do, but not, like, impossible. So they do want to have, like, the challenging quest lines. So, you know. Imperfect diamond. Put that there. Look at all this arcane powder. Arcane powder for days. Days and days. I wonder if Elementalist Epic will summon a unique pet. I kind of hope so. I really do hope so. I'll be back in just a second. I'm going to use the restroom, guys, and I'm going to grab a snack, I think. Give me just a minute, and I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. What? don't know. I've invited you twice now.
Yeah.
Oh, I camped out and back in. I wonder... No, I didn't. Did I camp? Oh, there you go. Are we going back up there, or are we doing something else? It's whatever. I mean, it's whatever. I just don't know what you guys want to do. Yeah, those are good. Yeah, see, I just don't like the int on these. Like, I've seen these before with the int on. I just don't... It's like... Yeah, well, it's like they're made for Shadow Knights and Inquisitors. No, they're good, but... Yeah, I just like... That might even be better than the other ones. Like, it's 4 AC less, but it's 5 stamina more. Like, it's... I think... Well, yeah, I just don't know how much AC is going to matter. That's the thing. Like, I think it matters, but I don't know by how much. They really need to adjust that more. Or we as players need to figure out what AC does and how it functions. Because I think there's breakpoints in it. Like, you need to have a certain amount of AC for the mob that you're fighting. Yeah. Yeah, where we're gonna go.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
That's the way. Just assume we're all gonna die, Kaz. There is, but it's very small.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do whatever you guys want. Doesn't matter to me.
Yeah.
As long as we're getting some XP. Like, that was really slow XP up there, but we're at least getting XP. I don't want to go back to like something that's green.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't care.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
You held your ground.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know about all that. Hey, look at this. A skeleton named No Hat over here. It's No Hat the skeleton. We can kind of... Can we... Well, I was going to say, can we stay on the stairs, but that's kind of a small area. It's kind of a pain in the butt. LeBron James, a skeleton you saw? I don't know. He could be anywhere. Could be anywhere. That'd be awful, yeah. All right. I think we're going to go back up there where we were. But we're just going to... We got more people actually paying attention this time around. Sorry if I came across earlier that I thought there'd be Abyss gear from Raid. I think there will be some, but I don't. Most come from one group content because of this clip from Nick. Yeah. I mean, Nick. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I mean, I watch all those streams, and a lot of times what ends up happening is Nick and Sean will say something, and then people will kind of blow it out of proportion. Is what like. Well, Sean said that this is a group game, so therefore there's going to be no raids. And it's like, well, that's not what was said. Like it's a group focus game. So a lot of times people just kind of take what they say and they run with it way too much. But yes, like Nick did say that there's going to be some are going to come from group content, some's going to come from quests, some's going to come from raid content. It's going to come from everywhere in a lot of different places for like best in slot gear. But that's just their idea for right now. A lot of what all of the devs are saying right now could potentially change. And that's something that Sean tries to be very good about saying is like, we're going to try it this way. And then we'll see what happens down the road because things could change down the road. So, don't, for anybody we're looking at this game, don't be like, oh, it's set in stone. This is the way it is. And it's never going to change. They're absolutely willing to make changes as things progress. But as long as something works the way that they want it to, then it'll stay the way that they want it to. So we'll just have to see what happens. You're welcome. We training all this stuff out? Is that... Okay, I'll do a big train right now. You ready? Look out. Stuff coming in. Massive train. Okay. No, wait. So right now we can go into the second floor or whatever. Wait, if you want to fight. Alright, bunch more coming. It's not the rogue figure, it's just everything else around him. Should be able to, yeah. I mean, we should be able... did they come out? Yeah, we should be able to go in after this all the way up to the rogue figure. There might be like a 1 or 2 workers or something, but we can kill those too. It's gonna make it very frustrating. Yeah, maybe we shouldn't do this now with this lag. I already have one. Alright, we should probably go up now before this all respawns. Let's go, let's go, let's go. No, the lag, we were thinking about leaving because we were in there, and then we just died because Kaz pulled too much. Come all the way into the room. Yeah, there's 2 pale guards and then the rogue figure back here, so we can just kill those real quick. Come up quick, Kaz. Do you... We are. We're up here now. We're killing it. Come up here. Oh my god, why did you go all the way up? Alright, let's DPS this rogue figure down. You guys ready? Oh, there's pale guard. Kill that. I know we don't. Because you guys, I don't know what you guys are doing. Yeah, it's a worker. I don't know where that worker went. I think it went after Isar because I think he healed or something. Yeah, that's what Kaz did. He went way past where he needed to go. All right, I'm gonna get the rogue figure. Let's see if we can kill it. Just burn it as fast as you can. Oh, there's a pale seeker here too. What the heck? Yeah, Mez the seeker. You try Pantheon Rise of the Fallen as well? Yeah, I played that. I put a couple thousand hours into that game when it first came out, and I liked it. I just don't like the direction that the company's going and how they're constantly changing it over and over and over and over and over. So I gave up on that game for now. Seems like it, yeah. We've killed it 3 times and it's always dropped it. Eminem, New Hope. Yes. Monsters of Memories is the newest hope. Absolutely. So, by the way, for that robe, I was offered like 5 gold from a couple of different people today, so that's about all they were offering, so I didn't sell it, but that's about all people were offering. All right, are we fighting? Let's go up here and fight before all this respawns. It's not all dead, so let's go up here and do it. I thought we were going to go to the 2nd floor and do that, because that's not dead yet. All right, let's go 2nd floor and start killing stuff. You guys here? Yeah, I'm on the Seeker. Assist me. And then we're going to camp this floor. Okay. So there's 2 spawns on this floor. One may be roamer though, I don't know. Yeah, we need to put a fire down. I'm out of wood. Yeah, we stay here. I don't know, man. 3 stamina or 5 AC. It's so tough. That's tough. We're at 306 armor class though. Woohoo! All right. I listened to the early stream on my phone when you were talking about solo XP, with exception for Charmers. I think you're wrong. There are no other classes that will level faster solo. No, there are. Right now, those classes would be the Archer. I'm on the Senior. Yeah, this is awful. The Archer is still going to be able to solo faster without Charm. The Necromancer can solo faster without Charm. The Beastmaster can solo faster without Charm, at least for the first, you know, at least 30 levels, maybe 40 levels. There's a lot. There's a lot. As dead. Which, well, we don't have any healing left. He's in Glass Flats. Yep, that happens. This teleporter, man, it does not function. Look at this. I don't understand why it takes so long for that thing to function. Absalon, I'm not going to go into another debate about it, man. I'm just not going to keep debating back and forth about it. Yeah, I totally understand the math behind it. I totally understand the soloing versus the grouping. I understand all of that stuff. I've gone through it back and forth dozens of times. I've heard all of it. You're not going to be able to convince me. It's just not going to happen, okay? I'm not mad at you about it. I'm just tired of talking about it, to be honest. I'm just literally tired of talking about it. I just started on a server. I'm in Night Harbor as a 4 Inquisitor. What's the best approach for finding groups? You're level 4 Inquisitor. I mean, you just start going, you know, shout. Be like OOC, looking for group. Level 4 Inquisitor, looking for group. Also, turn on your LFG tag. Type in //LFG space on. And that will turn on your LFG tag. And then you'll be able to go here into your social tab, or other players will be able to go here, and they will see a list of players that are available right here. And these players will be like people that might go, oh, we're looking for a tank, and they'll scroll through and look for a tank, like this level 4 Paladin right here, LFG or whatever. Or if you're in a group, you can turn a looking for more on for your group, and they'll have your group list. So that's this button right here. It says list group. Click on that. And then you can put in your range and what you're looking for right here, so people can request to join your group. I'm fine with that. We disagree? Yeah, we're going to disagree on it. We're going to disagree on it. That's all there is to it. And not mad at you, Absalom. Not at all, okay? Is there any lore about Inquisitors, by the way? I mean, there is lore, yeah. You just got to... Some of it you got to find. It's hard to find some of it. People are going crazy. We need to get out of this dang zone when there's lag like this. Zone? You're safe when you zone. That's it. The harbor guards... Oh, there's a pale guard right there. Did that thing aggro me? Harbor guards will attack the pale guards, but I wouldn't even try, dude. Also, just to be clear, didn't raise again to argue. I heard that part, been off stream. Yeah, I got you, Absalom. I know exactly what you're talking about, but you know, like what you're saying is not necessarily wrong, but there's more to it than just that, right? Yeah, and it's you know, not just going for harder content. It's not just going for, you know, more mobs. There's downtime that you have to consider. There's mana regeneration rates that you have to consider. There's people going AFK, people that can't stick to a group, LFG time. There's so much you have to consider when you talk about group XP versus solo XP. It's not just a matter of perfect static group going in doing XP. Even in that situation, certain solo classes are still better. You know, but it is limited to certain classes for sure. Are you guys able to actually get out far enough where you can res? I disagree with that. Go Aves. Like I just disagree with that, and I've already talked about why I disagree with it. I'm not sure I agree with either. It just seems like how it goes in terms of era of games. Yeah, it is how it goes. But, you know, modern games are a different animal. You know, modern games these days is everybody solos to max level and then you do content. Or like Final Fantasy 14, you solo doing all of the hub quest, and then the hub quest will lead up to a dungeon, and then you queue up for the dungeon, you do the dungeon, and then you go back to soloing. That's what modern MMOs have done. I personally don't like that. I really want... I don't know what they're talking about. I heard my name and I was trying to figure out what they were talking about. But yeah, I'm more of like the let's you know, get back to the social MMO. Let's get back to the people grouping up, you know, to make friends and to get items and to get XP, just grouping in general to do content. To just do anything in the game. I want to see more of that. And that's a preference on my end. You know, it's definitely more of a preference than it is like anything else. You know, some players are going to want to be able to solo all the way. And I think that being able to solo from 1 to 60 is a good idea. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. I just don't think it should be the optimal path. So I'm just listening to my friends argue and try to figure out what's going on before we figure out where we're going to go. Because we just had like a little wipe. As a long-time Final Fantasy 11 enjoyer, I have questions about if you can cure undead for damage. No, they have specific undead nukes. So you can't like heal an undead and do damage to it. They don't have that kind of thing in here. So that's something that has been talked about with the devs recently, being able to like take a bludgeoning weapon and it works better on skeletons, or being able to heal an undead and do damage to it. None of that stuff currently is in the game. They might add that, but if they do, it'll be very limited. So most likely you're not going to see that. I don't expect that to happen in this game. They have said that Bane weapons are more of a possibility and may even be in the game already, where like you'll have a weapon. So like if we look at my weapon here, let's say we look at this Eclipse Cleaver, it'll say like 10 damage, 30 delay, and then underneath that it'll say like Bane 5 to undead. So it'll be basically be 15 damage, 30 delay to undead specifically. They may do something like that where they have Bane weapons, but outside of that, they're probably not going to have specialty types of abilities like that. other than like, you know, harm undead kind of spells. I never liked those modern MMOs, group scenarios. It feels like a bunch of people running around like chicken with their head cut off. Yeah, I could not stand when I played Guild Wars 2. I was really hoping Guild Wars 2 would go back to like old school MMO style, where you have your tank and your healers and your DPS and your utility and you go into dungeons. But what it ended up being was just more of a group Diablo game. Like everybody is a free-for-all, every man for themselves, but you just do it in a group. And I didn't like that. I like that when I have a mob targeted, I still heal myself. That's a target of target thing. Be chillin'. That's something that I would like to see too. Yeah. Like that would be a UI kind of quality of life UI change. So like, let's say you're targeting the tank and you cast a heal spell. It hits the tank. But if you cast a damaging spell, it won't hit the tank. It goes through the tank to whatever the tank is casting. That's something that they did in, I think Final Fantasy does it. I think that EverQuest 2 did it. I think even World of Warcraft does it now. I would love to see that. It does do, if you're targeting an enemy and you cast a heal on it, it will heal yourself. So like paladins don't need to change their target to heal themselves. Clerics don't need to change their target to heal themselves. It'll just go right back to you. It'll if you don't have something targeted that you can heal, it will automatically default to you. So that is a thing that you can do. Just asking because it was a novel way to level up classes in a unique way. It would be multiple white mages, paladins, monks do undead damage for XP. Yeah, it was a really cool way to do things back in Final Fantasy days. I hope they bring in a lot of the Final Fantasy stuff into this game. Final Fantasy 11 specifically would be kind of neat. I would like to see some of that. If you cast a spell that is not castable on the target, it goes to target of target. That's interesting. Yeah, that's how they did it in a couple of games, and I really like that. So like you could also target the enemy, and if you cast a heal on the enemy, whatever that enemy was targeting would be healed. So like there's a through target kind of thing. Yeah, I like that. I don't know if they had the capability of doing that. They would have to obviously, program that in. But I would totally be for it if they did that. That in particular from Final Fantasy, that where you could target stuff. I don't know if it was in Final Fantasy 11 or not. I don't remember it in Final Fantasy 11, but I didn't play that game a bunch. I played a lot more EverQuest 2 and World of Warcraft back in those days. I played a lot of EverQuest and then Ultima Online prior to that. So yeah. But that whole target of target thing is really nice. I don't remember it there, but that was definitely in Lord of the Rings Online. Yeah, I think it was in Lord of the Rings Online. Yeah, the target forwarding. Yeah. I don't remember it in Final Fantasy 11. I think it's in Final Fantasy 14. And World of Warcraft and EverQuest 2. I don't even know if it's in World of Warcraft. It may not be. Sorry, I'm just waiting on my friends right now before we go do something. Every time we get our full group together, everything just kind of blows up and it just becomes like, oh my gosh, it just goes crazy. We've only gained all day today. I've been on for like 6 or 7 hours, and we've only gained like 2.5 yellow bubbles, something like that. So we have not gained a ton of XP today. It has been kind of a slow day.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Wait, do I have these items? I do have these. Let me go put these in the bank.
Yeah.
Down by the banky bank.
Yeah.
Spanky bank. No, only like the harbor guards and the ones that are right near them attack them. Regular guards do not. I hope so. That's going to be funny.
Yeah.
No, it won't be funny for them, but it'll be hilarious to me.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Where are we going? What's up, everyone? How's armor class work? You know, I'm not 100% sure, to be honest with you, but I can give you the basics of what I do know. So, armor class increases the range of damage that you can take. So say a mob does 100 damage and you have 0 armor class, it's pretty much always going to do 100 damage to you. But if you have the higher armor class you have, it'll reduce that damage sometimes by some amount. So let's say it does 100 damage and you have 300 armor class, then it might do a range of 50 damage to 100 damage. So it could still hit you for max. It could be as low as 50, and it could be anywhere in between. So kind of think of it as D&D dice rolling style, where you roll a die and it just reduces it by that amount of damage or whatever. That it's kind of like that. Now, outside of that, I don't really know how it all affects. There is I think this is a completely 100% assumption on my part, but I think there's breakpoints. So if you're fighting, let's say level 30 mobs, you might need 200 AC to be able to really mitigate the damage. If you're fighting level 30 mobs, you might need, higher AC for the higher mob that you're fighting to be able to really reduce that damage. It seems like that to me because as I'm fighting mobs and I don't increase my AC, I can increase it just a little bit, and then all of a sudden I just all of a sudden start taking way less damage, and I feel like I just hit like a break point or something. But I can't prove that. I don't really know that for a fact. Isn't the Spellblade already in the game? Spellblade is in the game, yes. It is in the game. And it's a very good class. Are there other defense layers besides armor class? I assume AC only applies to physical damage. Yeah. So there's physical damage and then there's resistances. Well, I guess you can see them over here too. So over here on this little window right here, you've got my armor class here in the middle, and then you have resistances over here to the sides. So those we don't even know what those go up to. They used to go up to 100 max. Now they go higher than that. So you can reduce all the different types of magical damage or elemental damage in the game as well. Then you also have your skills. So you have your defensive skill. So this right here, I've got 235 defense. that goes up against the offense of the other thing fighting you. So it'll go down here and look at the offense, and it'll say, my offense is 235, your defense is 235. So, you know, what's the chance that I hit you and avoid hitting you? Then you, in addition to that, you have parry, you have all sorts of stuff. Yeah, what? I'm paying attention. I'm not going to die. Why are you guys dying at the North Gate? Who cares about the Pale Guards? Let people deal with it. Oh, okay, then I don't know what to say, man. This happens. Like, look out. Okay, like we can do that, but I don't know what the big deal is. Like, this isn't our problem to deal with. This is, I don't care. You create trains all the time. It's not our problem to deal with. I'm watching my character. If something aggroes me, I'm going to move. Like, this is a flaw in the game design. This is not a player issue. Sorry, they're all like freaking out because stuff got trained to the guards. Mobs are going all over the place. Like, I don't know. I mean, I say leave it alone. Let them deal with it. I mean, I get it, but at the same time, it's like that's the issue, is that people are always aggro to these mobs and they put them in town. That's not our problem. That's the game design. You know, I understand that they get trained down here, but again, okay, you train the zone line. People train the zone line all over the place. Like, you should be smart about where you log out or where you just sit AFK. Well, I don't think he did it on purpose. Like, there's a big difference between training somebody and killing them versus saving your own butt and then them getting killed because they're not paying attention. I hear about trains all the time. Do mobs stay on you forever once you aggro them? Yes. They will stay on you until you zone. They will absolutely stay on you until you zone. It's not griefing. People can say what they want. Anyone happen to have a friend code? Uh-oh. Got friend codes. And if you zone, do they attack the nearest player or just reset? It depends if you're aggro to them or not. So what they'll do is they will walk back to their spawn point. They'll walk back to their spawn point, and if they aggro something on the way, they'll aggro something on the way. What stat will affect your archery skill? Strength for your damage and dexterity for your hit chance. Training isn't griefing, it's part of the game. If the devs dislike it, they should change it. Absolutely, I agree. We just ran to the zone because we had too many mobs. I mean, yeah, it's always laggy. Well, we can try to go to Glass Flats and actually kill the named that are over there. We should be able to kill most or several of those now. I don't want to just go to the Drakes and just kill Drakes. You know, I don't want to do that. Yes, we should be able to kill those names, get to those names, yes. There's at least those 2 that are in that one little tower that we can pull to. That should be easy to do. The named will still be tough, but they should be doable now. We can do that. Is there enough mobs over there for XP, though?
Yeah. Yeah.
Max level is 60, yeah. Do you lose XP on death? You can D-level? Yes. You do lose XP, and yes, you can D-level. You lose about 10% of your current level's XP when you die. But you can get resurrected by clerics or paladins that can give you some of that XP back. I would agree. It's easy. We already know it, and not lagged. I'm gonna start running that way unless you guys say something else. My played time. Let me look. I'm currently at 7 days, 14 hours, 24 minutes. Yeah, lanterns are a gold when you buy them from the NPC. Nah, I paid a gold for mine. Yeah, it's I mean, I say let it go. I mean, the devs need to see that kind of stuff happening because it's going to happen more on live. And the more as people get higher level, it's just going to happen a bunch. Like, they need to see that so they know what to do to fix it. No, I mean, I don't feel bad at all. It's part of the game. Like, don't stand where people can zone like that. I mean, I hate it. Well, you know, that's really far, but could you give us a bit of insight on how you can build your character for different purposes? You can't. Tank versus DPS in your case, since you are a fighter. So no, you don't want to do that. Each class in this game is a specific role for the most part. There are some that can kind of pseudo do other things. So basically, the easiest way to put it is there's 4 things that each class can do. They can tank, they can heal, they can DPS, and they have utility. Every class in this game does a little bit of each of those things to varying degrees. If they go 100% into tanking, and they'll have 0% in the other 3, right? So they could be like a fighter is mostly a tank but does some DPS. So it's going to be like decently high DPS, but not as much as a DPS class, but it's able to take physical damage really, really well. And it's going to have high health. A healer is going to be doing very little damage, but it's going to have the ability to heal. It's not going to be able to take damage very well. It's going to have some utility, with like buffs and resurrections or things like teleports or whatever. So it just depends on your class, on what its role is. You cannot, and you do not want to, try to spec your class. Like, say I'm playing a fighter and I'll be like, I'm going to spec as a DPS and I do not want to be a tank as a fighter, and you just go all strength and dexterity and try to be like, I'm just going to be a DPS fighter. You will be less damage than a DPS, and you will be expected to tank mobs because that is your role. So each class has a role that they do. So it's hard for a lot of people to grasp that concept, but that is how the game works. So just know that going in. There's a specific role. It's not like World of Warcraft where you have like 3 different spec trees and you can spec into a different tree to do different types of things. It's not like that at all. There's a max level range within groups for receiving XP. There is a max level range. It starts out at 5 levels. But once you hit level 15 and higher, it becomes 2/3 of the highest level player or 1.5 times the lowest level player. So those would be the exact same number. So if you're level 20, 1.5 times would be level 30. You can group a level 20 with a level 30. If you're level 60, you can group with a level 40. But if you're level 15, you can only group with like a level 10. So it grows slowly as you get higher level. Which classes are DPS? Anything that's not a tank or a healer or a utility. DPS classes are, well, I mean, the main DPS classes are Wizard and Rogue. The next best DPS classes are going to be like Archer, Ranger, Beastmaster. You know, any of those are going to be mostly DPS. Your Elementalist technically is a DPS class. It's got some utility to it though, so it's not going to be as much DPS. The more utility a class has, the less it's going to do in its primary role. So like a Rogue is going to do really high DPS, but have less utility. And then a Ranger has really high utility, so its DPS is not as good. It still does DPS. It's still considered a DPS class because it's still like 60% or more of its abilities are going to be DPS oriented, but it still has a lot of utility. But then you also have just straight utility classes, like your Enchanter and your Bard are like very focused. They're like, 60, 70% utility classes, and they do very little damage because of that. So that's the way that it's meant to be. There are kind of caveats to that, but that is the way that it's meant to be. Experience penalized for being out of level range of a mob you are killing, say 20 plus levels. Yeah, it is. So that's the con of the mob. When you go up to something and you can / consider it, or you can hit C on your keyboard and it cons it, and it tells you what that mob is compared to your level. So I'll show you what I'm talking about. So if I target a mob here, let's see, we're going to target this beetle down here. It's a dust scarab, and I hit C. A giant dust scarab seems indifferent to your presence, meaning that it will not attack you if you get near it. And it says you will likely emerge victorious in battle, meaning I will defeat it easily. But also the color of this, so being green, means that it's an easy mob. Now, if I could find another mob, let's see what this one, that's also green. I have to find another one that's like higher level, but it basically goes green, light blue, blue, white for equal level mobs, yellow for a mob that's a level or 2 higher than you, and then red if it's 3 or 4 more levels higher than you. So you don't really want to go after things that are yellow or red without a group. You really shouldn't be going after redcon mobs with a group. Currently you can under certain situations, but you really want to try to avoid that if you can. Spellblade is a DPS? Yes, Spellblade is a DPS class with some utility, so it's going to be very high DPS with some utility. Basically no healing, but it does have the ability to off tank. So when something has the ability to off tank, it's going to lose some of its DPS. It's going to lose some of its other things. So like think of it in kind of as a percentage out of 100. How much out of 100 of those 4 different things can it do? Like a druid is going to be, for example, a druid will be like 0% tanking. It'll be like 50% in heals, and then 25% utility, 25% damage, right? I'm just kind of throwing numbers out there. It's a very versatile class, so it's got more of a spread of that. Whereas if you go to like a rogue, it's going to be like 80% damage, like 20% utility, 0 healing, 0 tanking. A fighter is going to be like, 60% tanking, 40% DPS, 0 healing, 0 utility kind of thing. A ranger is more like 50% DPS, like 40% utility, 10% healing, and it can off tank in a pinch if it needs to, but it's not really a good tank. So it's kind of like that. Keep in mind that a few classes are still being, and several things are being worked on. A lot of things are currently in flux, I guess. So what currently is best DPS or best tank or best heal may change as they get closer to early access. They're really working hard right now on balancing the game. That's probably my biggest complaint or gripe right now, is that the game is just very, very imbalanced. And I don't mean balance like all DPS are doing the same DPS, all tanks are equal, all healers are equal. That's not what I mean by balance. What I mean by balance is those 4 things that I said out of 100, those being balanced. So like you might have a class right now that is 80% DPS and still like 50% utility, because it's just really good DPS and it's really good utility. But that's over that 100% of what it should be. So they need to take away some utility, take away some DPS to bring it down so that all of them are out of like 100, right? That's the idea eventually, but it's just going to take them time to get there. Sounds a lot like Final Fantasy 11. Yeah, it is. It is. Inspect mobs are too weak. Easy prey, decent challenge. Yes, that's 100% like Final Fantasy. Yeah. What are the chances the team plans on adding player portraits to the character main health bar? Faces your party. Remember next. I don't know. That's something that they might add. They are still working on the UI quite a bit. So, yeah, like very, very possible. But see, there you go. This one right here, for example, this Fallen Warden is red to me that I targeted over here. So that means it's a challenge. Then you have this one over here. That's a Fallen Warden. Hang on, let me target it. So the Reservist, this is even con to me because it's white. So it's level 47. These over here are probably level 50. Like this Warden is probably level 50. This charred Ranger is yellow, so it's probably it's 48 or 49. What's the best class for solo leveling? I would say Necromancer. That's going to be your easiest to go to. It's going to be good at soloing when the game actually comes out in live, and you're not going to have to worry about nerfs and buffs and all that kind of stuff. All right, I need to go do a couple of things real quick. Mom just sent me a text, so I'm helping her out. I'm over here at near the camp from yesterday, near where those named are. There's yellow and red mobs over here. I'm assuming they're 50. So I don't know if you want to do these or want to go to do the other stuff. The two inside the broken tower. The dog mob, remember? I don't. Charred Ranger is yellow. Fallen Warden is red to me. So Andy might be able to con it and see what they are, but like I don't know. I have no idea. I can't get in there without dying. So, but I need to go AFK for a second while you guys run over here. Okay. Well, I don't know what else you were doing, so I was running over here. I'll be back in a second. I need to clean up a couple of dishes and pull in the trash can, but I'll be back in just a minute, guys. Alrighty, sorry about that. This is funny. This guy's name is Ranger. I wonder if he's a ranger. Who Ranger? Yep. Level 21 Ranger named Ranger. Alright, I'm back. Where are you guys at?
Yeah. Yeah.
Alright, come on over there. This area looks awesome. This area right here is amazing. There's so much undead throughout this whole area. Like all of this up in this tower, up in this tower, throughout this whole thing right over here. There's stuff everywhere over here, guys. Once you get to like your high 40s and through your 50s, you'll be over here a ton.
Yeah.
I really do think we could do that named camp over there, but
Yeah.
well, you have so much kiting room over there. Like if you get aggro, you can just run around. Oh, well, the damage shield definitely is an issue. Do you have quests? No, there are no quests. There are no quests. Not like in the sense of having quests or whatever. You can like open up your journal and you can read all of this stuff. This is just like what different players and different things have said to you. And you can kind of read through this and be like, oh, well, you know, what do I need to do for the next part of the quest? But this isn't like necessarily a specific quest journal. But it is a journal of what NPCs have said to you that you've talked to. But most of these are quest NPCs in some way. So when you talk to somebody, like, that can happen.
Yeah.
I'm ready whenever. Not on this side. I don't think he comes on this side. I think he only goes to the other archway and all the way through to the other side. To the one way inside, not the archway we are standing next to, I don't think. Yeah. As for graphics, which I love, are there any plans on doing update to them? Yeah, there's going to be updates to the graphics, Nilo. So, like, you're going to see textures, like the style is not going to change, but the textures will change and they will be updated over time. So, like, when you zoom in, you know, like, there's a lot of detail here. Let me try to. Can I do /show helm? /hide helm? I can't do it. Anyway, like the detail... Oh, shoot. The detail on your characters and stuff is going to change over time. Like, there's some really good detail here. This is kind of hard to see. There we go. There's some really good detail that you see on these characters. This is all hand-done. It's all hand-done art by the team. And it looks really good. So we're not going to stay out here? You want to go inside and do stuff? Hey, what's going on, Impin? How are you? How much character customization does the team plan on having during character creation? So you're going to be able to choose traits. There's a minor combat trait, major combat trait, minor combat trait, and then a major non-combat and a minor non-combat. Those you'll see up here at the top of your character screen. So like up here, these different traits or whatever. So that's going to be customization, and then you're going to have 10 stat points that you can put into your character in any way that you want, over the 7 different stats that are available. So you have like these 7 stats right here, the strength, stamina, agility, whatever. You have those. You have 10 points that you can put into that when you create your character, up to a maximum based on the race class combo of your character. So it might be 26 is the max, 28 is the max, 27 is the max. In some cases, 29 is the max. It just depends on your race class combo. Has the WoW killer arrived? Nah, it's not going to be a WoW killer. Nah. Nothing's really going to kill WoW. Like, you gotta think, like, WoW was just in the right place at the right time. Had a very, at the time, had a very good reputation with Blizzard. It was just, like, nothing is going to be able to just dethrone WoW. That is probably the one that we need to kill for the placeholder. You want to fight on a wall? Yeah, it's a very much more niche game for sure. What? No, my spell's fine right now. It's not fading yet. Could fade at any moment, though. I don't know. Played a samurai, so definitely missed the chains. Oh, yeah, samurai in Final Fantasy? Appreciate the answer to all the questions. As far as physical appearance, how much variety will there be during character creation? They're making a lot more of that. There's not a lot of variety now. You may only have like 2 or 3 hairstyles, like 5 hair colors. There's not a lot of variety, but they're adding in a lot. There's like, for like the dwarves' beards. Right now, I think there's only 2 different dwarven beards. They've got several more that have already been created, I believe. So yeah, they're adding quite a bit. I hope what they do in the future is they make a. I hope that they make a. Golly, what's the word for it? Like a respec kind of thing, like a barber shop or something where you can change that later on at least one time. I would like to see that, but I don't know if they're going to or not. Druid decent at soloing. Wonder especially. Yeah, Druid is probably one of the best solo classes in the game. It's really good. Right now with Charm specifically. Once they remove Charm, it's still going to be okay, but not amazing. You stick it out here in the hallway. Like, I don't think there's a roamer that goes all the way down here, right? Yeah, leave it out here in the hallway. Like, even down here, Andy, you could, like, I don't think there's even mobs down here. Let me look. Yeah, you could leave it, like, right here if you wanted to. Like, there's nothing that comes up and down here.
Yeah.
Need a campfire whenever. I always taunt. What are you talking about? Identify Druid, Charm, OP, it breaks fat. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to get into the Charm debate again. The risk is high, especially maintaining a Charm and balancing your mana. The risk is not that high, Filsa. It's not really that high at all. But I'm not going to try to explain how to play, you know. I'm not saying that you don't know how to play the game, but I'm not going to go into that whole debate again on Charm. I talk about it for like 2 hours every day. Just non-stop. Yeah, this morning we the beginning of the stream this morning was basically nothing but solo XP versus group XP and Charm. Just a discussion non-stop about that for like literally hours. Charm is changing significantly. It is. It's currently being looked at and being changed, being adjusted, balance, you know, coming and whatnot. So. Did you turn off damage numbers? I just closed the window. Yeah, I just closed. So like, there's a win. You can. It's kind of nice. Like when you first log in, you're gonna have combat on one You're going to have combat in one chat window, and then you're going to have everything else in another chat window. But if you open up a new chat window like this, and you right-click it, then you have all these different filters. These are all different things that you could filter through in this window. But in combat, there's a bunch. So you have, you know, deaths, you have pets, you have melee, like things that hit, things that miss. You have ability damage, you have the beneficial, detrimental. Like you can make a lot of different windows for that. I just haven't really made one yet. But yeah, I just kind of turned it off. I mean, if you guys want to see combat, I can always turn it on. Just do melee, hits, mine. So this is going to give you all of my hits on a mob, and it shows the damage. Stick it over here to the side. So you're saying it's time we talk a bit about charm? Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. It is now time to start talking about charm again. For the umpteenth time. Now, my opinions on charm are that it's just too strong. It's just too good of a skill. I'm on the Dread Knight. Is your Necro charming? Yes. The Necro is currently charming, yeah. Yeah, Ghost's dead. That was the first mob we picked. Will there be unique, rare spells that players will have to go on major quests or dungeons to obtain? Maybe. They've talked about that quite a bit. Trying to think of what I can say versus not say. But yes, the answer to that, the short answer to that question is yes, there will be droppable spells in the game. There will be research spells in the game. And then there will be spells that you can just buy. So there will absolutely be rare spells and rare things that players can obtain. Yeah. I guess charming is good then? Yeah, charming is still amazing. It's still the best way. Like, for XP, still the best. Absolutely. They just do so much damage. Like, look, well, I'll show you. I will show you how much damage they do. We'll open up another window. This is my damage on the right over here. This is literally the amount of damage that I am hitting for with my attacks. And then over here, this is going to be the damage of basically people in my party, but look for the skeleton damage. So we're going to do NPCs. So you need to look for anything that says Skeletal Footman. And you'll see how much damage a Skeletal Footman is doing. They're going to be doing 3 times the amount of damage that I'm doing over here. Like my max hit right now is like 45. You know, it depends. The thing is, though, that's you're not really seeing is how quickly they're doing the damage, right? I'm doing the damage fairly quickly, whereas they may be a little bit slower. But they're doing 3 times the amount of damage per hit, and they're dual wielding. So over here, he's doing 64, 53, 88. You know, like those are the highs that I'm seeing. Of course, they do hit for 1 sometimes. They do hit lower damage every once in a while. But yeah, charmed pets are still very strong, and you can see right now, you can see that it's not that hard. It is not challenging to keep it charmed. When it breaks, you stun it really quickly, you taunt it, whatever. The necromancer deals with it and just recharms it and keep going. Not challenging at all. There's very little risk versus reward. 108. Look at that. You see that? Did 108. Skeletal Footman did 108 single swing. 107, 82, 96. See what I'm talking about? Crazy amounts of damage. Crazy amounts. And it's consistent. I was watching Eats Up stream last night. The Charm Pet was doing more damage than their wizard. Yeah, absolutely. It does more damage than their wizard. It's I'm telling you, like, you're not going to convince me that Charm is still not the best way to go. Clip it and show the naysayers. The naysayers are going to still, well, they're going to say stuff like, well, its attack speeds are slower. It's, you know, you have to still keep it charmed. It costs mana, blah, blah. They're going to have all sorts of excuses for it. But, I mean, you literally see it right here. You can see what it does. So, yeah. Do beasts get dual wield? Different than mobs. Can dual wield is a different. I'm seeing with Druid Charm. So, yeah, mobs. All mobs, like at a certain level, when you charm them, and pets get like dual wield. So, like NPCs have dual wield innately, if they have it. So yeah, it depends on the mob that you have fighting, and what abilities they use. This is why in Classic WoW, Mind Control is like a flavor spell. It's not really working. Yeah, it's exactly why. It's because they know that it's too strong. Charm is too strong. Period. Don't care who you ask. It's too strong. So people are just going to keep using it until they nerf it. They've got to make it to where. Oh, see there, Charm just broke. Let's see what happens. Stunned. Mezzed. And then he's going to recharm it here in a second. There he goes. There's the charm spell. Well, there he goes. I guess something happened. He's recharming it. Just recharmed it. And then when Mez wears off, he'll just send it back in. I mean, that wasn't hard. It wasn't hard at all. Hey, thank you so much for the sub, Hoss Actual. I appreciate it, my friend. But yeah, mobs will dual wield. They also have abilities they can do and cast. If you charm like a druid, the druid mob will give you buffs. It'll give you damage shield. It'll give you the armor buff. It'll give you regen, speed of the wild. Gives you buffs. Like, that's another huge benefit to charm. It's all about, you know, using the charm properly too, right? It's all about using it properly. Like what Andy or Stein does here is he takes the charm mob outside, so when it breaks, he sees that like he's got a window that basically tells him charm broke, and then he knows it's coming in, so he prepares for it. As it's coming around the corner, he can mez it, he can do whatever he needs to do, and be ready for it. You just have to put the mob away from you. People that try to charm a mob and have it sit right next to them, well, that's not very bright. So technically speaking, Druid Charm is weaker based on the benefits. I would say that Druid Charm is probably the weakest out of all the charms. Yeah, most likely. One, you have to charm animals or beasts. There's fewer of those in the game to find, but it depends on what you're charming and what level they are and all of that too. So like some Druid beasts are very strong, like super strong. 13 minutes it looks like. For me. But yeah, that's why I just stopped having the charm discussion with people. Because you can easily... Oh, look at that. 99, 124, 99. Holy moly. Like, that is just insane. Look at that. 107, 107, and then 44. All the skeletal footmen. Boom, 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 boom. You see that? Come on. That round of attacks was insane. Did like 500 damage in one round of attacks. Another 124, 124, 90. Boom, boom, boom. Back to back to back. Now, the thing is, and what Nick doesn't want to do is he doesn't want to take away that damage. He wants to increase the risk. And I'm okay with that if you can increase the risk enough. But right now it's very hard to increase that risk enough. The damage needs to be nerfed 100%. Shouldn't out-damage the player. I agree. Yeah, and right now it does. It out-damages players easily. And there's not enough risk to it. Anyway, so we're not going to talk about it anymore. I've shown the numbers, and I think we're kind of all on the same page that it's just something needs to happen. What needs to happen, you know, is a matter of debate. Charm is a crutch. End of story. It is a crutch. Yeah, it's absolutely a crutch. What's he doing besides maintaining charm? Lots of stuff. He's snaring the mob. He's adding dots to it. He's mezzing if we get multiple undead. So like if you'll see in a minute what he does. I can kind of tell you. He's debuffing the mob strength-wise. Okay, so this right here, he's casting a debuff, I think, first. Or a snare. Here, let me put up... I'll tell you what he does here in a second. He can also pump mana to other people in the group. But the point is that even charm alone, by itself, is better DPS than having a DPS in the group. So it's like twice as good as another DPS. Here, let me do this. Let me put on Sense Magic so I can see what debuffs are coming. Yep, there goes a broke again. He's mezzed it. He's gonna... I mean, it takes some communication and coordination with your group. Like, Kaz and Stein are constantly talking about it. Like, I can hear them in my headset. They're constantly talking about it. Like, it's broken. It's coming in. Stun it, etc. You know, debuff it, etc. All that kind of stuff. You guys just can't hear it all. So it does take coordination. But let's see. Let's see what this thing has on it. Lethargy, frailty, void strength. So he's casting void strength on it. He's casting spirit fracture on it. So 2 debuffs. And then he oftentimes will cast like a snare on the mob if we need a snare. But we don't always need a snare. These you don't need a snare on because they don't run. Like undead don't run in this game. Well, some of them do, but they're not supposed to. Sounds like a lot of work for a strong reward. It's not though. For what you're getting, that's the problem. Like you gotta think of all the benefits that you're getting out of it. It is a strong reward, and it does take work, but it completely replaces. It's like having 2 DPS in your class. You have 1 charm class in your party. It's like having 2 rogues in your party. So you only split the XP by 1 person instead of 2 people. Why is Stein undead? He's got a Lich spell on him. So it turns him into a skeleton, and it drains his health, but gives him mana. And he can burn mana, isn't it? Or was that Enchanter? Enchanter can burn mana. I don't think a Necromancer has an ability to burn mana. You know, they can do dots to take health down. They can pump mana on other classes. But yeah, you really feel it when you don't charm a mob in a party. Like when you have it charmed for a while and then you take away the charm pet, you really feel it DPS wise. Well, I'm sorry. Maybe you shouldn't have given me all that armor. I mean, I can pull, but then we'll have downtime while I'm pulling. Well, we need more mobs. Should I turn the music down? Yeah, is it too loud? A little bit better? I turned it down just a smidge. I don't know how they will increase the risk for charming, break more often. How do you think? I don't know. They did increase the risk by having it break more often on higher level charms. So if you charm a yellow or red con mob, they've kind of made that very difficult and really annoying to do that. If they increase the risk on breaking of lower con mobs, it will make it very annoying for players to have to deal with. So I don't know if that's really necessarily the route that they should go. They are looking at having like charisma be factored in. So more charisma to be able to charm higher level mobs, stuff like that. So they've got a couple of options. I think they should just reduce the amount of effectiveness of charm mobs. Like, that's just my opinion on it. Reduce the effectiveness on them and be done with it. But, you know, I'm one person. Can you have a group of charm mobs? Yeah. If you have 6 charm classes in your party and you can have 6 charm mobs, absolutely the best XP you'll ever see in this game. 6 charm mobs all attacking, just slaughtering things. It'd be insane. I think you should increase the breaks with yellow red cons and consider charisma. Consider gear towards charming more than that on it. Yeah, that's the idea of what they're trying to do. So we'll have to see how it plays out and what they end up doing in the end, but that is the idea currently. You know, it's a mean thing to say, maybe, but the people that are saying that charm is not strong enough and there's a high risk versus a high reward currently, I'm not trying to be mean, but those players are just not very skilled players or not very knowledgeable players. It's probably more knowledgeable than anything else. Like, they just need to learn the game better and understand the game mechanics more. And then they'll probably come over to the side of, okay, maybe it is a little bit too strong. A lot of it has to do with understanding how the game functions. A bubble it'll de-aggro you. Is that what you're talking about? Well, yeah. Well, it makes you immune to physical damage for the one that you use. It is the majority, yeah. You look like you're doing well with Charm Mob. Yeah, we're doing great. I remember it being that way in EQ. Yeah, in EQ, it was even stronger than it is in this game. But in EQ, it was riskier. So... We're going to get some cotton bags here pretty soon. I just got to get my tailoring up a little bit more. But I'm making nothing but bolts for cotton, so we'll hopefully make some bags. When you start pulling spiders, it'll skyrocket. But I don't think we're ready for spiders yet. Yeah. Probably get to 49 by tomorrow. Depending on how much we XP and how much we goof off. Debuff charm mobs with some kind of weekend that is more damage to a pet. Yeah, that could be another way to do it. There's a lot of options there. Have a great day. Hey, what's going on, No Limit? How you doing, bud? Like, you see that? The skeletal footman is pulling aggro off of me as a tank. Even when I'm taunting. Like, that's crazy. I've never had any player be able to pull aggro from me. Like they can, you know, if like, you know, wizard nukes right at the beginning of a fight. Of course they will, but... And just think, we get to do all this again in June. Oh boy. But in June, I think people are going to be so hyped. No, it's an Andy pet. Let's go. What's going on, Velky? How you doing, bud? You're farming at the same spot Quadus farmed at? Yeah? Yeah, this is, we like this spot. It's a nice XP spot. Strider your favorite tank? It is, yeah. Yeah, it's my favorite. We need to get to these spots and claim them earlier in the day. And then as people get on, we can just start pulling more. Like me and Easter can come over here. That's what I'm saying. Me and Easter can come over here, pull easy stuff, and then whenever Andy gets on, we can start going a little bit more difficult. And then as people get on, we can grab more. By tomorrow, yeah. Yeah, because if Gith levels tonight, he'll have new spells, and then I should level tonight. Yeah, we'll both be stronger. We should be able to do that tomorrow. If Easter wants to try to, we can. You want to try to duo that Andy spot tomorrow morning? Yeah, we should be able to do that. I can easily pull those solo. Like, there's only a few that I can pull solo, but be enough for me and you to duo. Which is the best AoE class? There really isn't an AoE class like you would think in other MMOs, but wizards and druids both have the ability to quad. Quadding means being able to hit 4 mobs at once. But you don't really want to do that in a group setting because there's no way to hold threat on 4 mobs. I can't wait till we get like sleeping emotes. You're gonna see people sitting in here just like sleeping. If I was playing in EverQuest right now, this is where I would be sitting. I'd be sitting up here, old school EverQuest on my enchanter, just waiting for mobs to come in and not charming, but mezzing them, buffing up my group, just kind of chilling and just chatting with people. That's what I used to do. It was so easy. Oh my gosh, dude. Playing an enchanter back then was a joke. People didn't expect you to charm. They didn't expect you to deal with any of that stuff. Just buff your group and mez. I don't care. I love trying to AoE mez trains and crush bone. Yeah. I didn't charm. No, back then. So like when I played EverQuest on my enchanter, charming was not known, right? People didn't realize how good charming was early on like that. So they just didn't use it. They found that out later, and then once they found out, they're like, okay, everybody uses charm. But yeah, in the beginning, nobody used it. How was it back when I played my main tank warrior 26 years ago? Yeah. Yeah, on my enchanter, I would literally just kind of sit in rooms and mez things. I could nuke here and there, but it was mostly just buffing the party, mezzing when we had multiple enemies. Like, I used to have a tank that would pull like 4 mobs at once, and then I would just mez them all. They're new items, so I doubt they're gonna keep, or they doubt they're gonna nerf them now. You played a cleric and you're bored out of your mind? Cleric's a little bit better here, but not much different. They're kind of building it the same way as the EverQuest cleric. People have been asking for like a melee cleric, like a battle cleric, but they kind of went that direction and then kind of went away from that direction. But it's kind of the same, but it's not like complete heals where you just cast a complete heal, wait 10 seconds, sit back down. You can do more. Like stunning a mob is actually worth it. Like casting stun, because it prevents damage, and I would rather spend 15 mana to prevent a bunch of damage than have to heal that damage back up. So there's that. Clerics have like runes or damage absorption shields they can put on players, rather than just straight heals. So it's a little bit better than an EQ cleric, but not by a ton. If you had to play from 0 to max level solo, would you enjoy the most? Ugh. I don't know. As a solo class, I would probably just play a Necro, just because it's the only class that you're really going to be able to go from 0 to level 60 without too much of trouble. Unless you're charming, which hopefully they change charm. Player care is limited to a certain amount of professions. No, you can have as many professions as you want. Have they talked about their idea for late game stuff? They've talked about it a little bit. There's going to be raids in the game. They're going to go for EQ1. First come, first gets the kill. Or they're going to try lockout instant stuff. They're trying to not do any type of lockout or instancing. They're trying to avoid that. It is currently, whoever gets there first to engage is what they're looking at. So we'll have to see. Sadly, we know the faceless and similar guilds are going to keep most of that down 100%. Yeah, that's exactly what's going to happen. I mean, my guild's probably going to do a lot of that too. Whatever guild that I end up in, based on the server's selection and stuff, they're going to do the same thing. Like, I am a hardcore raider at heart, and I will be hopefully killing every raid boss as soon as it pops. That's literally my goal. As long as somebody in my guild needs it, I'll be there to kill it. Which class would you pick if you wanted to get to 60 solo as fast as possible? A Necromancer. Yeah, what? Honestly, if we just let Stein solo, he'd be pretty close to 60. He'd probably be the highest level player on the server. If he just soloed the entire time and he never did group with us, and we just, but he's a team player. He knows that the in-game stuff, he's going to need higher level people, and we all like to hang out together. So, he's just a friend. So he's gonna hang out and play the game with friends. But he could have absolutely leveled and probably been one of the highest people on the server right now. I broke that, my bad. Wizard soloing is very good. They could quad kite very well. But I don't know like where it stands as far as if it's better than like a necro soloing or not. But yeah, they do a very good job. A geared wizard, with some clarity or enlightenment or whatever. Yeah, they would be really good soloers. They're shooting to have a lot of best itemization and group content, but they will have open world multi-group targets, more notably dedicated multi-group zones. Yeah, they're going to have a lot of that too. Yep. Have they said there will be an EU dedicated server? So I would look for that soon. They're going to be sending out an email soon-ish that's going to go over the server stuff. Like Sean and Nick are talking about it. So I would say, I don't know really when, but sometime probably next month. At some point, they'll probably release a server list. And they want to get a lot of participation from the community on that list. So if you want an EU server, definitely go fill out that server list and say, hey, I want an EU server. So we'll just have to see what they do with it. I just hope they find a solution, because the only way to the open world approach is having so much content. The top guilds can't keep everything down. But that's just not going to happen on launch. Yeah, that exactly. It's not going to happen on launch. You're going to have guilds fighting over so much content. It's going to be rough. It's going to be very rough. Pantheon and Monsters of Memories. Monsters of Memories all the way. Be playing come June, July. 100% I'll be in Monsters of Memories. Yeah. Even the spring wipe in Pantheon is not going to be enough to entice me to come back because I don't trust the team. I don't trust the company to actually make a good game. They burned too many bridges and wasted too much of my time. So now I'm waiting to see if they do anything before I even go to check that game out. I'm not saying it won't be a good game at some point, but I don't have faith. I have completely lost faith in them. I think one release valve is, to an extent is the multiple servers. Yeah, this game's gonna have a lot of servers on it. I mean, right now they're looking at 5,000 unique accounts on a server. About 1,000-ish concurrent users is what the number that they're kind of shooting for. Of course, those could vary, but that's what they're looking for right now. So once they get to that 5,000 player on a server, they'll probably open up a new server. In the beginning, if they have, 2,000 concurrent players, then they'll probably open up a new server and start splitting players up. Would limiting the number of professions a player could select cultivate a better community economy? Maybe, yeah. So that you'd have to rely. Maybe, but the thing is, you can have as many alts as you want, and there's no level that you need. Like you don't have to level up your main character to level up an alt or a trade skill. So people will just make alts for their trade skill classes. I mean, there's no reason to not put them all in the same class, really. Surprised you picked Necro fastest solo from 60 over Enchanter. The only reason I would say Enchanter is because of Charm. The reason I say Necromancer is they don't have to rely on Charm to be able to XP effectively. And Enchanter does. Enchanter basically at level, at the higher levels just kind of falls off on the solo ability because they can only charm mobs up to level 52. Now you can still get to 60 by charming mobs, level 52 mobs, but it becomes more tedious. A Necromancer is just able to do it better. From level 47 to 48, I mean, anywhere from like 5 to 10 hours, depending on how quickly you're XPing, I would say. Like 5 to 10 hours of grinding XP. I mean, it's taken me... I've been level 48 or 47 all day today, and I've been streaming for 8.5 hours, but I haven't been grinding the entire time. And I was only like 15% in when I started this morning in this level. So probably 10 hours for me. You should not do that. Like, dude, you start telling people about stuff like that, everybody's going to find out about it. It's going to be a pain in the butt for us to go get it. Hey, what's going on, Nevar? How you doing? TTK is likely going up based on the comments from Nick. Yeah, TTK is going to go up. Armor class is going to go up, which is going to increase the TTK. The difficulty of the game in general is supposed to go up. So yeah, we'll see what happens. So yeah, leveling will slow down just based on the TTK going up. If they increase TTK by 20%, it's going to take 20% longer to level up, effectively. Which I think they do need to do that. Like right now, TTK is about like what, 20 to 30 seconds? Well, it depends on your level, what your level range is that you're fighting and stuff. No, it's good. Wish a name would spawn, but it's good. I mean, I don't see how it can be that much better. We can't really pull that much faster. Like, safely, anyway. I mean, if we had another... is that Enchanter coming or no? If TT goes up, I hope the damage to player also goes down. I hate NEQ and later expansions. Everything 1 to 2 rounds. Anything but a tank or plate classes. Yeah, I mean, I want the damage to go up a little bit. I think that I don't know. I think TTK going up would mean that the damage and the damage staying the same would be about right. I don't know. I think it would. But, you know, I'm going to let the devs figure that out. I'll give my opinion on it. If they tune TTK, I hope they give SK's mana regen at some point. At that point. Well, I mean, SK needs to get a Bard or an Enchanter in their group, you know, to get some of that mana regen. The thing is, though, that, like, a Shadow Knight is doing about as much damage with their abilities as a fighter is. The only difference is the dual wield versus like a two-handed weapon. That's with a Bard or Enchanter in a group? Yeah. I mean, you don't need to be using your spells that much as a Shadow Knight. I mean, you can, but if you burn through, I don't know. I'm indifferent on that. I'm indifferent. I don't think Shadow Knights are doing the same damage as a warrior. They are, yeah. You have to burn through to hold aggro. They do. I've looked at the numbers. They do. The only difference is, like, with take a Shadow Knight with a good two-handed weapon, and they're doing very similar numbers as a fighter up to level 55. But they also have a pet. So, like, you might have to hold aggro, but your pet is also doing some damage. So DPS-wise, overall, you're doing very similar damage. But the problem is that pet is not giving you their threat. So you're lower. Yeah. So that's the issue, right? when you take the pet into consideration, you're not gaining the threat from the pet, and that's why you might have threat issues. However, I think the reason you're probably having threat issues is you're not using taunt on cooldown. You're probably only using taunt if you lose aggro and then taunting to gain aggro back. You should be using taunt on cooldown. I talked to a paladin about that the other day. He said that he was having issues with threat. I said use taunt on cooldown. He sent me a tell like a day or two later, and he basically was like, thanks for the tip. I haven't lost aggro since. I bet you did numbers with a two-hander that drops in FP. That two-hander is way overkill. Well, no. I mean, I'm talking about leveling up. Like two-handed damage versus one-handed damage is not the same. One-handed damage is definitely better. Absolutely, it's better. But you have to go and find a good two-handed weapon. There's several two-handed weapons in the game. I'll show you one. This one right here. Like, I can put this on if you want to try it. I'll show you. I mean, there's options, right? There's options. I need to get my bludgeoning up anyway. It's at 230. Can I see your numbers? Your warrior versus SK? I can't show it right now. We don't have a Shadow Knight in the party, so we can't see it. I hope they keep Enchanter worthwhile in raids on later levels. They kind of fell off raid and EQ, where you only want one for the raid. Yeah, that was an issue. You want more than one right now. So, one thing that Enchanters can do is they can enchant ally. So, they put enchant ally on the main tank, but they put enchant ally on any of the tanks. You could also put enchant ally on the DPS classes, or you could put enchant ally on just about anybody, and it gives them the ability to put a damage absorption shield on those players. So it's really good on the main tank, and you definitely want an enchanter in your party as the main tank. But even off tanks are going to want to have an enchanter, and then they can use their pets. Enchanters actually have pets they can control in this game versus EverQuest, where they had pets they could not control. So that's another change. But they can use Enchant Ally, and on cooldown they have an ability that does a little bit of damage through the Enchant Ally ability. So they've got some things that they can do. They can also drain mana really well, which is actually useful in this game. So yeah, we'll have to see. I just wish that they would tone down Charm, because right now Charm overshadows every other Enchanter ability. So people just don't do some of the other Enchanter stuff. Like, why would you when Charm is better? That's the issue. That's the biggest issue. Is nobody's testing a lot of the other Enchanter stuff because Charm overshadows it. What kind of in-game content is planned? They've got raids. It depends on what kind of in-game you're talking about. If you're talking about like raid-type content, they're going to have multi-group content for raids. They're going to have expeditions where you go on an expedition to an island and you do stuff on the island. That's going to be the majority of your in-game content. Wasn't there an alternative to Charm as an enchanter where you bolster a player teammate? Yeah, it's Enchant Ally. PvE raid group play. Yeah, they're gonna have some of that in the game. Lots of things to do as a single group. Tons of things like going after items. Then they're also going to have raid content. Can you share any thoughts about how all 4 tanks compare 50 plus? If you know, I'm pretty interested in Paladin, so curious to know how they're scaling. So Paladin's going to be your lowest damage of the 4 tanks. Unless you're going up against Undead, then you're going to have Undead nukes, so they can do decent on those. But overall, they're going to be the lowest damage of the 4 tanks. However, they have the highest effective health pool because they have Lay on Hands. They have their Ancient Guardian, which can heal the party. Then they also have pretty good healing spells. They also have a Mark of Crusader that they can put on the enemy, and every time anybody in your party attacks, anybody in the party attacks the target of the Mark of the Crusader is healed for a small amount. Also, the Mark of the Crusader is the only spell in the game that will just remove a damage shield. It just straight up removes the damage shield on a mob that has a damage shield on it. So very, very powerful there. So Paladin is good, but it is the lowest DPS, and a lot of people look at DPS of tanks as being a good portion of what they do. That's just kind of, you know, a matter of preference for people. But all the tanks are fairly equal in their tanking capabilities. The Fighter is going to be the highest physical mitigation tank. The Inquisitor is the highest magical mitigation tank. The Paladin has a mixture of both. And the Shadow Knight is going to be like your high DPS tank that can also solo a little bit with some decent utility from Feigned Death. Damage Shield seems common, so Mark should be useful. Damage Shield is extremely common at higher level. Very common. A high-level Paladin is absolutely going to be a godsend. Like, people are going to love having a high-level Paladin. Will Expedition cost like trade skill stuff? So we don't know exactly what's going to happen with Expedition, is how they're going to work. But it's basically going to have to charter a ship. You may have to go to an NPC and like do some trade skill stuff and hand in, you know, like a bunch of timber, or you may have to build a ship. We don't really know yet. So it could. It's possible. Hey, what's going on? I don't give a damn. How are you? Hope you're doing well. What are you currently fighting? We're killing a bunch of skeletons and zombies and stuff. We're over in a fort in Glass Flats. The Paladin has low DPS. If it has high sustain, does it make it somewhat okay soloing? Since downtime will be low. Well, downtime will be fairly high. Not crazy high, but downtime is not going to be necessarily low. Downtime's not going to be low necessarily for the Paladin, because, sorry, I'm trying to think, because it still has to meditate its mana back, right? So it might be able to kill a mob, but then it's going to take damage and it's got to heal itself, and then it's going to need to meditate that mana back up. So it's going to have some downtime. Shadow Knight's going to be your best solo tank. Paladin probably your second best. Then Inquisitor, then Fighter. Fighter's by far the worst solo tank in the game. It's one of the worst solo classes in the game. Doing well, been lurking and watching a while. I'm still on the fence about watching you too much. Yeah, I feel you. You want to be able to experience the game. I get it. I was fortunate enough to spend a ton of time in Alpha learning a lot of this stuff and doing it all without having it spoiled. So I totally get not wanting to watch streams or watch videos and all that. Are your launch plans to run to 60 with your team? Taking it slow. My group is asking me to burn PTO days. We're gonna go to 60 as quickly as possible. Yeah. Like people are taking time off of work, and I'm gonna be focusing, being on as much as I possibly can. We're gonna be pushing for 60 very quickly, and then I'll probably make an alt when I'm not grinding out gear and camping things with my group. I'll probably have an alt that I just level for funsies. An alt that I play with viewers from the stream. So because I want to level up characters to various levels. If they keep those level locked mobs in the game, I want to have characters at each of those levels at level 20. 25 and 40. So we'll see what happens. You gonna be leading a guild or any plans like that? I'm not 100% sure what's gonna happen with that. The guild that we're currently in, which is Rampage, looks like they're gonna go to a box server. If they go to a box server, I don't know if we're not gonna go to a box server. My team is not. So we're not sure if we're going to create a guild, for join a guild. We haven't really made decisions on that yet. Anything's possible. Yeah, we're gonna rush to get to the raid content as soon as possible. My group will. Now it's a matter of if we're gonna have other people to do that with. Like raid content clearly takes multiple groups, so it depends on who we have. But my group is gonna rush to get to 60 very quickly and then gear up as quickly as possible. And then hopefully we'll be able to join in whatever other raid group or whatever level 60 groups there are that are possibly raid ready. What if Paladin kills 10 mobs on 1 HP bar, then every 15 minutes heal back to full with heal? No downtime? Yeah, I mean, they're not going to be able to do that. I mean, yes, that is a great way to do it if they can, but they're not going to be able to do that. Oh, look at that. +5 to everything? That's awesome. Look at that thing. Holy moly. That's a really cool item. I thought you killed this already. That's not bad. Yeah, swap shoulders with him. Give him the cash shoulders to Hoku. Are you wearing it? Is that, Oh, that's right. It does have wisdom on it. That's nice. Yeah, that's good. I forgot it had wisdom. Could you go over how skill kits change for the fighter over different level ranges? It doesn't really change that much. Basically, by the time you hit level 15, you have all of your skills and all of your abilities that you have, and it doesn't change at all through the rest of the game. That's it. So the only big differences are at level 10, you get dual wield, and at level 15, you get double attack. That's it. So once you hit level 10, you just dual wield, and then you just kind of go from there. I read the tooltip right. I think at Paladin every 15 minutes get it. They do, yeah. So Paladins have a lay on hands, which is a complete heal to themselves or whoever their target is. Then they also get Ancient Guardian, and their Ancient Guardian can heal other people. So they can summon their Ancient Guardian, and then they can have it heal. They can target somebody and have their Ancient Guardian heal them. We are doing that. They were pulling mobs from below. We are pulling mobs from the top. They don't realize that they share a same placeholder. Yeah. Which is incorrect. They're not pulling all these mobs up here. There's a ton of mobs up here. There's a bunch of mobs up here that they're not even touching. Do you or will fighters wear a shield while tanking big bosses? Right now, no, Mercs. Maybe in the future, but right now it is not worth wearing a shield. The amount of mitigation you get from it is just kind of garbage. We need to be way ahead on live. I don't want to deal with any of this stuff. We're going to deal with some of it, but we need to be farther ahead. Yeah, there are some people that are going really hard into beta. Do bosses riposte? I don't think there's really a riposte in the game at all. There's parry, but I don't think anything has a riposte ability yet. They could potentially add it. Yeah, this area that we're in right now is kind of like a lower Guck kind of situation. There's just mobs all like scattered around throughout this whole area. Named mobs, all sorts of stuff in here. The fighters not have to buy abilities at 15 plus? No. Yeah, there's nothing else to buy after level 15. Is that from the website, Impin? Yeah, shield stuff. Shield's coming for all the tanks. So we'll have to see what they do with it. The Trello project site. Yeah, it's just the website. I know where it is. It can hear you, but nobody else. Ah. We are. We're close. Yeah, we should probably go there soonish. I mean, we could, but people got to be paying attention. There are different levels in cloth, rawhide stuff, or you get level 5. Yeah, it's different tiers. So it goes like rawhide, and then I don't remember what the tiers are now off the top of my head. But yes, it's like every 15 levels. So 1 to 15 is one, and then 16 to 30 is another, 31 to 45, and then 45 plus. You know it. Yeah. More Swanee's attention. That was a joke at Swami. Swanee with a N-N-Y. Wow, dude. Hey, Swami. I'm sure it is, but... Oh, my God. I have to pee. Should I go now real quick? Alright, be right back. Oh, my God. His pet can tank almost as well as I can right now because he's pulling aggro a bunch. If it breaks, you guys are in trouble. I'll do a couple rounds of taunt, then I'll go to the bathroom real quick. Andy's pet will. Alright, 2 taunts off. Be right back. I'm gonna go to the restroom real quick, guys. Be right back. Oh my God, what are y'all doing? What are we doing? What am I getting on? Alright, I'm on the good now. I don't know what happened there. Go to the bathroom for a minute and you guys just... I wasn't even here, so not my fault. Do 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 do. Sun's starting to go down. My camera's starting to fade. Oh no! Oh no! Take care, Impin. Have a good one. Appreciate you stopping by and hanging out today. Do, do, do. Man, having trouble hitting my buttons. Oh my god. And he's just like, housekeeping? Like, housekeeping? You got monster? You want him in on pillow, right? We're making fun of Andy's pet that keeps going in and out of the room. He comes in, he's like, huh? You guys need something? All right, I'm back out again. Every time we kill an enemy, he just runs right back out. Oh my god, I did that one time at a place I went to. And they had like the doormats that when you step on the doormat, it's like ding dong, ding dong. I didn't realize it was doing it because it was actually doing it in the shop, but I just kept like walking around in the building. And it was just like ding dong every single time. The guy came in, he was like, "Can you please stop stepping on the mat?" I was like, yeah. I was probably like 16, 17 years old at the time. I feel like the death on some of these monsters kind of sounds like a Mario sound. I just don't know what Mario sound it is, but it just reminds me of Mario. Yep. I'd like to see the slash played of the charm classes versus non-charm classes. Like, I know that the devs can see all that and see, you know, how much faster they're getting it, but oh, like a long time ago, like 30 days or so. It was a ridiculous amount. All right, give me 1 second. I'm getting a phone call real quick. I'll be right back. Dinner's on its way home. I'm excited. So once dinner gets here, I'll probably end the stream there. Look at these skeletons just sitting there holding hands. How adorable. Just kind of hanging out. I want to hold your hand. Oh my goodness, I got the hiccups again. The hiccup. Oh geez, the hiccups again. For what? Nice. I mean, it's a medical term, but oh my goodness. What's my bludgeoning at? 235 or 235. Good. We can swap that out now. Ooh, despite centuries of decay, these beds look surprisingly well kept. These undead are keeping up with the beds. I mean, that's good. Sure, Hoku likes the pull. Just gotta be careful. He can get a little crazy now and then pulling.
Yeah.
It's free. 18 minutes. Are they really leaving soon? What level are the spiders? The low-level spiders that are right around the corner. Are they? I didn't think they were that high. I remember the low-level ones weren't that high. Yeah. Because I think if they're 50 or lower, we should be able to do them. Just as extra XP. Okie dokie, that answers that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think what I'm going to do is probably just call the stream here for today. I'm going to keep doing this, but I got food coming on the way. And, you know, been streaming for 9.5 hours. It's a pretty solid stream today. We had a good time. But yeah, I'm gonna eat my dinner shortly. I'm gonna just space out and keep grinding away. But we'll definitely be back on here tomorrow morning by 9 a.m. Unless we have a stream that we need to do like a video for or something. I'll be back on here early tomorrow. So 8 or 9 a.m. Eastern. You know, doing more of what we did today. And yeah, hopefully I see you all then. I really do appreciate all the love, all the support, all the things. And hopefully I see you next time. Take care. Have a good night. And see you tomorrow. Bye.